What's up, sluts? Coffee and Kabbalah, Kabbalah and coffee. I fucking slipped my finger, and on the coffee, and just like the rim of the thing, and it cut deeply. And right when it happened, I was just like, there's like this initial like right before the pain comes, like, oh, this is gonna fucking hurt. And but I think it um I hurt my hand. Anyway, really? Yeah, dog. Really, really good story. Coffee and Kabbalah, Kabbalah and coffee. 24th of Nissan 5786, Saturday, April 11th. 3761, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Alpha. 3631 Seth, son of Adam, was born. 3526 235, Enosh, son of Seth, was born. That's a really cool story. Oh, yes, what else? Alright, are you done? So it's about April 11th. Brigadier of Island, my former secretary of the Ministry of Fun, Separate Omar, closer to you, Hashem, God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments, commanded us concerning the coming of the Omer. Today is 10 days, which is 1 week, and 3 days of the Omer. May the Merciful One restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash to its place speedily in our days. Amen. Selah. Is that the end of your story? Oh man, that fucking hurt my hand. Psych, I just been fingering chicks so hard it's fucking callous me. Wish.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel unto the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, an Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism and hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Alright, folks, welcome back. Some more Shabbatai Tzvi excitement. We're really going to get into some of the more technical stuff around Shabbatai Tzvi, and we're going to talk about how what was at some level a very fringe movement became a dominant movement in the Jewish world in the middle of the 16th, 17th century. And eventually how you would think that the death of Shabbatai and the death of his prophet, Nathan of Gaza, would have spelled the end for the entire movement. But as you probably know, dying is not really an impediment for messiahs. Messiahs die all the time, and their believers keep on believing in them as if nothing happened, whether it's Jesus of Nazareth or Menachem Mendel Schneerson of blessed memory. People continue to believe in their Messiah's death as just a speed bump on the way to eternity. And so we'll turn to that and how the Shabbatian movement continued after Shabbatai's death, and how it thrived all the way probably at least into the 1880s, maybe even later than that, especially in Turkey. Although we don't know what its status is these days in Turkey. So what is the recap for tonight? Well, the recap is there was a guy in the 17th century that believed he was the Messiah, and so did half the world's Jews. That's the recap. There was a guy, Shabbatai Tzvi, who was declared a Messiah by a relatively minor Kabbalist and healer in Gaza, Nathan of Gaza, Nelson Gazaki, and he was declared Messiah in 1665, although he had messianic pretensions as early as 1648. And between 1665 and 1666, half of the world's Jews seemed to have accepted his messianic claims. And this is evidenced by the most classic example of the evidence for this is the prayer books that get printed. The prayer books that have pictures of Shabbatai Tzvi in them. The prayer books that have prayers for Shabbatai Tzvi. The letters that come over and over again from major rabbinical figures all over the Jewish world that affirm belief in Shabbatai Tzvi as the Messiah. And we talked a bit last time about the life of Shabbatai Tzvi, the sort of the ups and downs of his life, the Nathan of Gaza, and things like this. So we talked a bit about the life and times of Shabbatai Tzvi. But what we didn't get into last time is exactly how he's supposed to be the Messiah. How does that work exactly, right? So what exactly does it mean to say that Shabbatai Tzvi was the Messiah? And how this dovetails in a really important way as a part of our discussions here on Kabbalah is that one can only understand the messianic claims of Shabbatai Tzvi, or of Nathan of Gaza, by understanding how that was justified. And that was justified by Kabbalah, basically. It was justified, it was underwritten by Kabbalah. The Kabbalah enabled Nathan of Gaza, and at some level Shabbatai Tzvi, to develop this messianic story that allowed Shabbatai Tzvi to claim that he was the Messiah, and for Nathan of Gaza to greatly popularize his messianic claims. Now, there's a couple of things to know that are important about Shabbatai Tzvi and Nathan of Gaza, his prophet, and how they're quite different in terms of their relationship to Kabbalah. The first thing that's really important to know is that they don't really have the same education. Shabbatai Tzvi is kind of a yeshiva dropout. He's very talented, he's very smart, and of course he's very charismatic, more charismatic than anything else, I suspect. But Shabbatai Tzvi doesn't have a very strong grasp on Kabbalah. He certainly knows the Zohar very well. We know that. He's been studying the Zohar since he was a teenager. So he has a very strong grasp on the Zohar. But the developments in the Koraveran system of Kabbalah, the developments in the world of Sfat, the world of Lurianic Kabbalah, there's actually very little evidence that Shabbatai Tzvi had a grasp of those developments. He doesn't seem to understand or appreciate or have had education in the very complex world of Lurianic Kabbalah. So we have just a difference in education level when it comes to Kabbalah and Shabbatai Tzvi and Nathan of Gaza. Now, Nathan of Gaza, which is really important to know about Nathan of Gaza, is that he is hyper aware of the developments in Lurianic Kabbalah. And I mean hyper aware. He is so well educated that if you read some of his Kabbalistic works, which are among the most technical Kabbalistic texts written at the time, he knows very subtle differences between different schools of Kabbalah. So he even knows differences between how very technical ideas in Lurianic Kabbalah are being debated among very high-level people in that world. For instance, people like Israel Sarug and Chaim Vital. So Nathan of Gaza is someone who knows these conversations. He is a technical maestro when it comes to the developments. He's at the cutting edge at some level of some of these developments. And it's going to be really important because how Nathan of Gaza is going to justify Shabbatai Tzvi's messianic claims are going to be by appealing to and, what's the right word, augmenting, changing, corrupting, whatever word you want to use. He's going to be relying heavily on Lurianic Kabbalah, but he's going to do his own thing too. He's going to do his own thing. We'll see this in just a moment. Shabbatai, for him, his messianic claims, which we can see in his letters, are not justified by appealing to complex ideas in Lurianic Kabbalah because he doesn't know much about it. He's claiming that he is the Messiah because God chose him and because he has a relationship with God. That is to say, Hashem and Shabbatai are friends. So when Shabbatai calls God by God's name, Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, Shabbatai doesn't imagine he's doing something transgressive. He knows he's not supposed to do it. But he has this intense personal relationship with God that he can call God by God's name. So for him, for Shabbatai, it has nothing to do with some very complex Kabbalistic mythological stuff. It has to do with the fact that God and Shabbatai are close. That he and God have a relationship. And that relationship is one of anointing. It's one of, I've been invited into the world of the Godhead, and I have a relationship with Hashem. Now, that to you might sound really Christian. That might sound really, really Christian to you. And in fact, one of the things that Shabbatai talks about all the time is Christianity. He talks about Jesus. He says, one of the things I'm going to do in this whole messianic business is redeem Jesus. He's very influenced at some level by Christianity. And part of what I think makes the Jewish world very uncomfortable with Shabbatai is not his transgressive behavior. His transgressive behavior gets really overplayed for reasons we'll talk about later. But it's not his transgressive behavior, it's his syncretism. That he's okay with the idea of incorporating Christian elements, with incorporating secular elements, with incorporating Islamic elements. That's what worries the Jewish establishment. It's his syncretism that makes them really angry. Of course, he does these transgressive things, and that pisses him off too. But really, it's the syncretism that really gets him. And I think that's something that's coming forward new in the scholarship. And we were just talking about this before the recording started, is that part of what's going on now in the scholarship, we're now beginning to realize that Shabbatai Tzvi was much more at the helm of understanding what was going on than the previous generation of scholarship, mostly Gershom Scholem, thought. Scholem basically thought that at some level, Shabbatai Tzvi was a yeshiva dropout who had no real understanding of Judaism, much less really Kabbalah, and that he was a mentally ill person that rode on the coattails of the great prophet Nathan of Gaza. That was the theory that really, if you read Scholem's work, that's the theory that goes. More recent scholarship by either Leibs and other kinds of folks, Pavel Majenko, that we really now know that's not true. Because we have letters from Shabbatai Tzvi explaining why he thinks he's a Messiah. And he gives very different reasons for why he thinks he's a Messiah as opposed to why Nathan of Gaza thinks it is. So we're getting a much more complicated vision of who Shabbatai Tzvi was, his theology, his ideas of his own messiahhood. We're getting those ideas, and this shows you that the scholarship is continuing to evolve. So let's get into Nathan of Gaza's theory, right? Let's get into Nathan of Gaza's theory, because that's going to really tie us back to the Kabbalah in a big way. So what does Nathan of Gaza think? Why does Nathan of Gaza think that Shabbatai is the Messiah? So it has everything to do with Kabbalah. It has everything to do with Lurianic Kabbalah. So just to rewind a little bit, right? You'll remember from the Lurianic theory that God was originally an infinite fullness, and that fullness filled the entire everything. And that in order to create creation, God had to contract God's self, and that act of contraction is called tzimtzum. Well, when God contracted God's self into the tzimtzum, that left behind a void, what we call the tehiru in Hebrew. And the tehiru, right, when it was evacuated, according to the Lurianic Kabbalah, it left behind traces of the divine. There are sort of fragments of God left behind. I always imagine, you ever poured out oil from a cooking pan? There's always oil left, no matter how much you tip it over. You can't quite get all the oil out. The traces of the oil, the traces of the divine light, the Rishimu, coated or fragmented all over inside of the Tehiru, of the void. Well, some of those aspects of those traces within the divine void contain elements of divine judgment. Remember, divine judgment in the Kabbalah is always thought of when divine judgment isn't checked by other forces. That is evil. It's unbridled judgment, din. Well, those elements of din, of unbridled judgment that remain inside of the Tehiru, inside of the void, those elements of unbridled vengeance and judgment, they sank to the bottom of that void. And as they sank to the bottom of that void, those elements became the sort of the abyss, or the sort of a demonic world at the bottom of that void, of the gap that when God tzimtzum. That area, by the way, is called the Golem, and Lurian Kabbalah. It's called the Golem. It's the unformed world. It's just sort of chaos. It's a tohu bohu. It's this chaotic nightmare where all the evil has sunk to the bottom of the void. All right, so when God shoots God's light into that void, at the very tip of that sphere, at the very tip of Yesod, at the tip of God's phallus, I suppose, at the tip of God's Yesod, the tip of that sphere that light plunges all the way in to the void, to the Tehiru, and the tip of that, and this is where Nathan of Gaza comes in. This is not Lurianic Kabbalah, this is Nathan of Gaza. The tip of that void shoots all the way into the very bottom of the void, of the abyss where the demons are, and the tip of that is the soul of the Messiah. The soul of the Messiah is the tip of the sphere, the tip of the light going all the way in. And as soon as it reaches the bottom, it comes back up, and all of God's remaining judgment in Ein Sof floods into the void, the demonic abyss, the Golem, and the soul of the Messiah is the only thing good left at the bottom of that chaotic, nightmarish abyss of evil. And the soul of the Messiah is born, is deposited, according to Nathan of Gaza, at the very bottom of the abyss. And that abyss is filled with every form of evil imaginable. Every form of evil imaginable. The soul of the Messiah is born there, is put there. And there, the soul of the Messiah becomes infused with all this evil. And it's only through this unimaginable process where the soul of the Messiah has to redeem itself, has to climb out of this horrifying abyss of evil, that in the process of redeeming itself, eventually it pulls itself all the way up, right through these horrific world of what they call the Tanaim, the dragons of the text that describes this. It's called Drush Tanaim, the treatise on dragons. As the Messiah's soul fights vigorously, strives vigorously to purify itself, re-purify itself of all this evil, eventually the soul of the Messiah reaches sort of the event horizon, right? If you want to think about this in terms of a black hole, it's like a black hole, but eventually the soul of the Messiah can get to the very top of the event horizon, right? And just barely pop through. Now, when it barely pops through this horrific world of demonic power, it's still corrupted deeply with demonic power. It's still infused with evil. And so it's still some battle of good and evil. It's still deeply polarized between really, really good, it's the soul of the Messiah, and really, really bad, right? The evil world of the Klipot, the shards. And as it climbs out, it eventually crosses back through the event horizon of evil, which you can't do with a black hole, but it crosses through, and it's still influenced with all this evil, but as soon as it climbs out of the world of Klipot, it has to find a body. And when it finds the body, the soul root that finds the body, whose body did it find? It found the body, according to Nathan of Gaza, of poor Shabbatai Tzvi. And folks, that explains Shabbatai Tzvi. That explains these, according to Nathan of Gaza, these illuminations and these darkness periods, this sort of manic behavior, manic depression. It explains why he can be completely righteous and in love with God, and yet do these transgressive things, where he says that the 17th of Tammuz or whatever is a feast day rather than a fast. And it's exactly Shabbatai's manic depressive psychology and manic depressive religiosity that for Nathan of Gaza is actually proof of his messianicness. Because inside of Shabbatai is the struggle of the messianic soul against the world of evil, and for Nathan of Gaza, this entire process is the final act of history. Once Shabbatai is purified of all of this evil, then everything will be redeemed. He is embodying, according to Nathan of Gaza, he embodies this final titanic struggle of good and evil. Now, what did the apostasy mean? Right? Because again, Nathan of Gaza is formulating this idea in 1665. Nathan of Shabbatai apostatizes in 1666. Well, we have two completely different theories about what's going on here. We have Nathan's theory. Nathan's theory is that Shabbatai is plunging himself into the world of evil, that is to say, Gentile religion. Nathan of Gaza has nothing good to say about the Gentiles. He's plunging himself into the world of evil in order to basically undermine it. That is to say, he's destroying it from the inside. Nathan of Gaza's theology is always the idea that Shabbatai is plunging himself into this to destroy it. He's like a double agent. He's sneaking into the world of he's not really apostatizing. He's pretending to apostatize, to plunge himself into this world, to undermine it, to destroy the Kliklot. What we now know from Shabbatai's letters, right, we have another view, which again is actually Shabbatai's view. Shabbatai also thought he was the Messiah. Shabbatai's view was that he was plunging himself into this in order to redeem Islam. He thought of himself as a redeemer. He wasn't going into Islam to destroy it. He thought there was positive things in Islam. He thought there was positive things in Christianity. And the idea was that ultimately, by plunging himself into this, by plunging himself into Islam, he could redeem the world of the Muslims, and that would be part of the grand redemption. Notice they're very different theories. Notice that what Nathan thought was happening is one thing, and what Shabbatai happened is something completely different. So notice here, even the Shabbatian movement isn't coherent in terms of what they thought was happening in terms of Shabbatai's messianic mission. And that's not surprising, because if you look at early Christianity, it's not clear that early Christianity really understood what Jesus' messianic mission was. And there was a huge debate about that. Paul thought one thing, James thought another, Peter thought something else. It's not clear that anyone really had a clear idea that Jesus' messianic mission was X, Y, or Z. And so that's why you have these big debates with the church, ditto with the Shabbatian movement. Now, what's key about this, right, is that we have three important interlocking things that make this important. The first is all of them agree that whatever Messiah means, it does not mean the traditional idea of Messiah, which we talked about last time, which is the idea of a political Messiah. This is a spiritualization, the same thing that the Jesus movement did with Jesus, the Shabbatian movement does with Shabbatai, ditto with Further, we have this quasi-Lurianic justification for Shabbatai's claims. Now, what's important to note about these sort of quasi-messianic justifications for Shabbatai's messianic claims is that they're going to be the ones that largely stick. Now, it's a case that some Shabbatians did have some letters of Shabbatai, but largely what's going to stick is going to be the Lurianic, quasi-Lurianic read. I say quasi-Lurianic because a lot of this is not Luria. This is Nathan of Gaza sort of riffing on Luria. Riffing on Luria is a kind way of putting it. But yeah, riffing on Luria. And third, this is all part of a larger apocalyptic agenda, as we mentioned last time. Again, I cannot emphasize this enough. The 17th century, the mid-17th century, was an age of hyper-apocalypticism. I mean, folks who remember the 1990s, remember the 1990s and how apocalyptic that was. You have the Branch Davidians, you have Y2K, you have all this stuff, you have Heaven's Gate. It was a very apocalyptic time. We'll take that and turn it up to 50, and that gives you some sense of how crazily apocalyptic the 17th century was. So this is part of a much bigger apocalyptic world, and Shabbatai's messianic claims are all about the end of the world. And to give it a sense of that, I want to read a letter of Nathan of Gaza here, just a chunk of a letter from Nathan of Gaza. And I'll read it relatively briefly, just so you know kind of what the mood felt like. So this is a letter of Nathan of Gaza to Raphael Joseph, who was a Chalebi of Cairo, who's a big dude in Cairo. In fact, he was the guy that gave Shabbatai job. So I'm reading the translated lines of Nathan of Gaza. Quote, nowadays, we again face opposing forces. They are wholly ineffective, however, and injure no one but themselves, for the final end is now upon us. Again, the apocalyptic level, the final end is now upon us. This being so, Nathan writes, you must not wonder why, by what special merit our generation has come to deserve it. In addition, there are these dreadful agonies, inconceivable and limitless, that Rabbi Shabbatai Tzvi has suffered on behalf of the Jewish nation. Consequently, he has full power to do with this nation whatever he pleases, to justify or, chas v'shalom, condemn them. He may justify the most depraved sinner in existence, even someone like Jesus, or condemn anyone who doubts him, even if he be the most pious person alive, to unspeakable torments. You must treat the following principle as absolutely certain. The Jewish people cannot attain to life other than by believing these things without any sign or miracle. All this is God's purpose enacted in this generation, worthy to see the beginnings of the redemption. You must have no concern whatever for those who do not believe, even if they be your close personal friends. And then after that, what ends up happening is that Shabbatai describes the outline of what Nathan of Gaza thinks is going to be roughly a 100-year period in which all this is going to go down, and you get a sort of timeline about how this thing is going to go down, how Shabbatai is going to go, and all kinds of stuff. It's very, very bizarre. But at any rate, that gives you some sense of the fervor that Nathan of Gaza puts on to all this. Now, as we mentioned, Shabbatai died, and so did Nathan of Gaza. In fact, after Shabbatai died, Nathan of Gaza kind of redoubles his efforts, and he argues basically that Shabbatai's death is a kind of illusion, that Shabbatai is not dead, he's just hidden, right? That was an idea to be found also in Shia and Israeli Islam, that he was occulted, and at some point very, very soon, he would reveal himself again in his full glory. Again, are they leaning on Christianity at some level here? It sounds like it. It sounds very Christian, that he's just hidden. So this is a kind of, it's kind of Shia, kind of Ismaili, kind of Christian move, that Shabbatai is not dead, he's just hidden. Now, what ends up happening in all of this, right, is that there is something of a combination that's already happened in Shabbatai's life, or the end of his life, where some Sufi ideas have begun to enter the inner circle of Shabbatai's theology, and those Sufi Islamic ideas begin to form a kind of synthetic theology. And that synthetic theology allows for the idea that, again, Shabbatai might be occluded, he's actually not dead. And what we have is over and over again these predictions that Shabbatai will appear on this year and this year and this year, and of course he never does. And eventually Nathan of Gaza, well, he dies. Nathan of Gaza dies, and as soon as Nathan of Gaza dies, the movement immediately begins to fracture. Because of course, when you have Nathan of Gaza, who's probably one of the more talented Kabbalists of his day, unable to basically continue to steer the movement via his theoretical Kabbalah, the movement begins to fall apart. And the first person to really pick up the reins of this movement will be Abraham Cardozo, himself a very strong believer in Shabbatai. He would travel all around the Eastern Mediterranean basin, but also through Europe. He would be proclaiming the gospel, so to speak, of Shabbatai Tzvi, and he was murdered in 1706. So he was a huge promulgator of Shabbatian doctrine until he was killed. Now, the other side of this is that once Shabbatai died, the women in the movement really take up the reins. And again, is it surprising? No. Think about Jesus. The moment that Jesus died, who were the only people there at the grave? It was the women, right? We have the Marys, right? We have the women there. The men all scatter. And so women in a big way hold the reins of the movement very early on. And in fact, there's really great studies about Shabbatian women prophets and how the Shabbatian women prophets really both made the movement work, but also propelled the movement after Shabbatai had died. Now you'll remember that Shabbatai remarried after his first wife died, and his second wife, Aisha, or Yocheved, she went by both names. Actually, Aisha, or Yocheved, declared that her younger brother, Yaakov Corrido, was in fact the reincarnation of Shabbatai Tzvi. So what we have, again, is the use of Lurianic Kabbalah, the idea of soul roots, and Gilgul HaNeshemot, the idea of reincarnation, being marshaled to show that there is a continuity of Shabbatai Tzvi's soul. He's not dead. He's just reincarnated. He's reincarnated, of course, into the younger brother here of Aisha Yocheved. And what ends up happening in this whole process is that there is some pressure being put on these quasi-Shabbatian Jews, Muslims, that are there living in places like Salonika and in places around the Shabbatian movement. Remember that part of what happened with Shabbatai Tzvi is he was condemned for not being Muslim enough, and he was exiled all the way on what is now Montenegro. And so some of the people around him that stayed around him, about 300 families or so, these were Jewish believers in Shabbatai who had never converted to Islam. And eventually, with Aisha's pressure, probably she's getting pressure from the Ottoman Empire, they all convert. Right? We get a mass conversion of about 300 families who do convert to Islam in 1683, some years after Shabbatai has died. That core of about 300 families, right, which is the size of basically the synagogue I grew up in, that core was going to form the core of the post-Shabbatian movement. And over around a century, right, we have about, that number grows to about 600 families, and over time, what would end up happening is in that time period, in the generation after Shabbatai's death, the new faith of the Shabbatian movement would take effect. And basically, the new faith looks something like this. There is a Torah that is composed of 18 laws. There are 18 laws that make up the Torah of the Shabbatian movement. They do not have relationship with Jews, and they have outward relationships with Muslims, but they don't marry with Muslims, and they don't bury their dead with Muslims. So they don't associate with the Jewish crowd, because obviously they've been they're not Jews anymore, they're Muslims now. But what's important is they still follow an underground form of Judaism made up of 18 laws, and that they only marry within their own ranks, and they only bury within their own ranks. And what ends up happening is this group of converted Muslim, Jew, Shabbatian people, they don't actually observe Islam completely, and they dissimulate. They lie about the degree to which they're really Muslims, and this actually has precedent in some lodges in the Sufi movement. This is an idea called taqiyya, not taqiyya, and not taqiyya, not the Hebrew word taqiyya. This is the idea that you can hide your Sufi beliefs if those Sufi beliefs can get you physically endangered. They can endanger you. So what they're living is basically a dual life. They're living quietly as kind of Jews, but publicly they're living as Muslims. But they're still not quite Muslims, and they're still certainly not Jews. There's something else. And this something else is going to eventually evolve into its own religion. Now, inside of the movement, as you might imagine, there are further fractures. The two major fractures, and there's going to be three major fractures within the Shabbatian movement that will occur. The first major fracture is that there's going to be another incarnation so-called incarnation of Shabbat Tzvi and Berechia Russo, who's known in Turkish as Osman Baba. He'll die in 1720, which, by the way, is telling you how close we're getting to modernity, by the way, at this point. And he's declared to be one of the really important, he's been declared to be the legitimate inheritor of the Shabbatian movement. He's a reincarnation of Shabbatai Tzvi. So this is going to break the movement into two different groups. The smaller movement, which is the Yaqubi movement. The Yaqubi movement is actually very close to Sunni Orthodox Islam in the Karakashi movement. And the Karakashi movement is going to be much more syncretistic with Judaism. It's going to maintain some relationships with Judaism, but it's going to be much more heavily Sufi influenced. What's important to know about the Karakashi movement is that they're going to have missionaries. And those missionaries are going to be sent to Eastern Europe. Again, where is this movement developing? It's developing primarily in Salonika. It's developing in places like Montenegro. They're going to move their way into Central Europe, and eventually they're going to reach the core of Central Europe in the Podolia region in Poland. And as you probably know, the Podolia region in Poland is going to be absolutely core in all this. We'll get to that in a minute. There's going to be a third and final split. This is the Kapansi movement. This is the group that rejects the whole reincarnation theory. They reject the idea that Osman Baba is in fact the reincarnation of Shabbatai Tzvi, and they say that only Shabbatai, that there have been no reincarnations of Shabbatai Tzvi, only Shabbatai Tzvi the Messiah, and this version, right, the Kapansi movement, is the idea that Shabbatai Tzvi is the only form of the Messiah. That group, which is actually pretty close to the very popular Mevlevi Sufi order, which I imagine folks know the Mevlevis, right? Those are the whirling dervishes. These are the famous whirling dervishes in the Sufi movement. So they're very close to them in a lot of ways. It's that part of the Shabbatian movement that's going to go on to become the one that will survive in Turkey. That one will survive in Turkey. We'll talk about that in a minute. So by the early to the mid-18th century, these groups would become the core of what we call the Shabbatian movement in the Ottoman Empire. And collectively, they're referred to as Dönme. Right? Dönme. Now, this word actually means apostate, and many of them would not call themselves Dönme, but I would call them something like conversos or just Shabbatians, but the name Dönme is stuck. Now, you might be asking how many of these Dönme were there in the Ottoman Empire. Well, they had a bit of a problem in terms of growing themselves because they only married within their own families, which led to all kinds of problems. So they were probably, we guess, somewhere between 10 and 15,000 Dönme in the Ottoman Empire at the turn of the 20th century. So at the turn of the 20th century, there were 10,000 of these Shabbatians living in the Ottoman Empire. They were practicing Jews of a very strange type. They lived on the outside as Muslims, but on the inside they lived secretly as a kind of Jew. And they were kind of accepted. Everyone knew, I think, that they weren't completely Muslims, and everyone kind of knew that they weren't really Jews. They kind of did their own thing. They buried their own dead in their own graveyards. They only married each other. They lived in the same part of Salonika and eventually Istanbul. They were their own thing. And everyone at some level knew this. Now, what's important about the Dönme is that there are two things that are really important that are known about them, is that they became very, very well educated and very, very wealthy. This is often true for very tight group communities, right? That is to say, they became skilled craftsmen, they became skilled tradesmen, and they kept their money indoors, and they become actually quite educated and actually quite wealthy. And they were some of the earliest Turks to turn toward the West in the process of sort of modernization. And as the Ottoman Empire began to come apart, the Dönme formed, in some level, the core of the Young Turks. And the Young Turks, as you probably know, are the folks that led the modernization of Turkey. They revitalized the Turkish language. In many ways, they formed the core of the process in which Turkey would modernize. And in many ways, these Dönme, which we now know the Dönme, formed a pretty significant element of the Young Turk movement, which means they played a pivotal role in the development of Turkey as a modern nation. Now, the tide of that would all turn. In fact, I think I said this right. I said this on the slide. The first foreign ministry for the new government of Turkey would be a Karakashi Dönme. So the first foreign minister, that's a big deal. That's a high-ranking member of the Turkish government, was Dönme. So now the problem with this is as the 20th century wore on, Turkey and, of course, Israel came into loggerheads about all kinds of things. And what ended up happening was that there was a huge anti-Semitic backlash in Turkey. And that anti-Semitic backlash caught the Dönme. The Dönme were thought of as secret Jews. And the idea they were secret Jews is even more terrible because they were, conspiracy theories and stuff that fled through Turkey. And so many of the Dönme basically completely abandoned any Judaism, and many of them just ceased being Dönme and became completely secular. They became completely secular. The question now these days, by the way, is, are there any Dönme in Turkey at all? And we don't know. I think I mentioned this last time in my last lecture on the Shabbatians. I had a student in a class I taught on Shabbat Tzvi. She came from a Don Met family, and she said that in Turkey that she would ask other people, and they would say, yeah, I come from a family of Karkeshi people, or I come from a family of Kampasi people, but no, I'm just a secular person. My father was secular. My grandfather may have visited, whatever, a tomb with someone, but no, there are no practicing Don Met left in Turkey. The problem with this, of course, is we don't know, because part of what the Don Met do is they don't tell anyone they practice this. They practice this idea of takia, which means they don't make it public that they are, in fact, Shabbatians. So are there Shabbatians left in Turkey? Maybe. Probably not. They're probably extinct. But are there Don Met families left in Turkey? Probably. Yeah, there are definitely Don Met families left in Turkey. But are there any practicing Shabbatians in Turkey? The data seem to indicate no. It seems to be an extinct religion. But I'm leaving the door open for the possibility that they're still over there, but I think that the odds of them actually surviving are pretty low. So that gives us some idea that the Don Met, at some level, Shabbatianism continued to thrive and thrive all the way into at least the mid-20th century in Turkey, where it was kind of born. Now, as I mentioned, right, the Karkashi sect, the sect that holds that Osman Baba is the reincarnation of Shabbatai Tzvi, again, to get some idea of where we are, we're around 1720. That sect, the Karkashi, were much more willing to mix Judaism and Islam, and remember, it was that sect that sent the first post-Shabbatai missionaries into Eastern Europe. Now, you might wonder, why in the world would anyone listen to this in Eastern Europe? Why would Jews hear these guys out? Shabbatai's dead. He's been dead for a generation. It was a huge disappointment. It was a disaster. This entire thing was a disaster. Why would any Jews listen to the idea that Shabbatai Tzvi is the Messiah, despite the fact this entire disaster has happened? Well, the first thing is that news of Shabbatai's death actually happened really slow. It took a long time to get to Central Europe. And so unlike in the Ottoman Empire, where the news traveled very fast, by the time the news got to Central Europe, Poland, things were very slow, and frankly, people weren't terribly educated. Jews in Central Europe in the early 18th century, Jews in Central Europe in the late 17th century, in the early 16th century, or late 17th century, they're not terribly educated. This is a very, very rural, very superstitious, very mystically inclined group of people. Remember that the Judaism of the Ashkenaz, the Chassidei Ashkenaz, have historically been very interested in the supernatural, very taken with those kinds of ideas. Secondly, knowledge of Kabbalah at that time was very, very piecemeal in that area. Now, knowledge of Kabbalah in other areas was much higher, but at this point, early on in late in the 17th century, knowledge of Kabbalah was very, very piecemeal, very fractured. What's important to know about this is those people coming in, some of these Karakashi missionaries carrying the gospel of Shabbatai Tzvi, had a much higher degree of Kabbalistic education at some level than the local people did. So this is very impressive. Further, Orthodox Judaism in this region was much, much more oriented at the level of practice than belief. What really mattered for these people, and this is true for many factions of Judaism, is it matters much more what you do at some level than what you believe. And so belief was a bit more weird. You could have a much more broader range of belief and still practice Judaism. You could believe all kinds of things about werewolves, vampires, and stuff, and it was okay as long as you practiced Judaism in a nominal way. And further, these communities were very precarious. You're talking about a place where during Shabbat, right before Shabbatai's life, he experienced a giant pogrom that killed 100,000 Jews probably, and this entire area was subject to constant problems with the local population, where there are constant pogroms. And so there's also just a level of instability and fear and messianic claims in environments like that, where there is a kind of precarious existence, are much more, they become much more tenable. It's much more easy to convince poor, uneducated people who live a precarious existence of the existence of a Messiah that will save them, as opposed to other people. And again, that's true. We can see that playing itself out lots of times in history. When the Shabbatian movement landed in Central Europe, in general, it kind of took. And it's always going to kind of take in Central Europe. We'll talk more about that in a minute. Now, what's important to know about this is what ended up happening in the aftermath of Shabbatai Tzvi's apostasy in 1666 is that most people deconverted. They rejected his messiahship. What typically happens in the Jewish world? Someone gets to be the Messiah, they don't follow the rules, and we reject them. Well, what ends up happening is that typically the rabbis that were almost always the anti-Shabbatai people were the Messiah, or were the rabbis in the local region, like Manasseh ben Israel, for instance, in Amsterdam. And Manasseh ben Israel, who was anti-Shabbatian the entire time, once the fervor of the Messianic movement ended, Manasseh ben Israel was basically able to rein his flock in and kind of shepherd them in the aftermath of this disaster. So in many ways, Amsterdam is really typical because Amsterdam was hotly Messianic, very Messianic, maybe one of the largest Messianic centers in the world. And then after the 1666 apostasy, people were really disappointed, and Manasseh ben Israel, the rabbi of the community there, was able to basically shepherd them through the disaster. What ends up happening, however, in Central Europe is that some of the rabbis that were converted and some of the rabbis affected or influenced by these missionaries, some of these learned rabbis continued to hold their faith in Shabbatai in private while in public denying it and remaining Orthodox. So we have people that are secretly maintaining some kind of Shabbatian ideas, and yet at the same time, publicly, they are not holding on to them in public. We call these people crypto-Shabbatians. And what ends up happening is that as Kabbalistic ideas begin to make their way into Central Europe in the aftermath of Shabbatai, you can sort of imagine Shabbatai as the wave that reaches in, and that when Shabbatai the Messiah claims of Shabbatai bring this wave into Central Europe, what gets left behind after he leaves, after he sort of washes out, his Messianic claims wash out, what gets left behind is the Kabbalah. So he brings in the Kabbalah, and then he comes out because he apostated or whatever, and what's left behind is the Kabbalah. And so as he leaves behind, as the movement leaves behind these Kabbalistic traces, the rabbis who are left behind with the belief in Shabbatai Tzvi as the Messiah continue to believe in Shabbatianism as a Messianic movement, all the while still holding on to many of these Kabbalistic ideas, and it's the Kabbalistic ideas that still continue to convince them that he is in fact the Messiah, that maybe he is occulted, maybe he is actually just diving himself into the deep recesses of the Klipot, and that he will eventually redeem them somehow, right? This is all part of the plan. And what ends up happening is that very early Kabbalah in Central Europe is always at some level tinged with a Shabbatian element. All of Kabbalah in Central Europe in the early 18th century, late 17th century is going to be tinged with Shabbatian elements. And what we have are a lot of crypto-Shabbatian works, right? Chemdat Yamim, Shevet Musar. We have other kinds of movements, other kinds of texts that are incredibly influential. We'll talk about that influence in just a minute. And this ultimately erupts in the Emden Eibeshutz controversy. And the Emden Eibeshutz controversy is a situation where two very, very, very prominent rabbis, one of them, Eibeshutz, is declared to be a Shabbatian. He's declared to be a crypto-Shabbatian. And he denies it. He says, no, I'm not, no, I'm not, no, I'm not. And this debate, by the way, was not settled in their lifetime. Both Emden and Eibeshutz eventually died. And for a long time, people believed that Emden's critique of Eibeshutz was that he was not really a Shabbatian. Now we know he probably was. He probably was. We actually have good reason to believe now that he was in fact a Shabbatian, crypto Shabbatian. In fact, to this day, it's not even clear who was and who wasn't. We still don't know who was a Shabbatian and who wasn't at this time period. And this is not good. This would be a minor issue if it weren't for the emergence of the most important Jewish movement in basically the modern period. And that movement, of course, is Hasidism. And so in many ways, the disdain between the Shabbatians and the anti-Shabbatians, the crypto-Shabbatians and their condemners, is also going to track to the rise of Hasidism and the Misnagdim, the people that condemn them, the opponents of the Misnagdim that in this century that comes later. Now, I'm going to make some really controversial statements that will make people who are very amenable to Hasidism maybe a little upset, but the data is now showing, the evidence is now showing that early Hasidism and Shabbatianism, there is a relationship there. It's obscure and it's difficult, but there are so many overlapping elements of both early Hasidism and European Shabbatianism that it's, I think, undeniable that at some level, the movement, the Hasidic movement, at some level, is at least influenced by Shabbatianism. I don't want to say an outgrowth of Shabbatianism, I don't think that's true, but the idea that they're completely distinct, I think, is no longer holdable by the Hasidic movement. They would deny it, but I think it's there. So, why do I think that? Well, it's, for instance, things like the role of the Tzaddik or the Rebbe, the idea that they're a sort of intermediary, a kind of quasi-Messiah, as they act as sort of an intermediary between them and God. The Rebbe is often sometimes thought of as engaging in transgression for the sake of heaven. This idea that they suffer on behalf of the community, for the community. The emergence of both of these movements, the Shabbatian movement and the Hasidic movement, both emerge in the exact same region of Poland, the Podolia region. The Baal Shem Tov is from there. We'll talk about Hasidism next time, but I'm just saying at this point, I do think that the Hasidic movement and the Shabbatian movement that there's some overlap. Both of them are very influenced by Kabbalah, Lorrainic Kabbalah. There's an antinomian streak in Hasidism. Obviously, you can find that in Shabbatianism as well. There's this stuff of Avodah B'Gashmiut, the sort of physical stuff that the Hasidic people do that also seems to be also overlapping with some Shabbatianism as well. Although typically the Hasidic movement is largely halakhically Jewish law-wise, very conservative, but there's still an antinomian streak, and there's even legal innovations in Hasidism that are not to be found in the Misnag movement. For instance, the wearing of tefillin during Chol Moed, that is deeply influenced by Kabbalah. It's not to be found in more Litvak-style Judaism. It's an element that comes especially in Hasidism. As you probably know, the world of Hasidism is very court-like. It's very royal. The Rebbe is treated almost as a kind of regal figure, as a kind of king, and there is a quasi-messianic attitude toward the Rebbe's in the Hasidic movement. We know that Shabbatian text played a huge role in early Hasidism, especially Hamdat Yamim, and in many ways, the Misnag movement, the Litvak movement, the movement that was very critical of Hasidism, saw in many ways Hasidism as a extension of the Shabbatian movement. And early on, when the Vilna Gaon really goes after the early Hasids, he really claims that under the hood of it all is Shabbatianism, that they actually are Shabbatians. Now, I think that in general, does the Vilna Gaon overplay his cards? Maybe he does overplay his cards, but is he completely off base? I don't think so. I think the Vilna Gaon is not crazy, and he's not a fool. I think he's not just being political for the sake of political. I don't think he's just writing these people off. I think there's actually a relatively strong argument to be made that there is a strong influence of the Shabbatian movement, the crypto-Shabbatian movement in Central Europe, especially in the Podolia region, on early Hasidism. But we'll get to Hasidism next week. Now, in Podolia, the region I just mentioned in Poland, this movement continues to change and it continues to mutate, and it will mutate into perhaps its most absolutely bizarre form under the leadership of Jacob Frank. Jacob Frank was born into a Shabbatian family. He left Podolia to move to the Ottoman Empire. He joined up with the Karakashi sect. In fact, Osman Baba was a witness at his wedding in 1752. 1752, folks. We're in 1752, FYI. Like, this is 25 years or so until, the American Revolution. So he moved back to Podolia, and he begins to practice a kind of pretty serious quasi-transgressive form of Judaism, and we have what is called the Lanskam affair, where it seems like in a synagogue he may have had a naked woman who was, he thought, the embodiment of the Torah. and they were doing some kind of sex stuff in the synagogue, dancing around this naked woman who was thought to be the embodiment of the Torah. And in 1751, him and his followers were excommunicated by the local rabbis. Now, there is an idea that gets attached to Frankism and Shabbatianism, which is called mitzvah haba'ah ba'avera. This is sometimes translated as redemption through sin, but this is a complete misreading of what's going on in Shabbatianism. In fact, almost everybody who totes this idea, I think, is just misguided. This idea of redemption through sin, that you have to commit sins to become redeemed, this idea of mitzvah haba'ah ba'avera, this idea never occurs in, to my knowledge, any Shabbatian writing. It gets hoisted onto the Shabbatians over and over and over again that what they're doing is engaging in antinomian behavior, they're engaging in violations of the Jewish law in order to hasten redemption, in order to plunge themselves into the klipot and redeem the klipot, in order to somehow redeem sin through, or redeem themselves through sin. There's just virtually no evidence that this is what they were practicing. Shabbatai Tzvi never makes that argument, neither does Nathan of Gaza. This term mitzvah haba'ah ba'avera, which is an idea actually found in the Talmud, has to do with can you do mitzvah with a forbidden object? So the classic example is, can you wave a stolen lulav and esrog? And the rabbi said no, right? You can't commit a mitzvah by breaking another mitzvah. And so even the idea of this is just ridiculous, and unfortunately it's gotten promulgated by a bunch of anti-Semites and stuff who have these vast conspiracy theories that somehow all of modern Jews or all kinds of people, George Soros or whatever, that these people are somehow part of this Frankist lineage of the Rothschilds and all this stuff, and that they're really secret Frankists and they're engaged in horrifying sins, and the more sin they do, they can redeem themselves. And so this entire anti-Semitic conspiracy theory is rooted in the idea of the Frankists and the Shabbatians practicing this idea of mitzvah haba'ah ba'avera. But the truth of the matter is, they never did this, and that was not what they were up to. And I would just say that anyone who wants to believe in this, just show me in the Shabbatian literature where this idea is put forward. I don't know that it ever is. I can't find it. That's a single thing. What Frank does argue is that what's happening is that he is inaugurating a new Torah. That the new Torah that he is inaugurating is a replacement, right? So you have the Torah B'Riyah, right? And he's inventing a new Torah. He's conjuring into being a new Torah, the Torah Atzilut, the Torah of this world. And that new Torah is going to inaugurate a new religion that he calls Da'at, with their knowledge. The Das is how you would say it in Ashkenazi Hebrew, but this idea, he's bringing a new form of the Torah into the world, and that new form of the Torah is going to be this thing that he calls a new religion called Da'at, or Das. Now, we'll go through this relatively quickly. What ends up happening is that Frank and his followers are arrested, and they flee to Istanbul. They convert to Islam, like many Frankists or many Shabbatians at the time. And what they end up doing is sort of making a deal with the devil. And by the devil, I mean here Catholic bishops. And what they end up doing is they argue that they represent a camp of Jews who are influenced by the Zohar, who reject the Talmud. And that the other camp, the anti-Shabbatians, the anti-Frankists, accept the Talmud, but reject the Zohar. Now, of course, Jews accepted both, and the Shabbatians are trying to parlay with the Catholic Church, basically, so that the local Jewish population can't basically condemn them. The Shabbatians argue with the rabbis with a 19-40 debate, and the bishop is the person who's going to side with whoever. And the bishop obviously sides with the Shabbatians and against the Talmudists, and the Talmud is condemned, and there are dozens of copies of the Talmud burned in Poland. Now, what ends up happening, again, history is always funny, the bishop that sided with the Shabbatians in Poland in 1757, he dies. And a new bishop emerges who is no longer a friend of the Shabbatians. At this point, Frank declares that he's actually the reincarnation of Osman Baba and Shabbatai Tzvi, and he begins to reveal his new religion. And what ends up happening after that is that oh man, this gets so complicated. There's a local bishop who wants to basically prove the blood libel is true, and in order to prove the blood libel, the idea that Jews sacrifice and kill the host, this sort of classic anti-Semitic nonsense, he holds another dispute in Lvov in 1759 of the blood libel, but the anti-Talmudists are declared to be not really Jews, and they are to be converted. And Nathan and Frank on September 17th, 1759, basically sides with this bishop, and this bishop stands to gain an enormous amount of land and all kinds of stuff, and also the Jews, including Frank, also stand to gain an enormous amount of privilege by converting to Catholicism. 3,000 Jews are converted to Catholicism on the 17th of September 1759. It's a disaster. It's a disaster. I don't think Frank himself even thought this was going to happen. Now, Frank, being, I think, completely full of himself and I think, just delusional with power, holds that this is part of the plan. Just like Shabbatai had to convert to Islam, well, Frank, being the reincarnation of Shabbatai Tzvi and Osman Baba, he's going to himself plunge himself into the world of Catholicism. And after he converts, he lives a life of a Polish noble. He lives a life of a Polish noble. He's wearing fine clothes, doing all this stuff, but at the same time, he is also engaged in very, very heterodox behavior. And in a way that the Turkish court would accept Shabbatai as engaging in very strange behavior, the local Catholics aren't having it. They are not having it. Eventually, they arrest Frank, and he is basically sent to prison in a monastery for 14 years. So he's arrested and sent to a monastery for 14 years because they do not want to deal with him. The Catholics are not playing around, perhaps in the way that the Turks were. In 1772, Russian forces invade Poland, and they release him. They actually release him from this monastery where he's being kept. And he kind of cozies up to members of the Holy Roman Empire. He gets comfortable with Joseph II. He meets Paul I, the future Tsar of Russia. And it's in that time period that he writes his principal Frankist Shabbatian work, a text called The Collection of the Words of the Lord, which is published in English now. What ends up happening is that he gets into kerfuffle with Joseph II, the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. He's expelled from the court, and he ends up settling, and eventually he dies of a stroke in 1791. 1791, right? We're like in the middle of the French Revolution at this point, right? 1789, we're just not far off from the terror. At that point, at about 1791, his daughter, Ava, takes control of the movement. Again, it's women who rescue this movement. There are about 25,000 Frankists. That is to say, Catholics living as crypto-Jews in Poland in the late 18th century. And what ends up happening is Ava Frank leads the movement into the future, basically building a giant court around her. She actually claims that she is the daughter of all these Russian royalty or whatever. And there is a huge Shabbatian center at both Warsaw and Prague, both under her control. And she lives like a princess, folks. I mean, people, like, the amount of money that she spent to maintain her lifestyle basically bankrupted the movement. And when she died in September of 1816, the movement was so heavily indebted that it began to collapse under its own weight. I mean, she lived like a monarch in the areas that she lived in. By the 1880s, we know that the movement's sort of limping on, although many people at that point had begun to realize that just being Catholic is a better idea than trying to maintain this bizarre double life. And so many people through the 1860s and 70s began to convert and began just to be Catholic. They just continued to be Catholic. And by the 1880s, we have very little evidence that people are practicing crypto-Judaism anymore. They're no longer Shabbatians, but they're still very emotionally connected to Ava Frank. In fact, Ava Frank became sort of a cult of personality all of her own, and it became less about Shabbatai Tzvi and less about Nathan, less about Frank and more about her and her cult of personality. And what we end up having is people basically by the 1880s have largely converted to basically just literal Catholicism, although some people deconvert. Some people deconvert and go back to Judaism. So there's a bit of a split there, and to evidence that split, You may know this family. It's a very Catholic family. They becomes a pretty Catholic, pretty famous Catholic person. I'm sure I'm going to pronounce their name wrong, but you probably recognize the Wojtyla family, right? You probably know who that is. That's the family of John Paul II. That's the family of John Paul II. There is good evidence, good reason to believe that the former Pope, John Paul II, is a descendant of one of the converted Frankish families, right? Now, that's the side that became Catholic. Obviously, John Paul II is pretty Catholic, and he comes probably from one of these Frankish families. On the other side, another group of families that deconvert, they go back to Judaism, and a kind of liberal Judaism, a kind of Turkish-style Judaism, like the Young Turks, a very liberal, progressive form of Judaism is the Brandeis. And of course, the Brandeis, as you may know, Louis Brandeis became the first Jewish Supreme Court justice. And when Louis Brandeis died, when they were going through his effects, one of the things they found in his family inheritance was an image, a picture of Eva Frank. He came from a Frankish family, and he kept this heirloom. Now, does that mean that Louis Brandeis was a Frankist and a crypto-Shabbatian, blah, 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 blah? No. He probably was a liberal Jew, just like many liberal Jews that you recognize from lots of places anywhere in the United States at the time. But he maintained an image, he kept a picture of Eva Frank, and he comes from a Frankist family. Do I think he was a practicing Shabbat in any form or fashion? Absolutely not. It's ridiculous any more than I think that John Paul II was practicing Frankist. Although, what I want to point out here as I wrap up for the night, Frankism, Shabbatianism had a huge impact on the development of Judaism. Huge impact. The idea that you can't study Kabbalah until you're 40 and married and all that, that's in response to the Frankist, to the Shabbatian movement. The internal reality of Judaism in Central Europe, the rise of Hasidism, is probably at some level a Frankist movement, part of, or at least a Shabbatian, an expression of a kind of Shabbatianism. The intense hatred of the Hasidic movement by the Misnagdim is probably part of their anti-Shabbatian movement. And again, we have prominent families who emerged in the aftermath of the disaster of Shabbatianism and Frankism, both in the rise of the world of Turkey, the rise of the Young Turks, the rise of the Turkish national movement, and then we have families who are very prominent Polish families, like the family of John Paul II and the family of Louis Brandeis, who ultimately emerged from the Frankist movement, from the Shabbatian movement, and are part of world history in a big way. There are even neo-Shabbatians. There are neo-Shabbatians. In fact, my channel, the Esoterica channel, I have a couple of folks who are neo-Shabbatians. I expressed the idea that Shabbatianism was a disaster for Judaism. I'm not going to apologize for that. I think it was a catastrophe. But I think if someone finds Shabbatites to be an interesting spiritual figure, all the better for them. But what I always want to hammer home tonight, as I wrap up this lecture tonight, is that we cannot imagine Judaism coming into modernity without Shabbatai Tzvi. Shabbatai Tzvi is the bridge, in many ways, of Judaism from the world of the medieval world, the medieval Kabbalah, and he is the bridge to modernity. Hasidism, the Haskalah, Zionism, all of that, at some level, have to be seen as in the shadow of Shabbatai Tzvi, as in the shadow of the Shabbatian movement. All of the Messianic stuff in the Chabad Lubavitch movement, Reform Judaism, all of it, at some level, it is in the shadow of Shabbatai Tzvi. And there's no way that we can deny it, I don't think. And so, in many ways, if you want to understand modern Judaism, you have to understand it at some level as a response to the Shabbatian movement. And in that way, in a big way, Shabbatai Tzvi is still around. Because in many ways, we are living in the shadow cast by this peculiar Messiah who apostatized to Islam and continued to be Jewish or something. So, to drive this point home and to put a fine point on it tonight as we wrap up, modernity, Jewish modernity, is in many ways in the shadow of Shabbatai Tzvi. And the more we learn about him, the more we understand him, the more we understand his movement, the movement that came after him, whether it is the fractures that in his death or the Frankist movement or what have you, the better we understand Jewish origins in modernity, whether it be the Haskalah, Hasidic movement, Misnagdim, whatever. They're all in the shadow of this guy. And I think it's quintessentially important to understand him, Nathan of Gaza, the theology, the Kabbalah really is in many ways downstream of him. And so, Shabbatai Tzvi, a Messiah who, in many ways, in a lot of ways, I think of Judaism in some ways, of pre-modern Judaism being bookmarked between two Messiahs. And that's Jesus of Nazareth and Shabbatai Tzvi. You can bookmark Judaism in some ways, medieval, ancient Judaism between those two bookmarks. And that modernity is in the aftermath of Shabbatai. So, whether you like him or not, whether you're embarrassed of him or not, whether you think he's crazy or not, whatever, you certainly can't deny, I don't think you can deny, that we have not, as a Jewish population, come into a real grasp of the impact that he made. And I think that we're worse off for that. I think the better we understand Shabbatai Tzvi and his messianic movement and its vicissitudes, the better we will understand Judaism, the better we will understand Jewish modernity, and the better we will understand Zionism and all of that. And if we don't do that, we do that at our peril. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work of providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, magic, and philosophy, consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Hello. It's good to be here. Here we are again.
Episode 3 of the Hinchcliffe Notes.
Heck yeah, a huge success. How's the crowd out there tonight? They're here. They're live in the flesh. It's actual people.
You did a weird thing today. You texted me something that I couldn't tell if you were just super stoned or
I was.
fucking with me.
I was super stoned.
He's what did you say? You said, "Hey, I got a good idea. If you think it's a good idea, why don't we change the name to the podcast?"
Well, we never officially named it. I wanted to name it Hinchcliffe's Notes, and then you started saying, "Well, it's a pilot, so you can change the name." And then I started thinking, well, I mean, now that that's in the air, maybe it's changeable.
Well, it's already episode 3 now.
Okay.
But your idea was like completely weird.
Well, it seemed weird. I was going to explain it more to you, but then we were just texting, and I'm like, I'm not going to call it just to explain the thing.
Right.
But if we talk about it, somebody else is going to do it.
Right.
Because it does have a thing. Because the kill in the thing would have meant that you were making me laugh.
see. All right, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I thought it was just random. He wanted to call it Kill Tony.
And like have a Kill Bill, have it be like Kill Bill themed, where I'd be like in a yellow suit with a sword and shit for its cover.
Yeah,
And in that Kill Bill font, because comedians are doing time. If you make me laugh, that's pretty awesome.
That's actually a really good idea now that you explained it. It makes so much more sense.
I know. I thought before you would just think that I was trying to be cool, like, hey, kill Tony, and then it'd be like Kill Bill themed, just like something that would be, but if you kill, but I meant it means kill on stage, not like kill.
Right. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking that though.
Like,
Maybe if other people wouldn't get that either, unless you're like a hardcore comic or something like that. You know, if you just saw that podcast about Kill Tony, what's that?
But it does seem sort of edgy. You know?
It does.
Kill Tony.
It's
like,
easier to say.
Yeah, it's definitely easier to say. It's definitely easier to spell. I mean, that's a huge deal with Hinchcliffe's notes. There's an apostrophe in it. It's not really hashtagable.
I say Kill Tony's up there, man.
Really? What do you guys think? Hinchcliffe's notes or Kill Tony? Oh, really?
Well, that seems like it's it. Kill Tony.
This is the third episode of this podcast, but we'll say that this is the first one in which the new. Well, you know what? I like what you're thinking. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our head of security here, as always, the Iron Patriot. Hell yeah. He always keeps me safe, makes sure that nobody fucks with me physically, and he's perhaps one of the least mobile superheroes in recorded history. His Brody... No, I know. That's what I'm saying. Is that unlike Bruce Wayne or Tony Stark, your suit is a little bit more armored.
Yeah. This is no CGI. You want to go see a panther, go to the movie. This is the real thing.
Wow! Look at that.
It's feisty under there. Well, he's been doing the podcast. He's been taking a tour of all the podcasts.
Well, yeah, we found out. He came up to us just a moment ago. He always shows up perfectly just a few minutes before the show. And he says, after I was on your episode last week as your head of security for the first time, because that was his first show was last week, he said, all of a sudden my podcast confidence got up. I did the Adam Carolla podcast on Wednesday. There you go. A 48-hour turnaround. If you're on my podcast, you get another podcast. So, that's exciting. And then what was the other podcast?
Friday, I went to the Hollywood Improv for Kevin Smith's show.
Oh, Jesus.
I thought he likes comic books. I asked him if he likes the Iron Patriot from the comics or the Iron Patriot from the Iron Man.
And then it was his answer, security!
My costume was cool. We did a picture. He's a real nice guy.
Hell yeah, man.
I got pictures on my Twitter.
And then you mentioned getting here was a little bit tough tonight, huh?
Yes, the bus went right by me. I was the only one at the bus stop. I put out my stop sign, and this went right by me. I think the lady thought she had a crazy look on her face, like I was crazy.
You didn't have like a flag or something.
Well, that's the universal sign for stop the bus. What
Like this?
Yeah, I should have done that. So I'm like,
Yeah, she thought you were just posing. Yeah.
That was a mistake.
So the bus passed you up. Luckily, the second bus picked you up, right?
Because there was other people standing there with me.
Right. Oh.
No, I gotta do it red thing. I gotta do this.
Yeah, do the wave thing.
It's actually blocked. I have to get out and run that bus.
Right.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Right. Let's put that armor to the test.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah! Like Brody Stevens said last week on the podcast, he was on it, and he said that he saw the Iron Patriot walking here. I said, "What did that look like?" He said, "A lot of 90-degree angles." It's tough for an Iron
This
Patriot.
building was wheelchair accessible.
Right.
It runs stairs.
Right.
So do most of my girlfriends.
There you go. Brian loves the handicapped girls.
That's not good.
I
quit smoking today, and I'm trying not to drink.
What?
I'm trying not to drink. It's my day 2 or 3 of not drinking, so I'm very irritable.
You haven't had a cigarette all day?
And no dick pills for the last 5 days.
Oh my god.
You know what it is? I just don't want to fuck like crazy if I don't take those boner pills. I just want to sleep.
Well, maybe you need some sleep.
Right, maybe I do.
I also realized that since I stopped, I really something I don't do. I never drink water. I mean, like, you're supposed to drink, 6 cups of water a day? I only drink Starbucks, and I think of it, well, it's an iced coffee. There's water in it. That counts, right? It does count, right? A little?
It does, yeah, it does a little bit, but yeah, I'm the same way. I barely drink any water. I try to drink half a glass in the morning and like some at night, but I'm the worst.
So I started drinking water. I bought this case of water. I'm like, all right, I might force myself to drink water. I drink like 14 bottles of water in like 4 hours.
Wow. Heck yeah, so your body's just catching up on all this stuff that it hasn't had the last few months. Water and sleep and not having a boner for a couple hours at a time.
Well, how I noticed that I was very dehydrated is my gums are inflated right now. Like, they're supposed to be like filled with water and tissue and stuff, and they're just like empty. And I noticed,
Wow. Iron Patriot, do you ever drink?
Not when I'm working.
There you go.
If you can give me a little bit of the bud to go home, I'd be nice.
Pretty sure the Iron Patriot just asked me for pot.
it's a good one.
Fuck yeah, I have some, alright.
I'm doing my 11 in this room right now.
I need a cigarette so bad. Alright, let's get the show going.
I'm a little disappointed that you decided to quit smoking on the day of my podcast. Like, it's strategic. Like, I could be irritable for this one. I mean, you work so hard every day of the week. Why does mine have to be the one where your foot's about to shake off of the rest of your leg? I love it. I'm excited. You guys ready to meet our guests tonight? We're in together. Two of the funnier friends that I have in the world. I'll just bring them up one at a time. First, one of my really good friends, very funny man, is a regular here at the Comedy Store, one of the fastest rising talents. You may have heard him on the WTF podcast with Mark Maron. He has his own podcast called Let There Be Talk. Put your hands together for my pal, Dean Del Rey, everybody. He's here. One of the nicest guys in the business. Always has nothing but nice things to say about everybody. That's why I think he'll be a fun, hopefully good cop to my bad cop at times when I have to be. And then I'm so lucky to have my second guest here tonight. She is my one and only writing partner. One of the funniest human beings I know, somebody who I trust when I'm running stuff, the only writing partner that I have. She writes with me on Comedy Central's The Burn. She was just on Chelsea lately. Greg Ferguson got called over to the couch. It's Sarah Tiana, everybody. Another quick, fast-rising LA comedy talent.
Thank you, Tony.
Two of my favorite people. Thanks for of course, as always, I went down to the front patio when 40 comedians were signing up earlier for the open mic in a different room at a different time in which they get 3 minutes if they're picked. People sign up for mine. We're going to do it a little bit differently this week. Normally, the first 15 that sign up just get up right away, and that's it. What we're doing tonight is a random pick out of a butthead lottery.
Random.
Yeah, so this segment, instead of tag it or fag it, it's going to be bucket or fuck it. Yeah. And that sounds sweet. Hell yeah.
So it's normally tag it or faggot?
Right.
Okay.
Well, sometimes. With faggot with a PH, by the way.
Yeah. And then we just have to bag it. Today I was kicked out of a webcam for using the word retard because I didn't know the girl that was figuring herself had a retarded brother.
Was it retard with a PH, though?
Yes.
So you ate no cigarettes, no boner pills, no drink, but you're calling the girl on your webcam a retard?
No, I said, I would like to take you to Olive Garden and have sex with you in the bathroom. She's like, that would be fun, but how would we do it? And I was like, I could act like your retarded brother. I could go to the bathroom with you. And then she got pissed off and said her brother was retarded.
Well, then that's accurate. Then it's a true story.
Yeah. If she's doing a webcam, twin brothers. She's doing a webcam, live webcam, she'd probably be the kind of girl that would want to get fucked by your retarded brother in an Olive Garden. So hilarious. She's offended by that.
I would rather get
fucked at the Olive Garden.
I would rather get fucked by her retarded brother than Red Man.
Getting fucked with the smell of garlic in the air in a public restroom sounds great, but you better not call my retarded brother a retarded brother. Sir, how dare you?
No offense, Red Man.
Special needs does sound funnier anyway.
How often does that pickup line work in those chat rooms?
I have a thing now. I have this stupid addiction. I'll probably never do anything with it, where I screen capture myself inside of like Weber, like sex cam rooms, right?
Yeah.
And then while everyone else is like, "Oh, you're so hot," I'll just be like inserting images of Olive Garden food and just being like, "I would love to take you to the Olive Garden," stuff like that. And I record the reactions of what they say, and sometimes they're like laughing their ass off while they're trying to fuck themselves.
Yeah.
Other times they just ban me or shit like that. But I want to take all those videos and put it into like an hour movie.
That's good.
An hour movie.
I used to just try to say the rudest shit to get them off, like off the line. So I'd be like, "Oh, I want to eat your shit." And they'd be like, "Out." That got them every time.
Right.
But you would heckle their chat room?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'd just get on there, right, and just say stuff like, "I want your turd to be like the Statue of Liberty. I want to grab it and hold it up like a fire."
And what did they say on?
They never did. Not on turd stuff.
Are you sure
They're
it's
out.
what you're saying?
Yeah. They're out on turd stuff.
You know what I do? I just I don't log on to those things.
Just have sex.
That's my.
Well, you got to get with it.
What do you use anything when you masturbate, Sarah? I know that you're you're from the South. You're a very, very good girl. You like to have your fun. I mean, you're a real woman. There's a lot of chemicals and stuff going on in there. You're very powerful. It takes a lot to run an entire enterprise. Like Sarah runs herself as like a business. The schedule's packed. Always, she's
Kind of built an empire here.
These two are two of the hardest working people, and I know a lot of people in this city, and that term gets thrown around a lot, hardest working people in Hollywood. This is truly, and I didn't really even think about it until right now, you guys are two of the hardest hustlers.
Hey, can I say something about me before you
Oh,
start?
damn. Thanks, Iron
Thanks
Patriot.
for stopping his compliments towards me.
He's
Really.
definitely got something about the shit.
You have the timing of a Green Goblin here.
On the Mark Maron podcast today.
Wow, you did?
One is the DJ for the Rolling Stones.
That's right.
He said one time Mick Jagger was impressed he had a rare bootleg of Bob Marley from his last show, and Mick Jagger gave him a thumbs up.
Yeah, that's true. But
It's a
Thumbs up from
recap
Mick
from a
Jagger.
different podcast.
thanks for pumping that one. Right on.
Thumbs up from Mick Jagger, huh? What, are you gonna get an applause break from Kiss sometimes?
Yeah, fuck, I'm just blowing
A
up.
golf clap.
So fun.
That's cool. Thanks for listening. That
Interesting life that he's done.
thank you so much.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, man.
I've heard a lot of great about that interview.
That's good. It's fun. And it was a time in my life, no joke. I could do Mark Maron's podcast. It's like
In the garage, right?
Yeah, man. It's
Did you
pretty.
get nervous beforehand? Like,
I never told this story, and I'll tell this story on here because
great.
it's pretty fucking funny.
I've always wondered what it would be like because I've thought about, I sort of have an idea of the layout. I know Mark. I mean,
Yeah. Well, a couple days before, I'd done a show in San Diego, and I was riding home in the middle of the night, and I hit a pothole on my bike and smashed my balls completely. Like, oh! And over a couple days, it got worse and worse. So I went to the
Is it
hospital.
like cooked garlic, like when you push it on like a cracker?
This just felt like fucking fire. Like my balls were on fire the whole time. I didn't know what's wrong. I thought I had ball cancer or something. So I go to the doctor, and they go, "Well, we're gonna check
is
you."
this during the podcast?
This
with
is
Mark
2
Maron?
days before the podcast. They give me these pills, so I'm on these pills doing the podcast. And so when I left, I didn't even remember the podcast at all until I listened to it. And I was like, "Wow, we made it!" I was pretty loaded.
You did.
How are your balls now? What did they diagnose that as?
They're good, thank God. They just said you have smashed balls.
Wow.
But I thought I had testicular cancer, and this is for you guys out here. If your balls ever hurt, if they hurt, testicular cancer doesn't hurt.
Right.
So you don't have that.
Yeah.
And there's a weird thing that was going on. It was a hot Asian girl that was sonaring my balls. So as she was sonaring my balls, she said, "What do you do?" And I said, "I'm a comedian." She's like, "Oh, do you know Chris D'Elia?" Oh, why my balls are in her hand. So it was like a strange threesome going on. She was like, "Can you introduce me to him?" I'm like, "My balls are in your hand." So that was weird.
If I don't die of
That's
ball
true,
cancer,
though.
I
Like,
can introduce
what
you.
kind of etiquette do they got?
Horrible etiquette.
It's just just what a tease that they would use an Asian girl as the ball rubber.
I know.
That's just Kaiser. The least happy ending possible.
I need to crush my balls ASAP Rocky.
Yeah. Well, I felt like I was at one of Red Band's rub map places.
Yeah, funny you bring that up. My favorite place closed down last week.
Oh, it did? Which
Oh
one?
no, now you have to quit that too.
Place in Lancashire.
Oh my god.
Was it an Olive Garden restaurant?
You're gonna feel so much better, Redman, now that you quit drinking and when you quit smoking. Like you'll probably have way better sex.
Did
You
they?
think so?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah.
impossible.
It really is. No.
I need to buy a tarp for my bed then.
You probably should buy a bed that's not on the floor.
I have a $4,000 bed. I'll put my bed up against your bed. I spend more money on my bed than anything else.
That makes sense.
You sleep 12 hours a day.
No, you sleep 12 hours.
Right. That's
Most
half
of
your
us
life.
sleep 6 to 8.
Oh, I
That's so funny. Me too.
Oh
It's
my
easier
God.
not to smoke when you're sleeping.
Spend so much money on your bed, but you
You're in your bed. I have this thing where like I go to girls' houses and they have like a fucking $200 bed. You know, it's like a queen or something like that. And you wake up the next day and you want to shoot people because you're in so much pain. And I was like, why do you have such a shitty bed? She goes, what? It's nice for me. It's like, look, you're in bed almost half your life. Why wouldn't you spend as much money as a car, which you're only in for what, 30 minutes a day?
Wow. So when you have sex with girls, you have sex with them in their bed.
Yeah.
That's shocking. I would never imagine that.
Why? What? Round?
I don't know.
Alley?
Olive Garden is like what you led with. So I don't imagine you in bed with a lady.
Yeah.
What a hater, right? Jesus Christ.
You're so moody right now.
What's going on with you? You were on a date a couple weeks ago. You still with that dude?
On a date,
Remember, you said it was going good. I don't know. You guys went somewhere.
Oh, she must have her guitar.
What's that?
How'd the date go?
I went on.
Which one?
Yeah, I've been on a few lately.
The white one.
Yeah, they're all white.
Oh, yeah. She's from the South.
Would you ever go on a date with the Iron Patriot?
It just told me to stop. Thank you. I like unlimited breadsticks.
Just like knock it off.
Do I like bananas?
What does that mean?
Oh my god. Alright. What do you guys say we start the what's it called? Bucket or fuck it?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, everyone. This is exciting. So, we're picking out of a bucket. Comedians get to do 1 minute of whatever they want, and then we give notes or say whatever we want, how we feel about it in any way, shape, or form.
I know.
You get some live feedback. Okay. Starting it off. Put your hands together for Scout Durwood, everybody.
Out.
Kicking it off. Scout Durwood. It's a chick. Whoa, it's a lady.
Oh, she's putting her hair up.
Wow.
She's getting serious. Cool. Well, I don't brag, but I'll take just a second to do that. I happen to be a lady who dates ladies, big homosexual, and usually gets an applause break, which I think we earn it because we have to march for marriage equality just like so early in the morning. Like every march, it's like 8 a.m. And I don't know how much you guys know about the gays. So we're called the gays, but if it's too early for brunch, we're pretty much not signed up for it. And for the men and for the ladies, like 8 a.m. We definitely have softball practice then. Yeah, and he was like, oh, it must be hard to be gay. And it's like, no, you just go to college. Pretty much come out gay. My own set of struggles. I was driving with my mom. We were lost. And she was like, go straight. And I was like, stop telling me how to live my life. Woman. And then I did get beat up in a hate crime, though. Which is, who would do that? I'm so pretty.
All right, that's the full minute.
Wow.
Scout Durwood.
Is that the sound that makes it stop?
That's when you know it's been a minute, when you hear the kitty meow.
Oh, it's a cat meowing?
I think so.
I thought it was like,
Oh yeah. Something
What
like
does it
that.
sound like to you?
I don't know, I thought it was like a rooster clucking or something. Or a chicken clucking.
A chicken fucking.
Oh, I think you could do whatever you
No,
want.
you stay here.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm not sure.
Fuck yeah. First of all,
Scout.
What do you guys think about the lesbian? Are you really a lesbian?
See, I wouldn't give it a applause break because you're very beautiful. I would actually do this.
My girlfriend's real pretty too.
That's
My girlfriend's really
That's
pretty.
usually the opposite. I mean, you're kind of hot. Usually you would go like for a trucker or something, right?
She's the number one female quarterback in the world.
Oh,
Wow.
that's huge in the
Can
lesbian.
you Google her right man?
That's like
That's
Do
fucking
you play the
Top
center
shelf.
ever?
yeah.
No.
Oh.
Not in Hurley. I thought it was pretty good. And there was some, I laughed out loud once. I think you could do some more specific stuff for
Yeah,
sure. Like
definitely.
when you say
Like
college,
talking about the top female quarterback that
Yeah.
you dated.
That'd be great.
but also when you say go to college, like you should name the specific college that you went to. You just need to paint a picture a little bit more.
Yeah, maybe make it more story-like, like actually real life. Like instead of like a college, like you're saying, kind of like explain like I went to college. You know, it was a really nice. Kind of paint a picture for everyone.
Yeah.
Did you find out did you come out of the closet when you were in college or before?
When I was 19,
So you were in college.
I was in college, but I didn't. I slept with a man once in Belize when I was 24.
Whoa.
Wow. So you
So
Just to
after-
make sure.
Yeah.
you've never slept with an American?
Now I have, but that's
Well,
that happened
an American
way
man, I
later.
mean.
Yeah, that happened way later.
You've done a few
Because-
things.
When I moved from New York to LA, I did sleep with some guy. I went through a breakup, and I say that it's because the men in Los Angeles look so much like the lesbians in New York. That's great.
That's a good joke.
Yeah, that's a good joke. That's in there. What was the first joke you said? The one about I'll tell you one. The March joke, the marriage. Oh yeah, the March. That's new. See, I just don't understand. I never feel like gay people sleep late.
Yeah, me neither. They seem more efficient than
Yeah.
straight people.
Well, they're popped up, ready to fuck.
But it is a fun misdirect to set up for the softball thing.
But also, when you say March, I think of the month as well. Oh, right. Like rally, maybe. Yeah.
Parade.
Protest. Parade, protest. I think it's different than a parade.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
that's
there's
great.
a lot of those too. You could probably say better. Protest.
Well, maybe you should tell us the difference between a rally and a parade and March. That could be a funny joke.
Yeah, and definitely something about the top quarterback. I mean, that's
I
ridiculous.
play the ukulele, and she's actually, her day job is as a ukulele, like rock and roller. So we're like two lesbians with ukuleles.
That's awesome.
Wow.
You ever need a human-like vibrator in the bedroom?
Chicks love musicians. That's what
Redman's gonna try to convert you one more time.
yeah.
No, you can just use me as like a vibrator.
Chicks love musicians, right?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, that's adorable. Anyway,
I mean,
put your hands together for Scout Durwood, everybody.
There you go. Good.
That's a tag it.
Yeah. I feel like there's a joke with her name and being a lesbian too, like
Definitely.
Scouts.
My name is Scout, but yeah, I'm Scout for girls.
Scout for girls.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Or Boy Scout. Right?
Anti-boys Scout.
Exactly. No Boy Scout.
Dean, you ever hook up with a girl because they said that you look like a lesbian?
You
could be like a butchy one.
Yeah, it's funny because I was just in San Francisco and there's lesbians that look like me.
I'm such a butchy
It's
lesbian.
just like, good show. And I'm like, whoa. It's true. Steve.
You should go up to cute lesbian chicks and say, after your shows, you go, I'm such a butch lesbian that I have a penis.
Yeah, exactly. I'm the real deal.
That is, you are about as butch of a lesbian as it gets.
Well, I was trying to figure it out. If you're going for a full-blown butch, just go dude. Right? I mean, why go rubber
We're
and have to do
distracted
the
just now
rubber?
by Red Man smoking 3 e-cigarettes at one time. Wondering what kind of alien light show is going on to my left.
Because there's just one more thing on stage that he can't have. That's why.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Who's next?
Fuck yeah, let's keep it moving. Your next comedian talking about weight loss. Hormoz Rashidi, everybody. Hormoz Rashidi. It's an inside. That means it's time for Jerron Horton. Here he is. A regular. I've seen him here before. Jerron Horton is back for another minute on English. Hi, Jerron.
Hey, what's up? From Georgia. There we go. I miss the racism out of Georgia, you know? Out here it's too subtle. Like every time a white man says, thanks, brother, I assume he means, hey, you're black, but I'm okay with it. You know, I come from a long line of racists. My grandma, she's German, you know, immigrated here from Germany and everything. She's racist, but she's supportive, you know. Black people, everyone, shit, how's it going? Sorry, it's not. She's racist, but she's supportive. Maybe if black people, don't meow me, please. Maybe if black people pull their pants up, everyone always think they were stealing. And maybe if Mexicans just learn how to pronounce the letter J, maybe they can get a real job. And you know, Jews can be more trustworthy if they just, never mind. Yeah, that's it. Sorry, I fucked that up.
Is that, when you said never mind, is that part of the joke?
That was the joke, yeah.
Oh.
That was
Because you don't want to say anything bad about Jews.
No, the main punchline about
She's German.
Because she's German, she doesn't
Oh, that's right. I forgot about it.
yeah, she's German. I was just, it didn't flow because I fucked the joke up.
Fuck yeah.
But,
I mean, it feels like if she's gonna say, if she is gonna say, am I supposed to speak anything like
Yeah.
that? If she's gonna say, Mexicans can pronounce the word, to me, I think that Germans can't pronounce things. So if she's saying all of this with an accent,
yeah.
you know what I mean? And then the last thing she says is like, maybe if
Was that joke like when I tried it?
it's a Mexican.
Even though I've been around my grandma for my whole life, I can't do a German accent.
Oh, okay.
Can you try her for a second?
So I want say that again.
Das ist gut.
Das ist gut.
Well, you gotta say something else.
Well, what's that?
Mexicans pronounce the letter J. Is that right?
That was your regular voice. It was my German Mexican.
The Sam Tripoli approach to accents just louder.
Yeah, I can't do accents.
Kick-ass accents, yeah.
Unfortunately.
Okay.
Let's hear your white guy, because the black guys always have the white guy.
I mean, I can't really do it because I'm like so light skinned. It doesn't really work for me. But yeah.
What do you mean you can't do it because you're light skinned? What does
Like
that
it
mean?
doesn't. I can't sell it. Like they think
I think he already sells. Like,
when I do it, like I think that like yeah,
that's
exactly.
what he's saying. That's what I thought. I'm not saying that you sound like you. You don't sound like a white person or a black person. You sound like
That's sort of a funny joke. Like I even sound light skinned.
Yeah, that is good.
I sound lighter than black.
I sound like
I don't sound
I
white.
sound lighter than black.
Maybe I don't sound white, but
What
I definitely
sucks when
sound
you
like
call people? You know what I mean? You want to be gangster? You're like, hey man, I'm coming by.
Oh no,
Instead of like,
I don't
yo,
want.
motherfucker.
No, I don't want to be Mexican. No, Mexicans get killed.
Yeah, there you
I
go.
don't want to be.
What do you want
That's a
to do?
great
What do I
premise.
want to be?
Yeah.
I want to be a
Comedian.
comedian. I want to be successful. I ain't got to be the richest, but I just want to be.
Yeah.
There you go.
I think it's so important to talk about real things, and like if that's really how your grandmother is,
Yeah.
you need to dig deeper into that. You know, like I need to know more about her. I mean, I'm sure you probably have more about her. You just have the 1 minute, but like,
I do have more.
yeah, I mean, because that's a really interesting dynamic. Like, hey, like if growing up with a German grandmother, she's white.
Yes.
Okay.
How long you been doing comedy?
I've been doing comedy for 3 years.
3 years. Yeah. What's gonna be funnier is if you just ditch the standard Mexican, black,
Yeah.
and that's it. Just get rid of that and start telling us about you and your grandma, whatever. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter about the race or anything.
Yeah.
Find some funny stuff in there because you don't want to sound like the 30 dudes you're going on around
Yeah.
that are doing that same stuff.
But with the way I know because it didn't flow too well. But like the way that I was kind of wanting it to go was like, yeah, like show her the main punchline was about Jews. Like she can say that black people can be better if they do this, Mexican people can be better if they do that, but Jews can't be better.
There's no way they could be better. But that's just a fact.
Yeah, we're looking for the
I
joke.
think.
Work on it. Hopefully, we'll see it next week.
I do, but I think if you already have stuff about your grandmother, that can work and fit in there.
Okay.
But it could be a this and that. Like normal grandmothers say this, and my grandmother always said
And there's
this.
definitely a joke in sounding light speed.
Yeah,
that could be all yours.
I don't.
John Horton, everybody.
Thank you.
There
Great
you go.
job, Jerron. I'm a little biased towards him because he's from Georgia. He's one of my favorite people.
You're so biased.
I'm so biased.
You're like, you're more biased than, what's it,
Yeah.
Camille Bell. All right, coming up next. Oh, we know this guy. He hangs out at the Comedy Store a lot. Put your hands together for the lucky Eric Oligny. And here he is, everybody. This guy loves smoking pot behind the Comedy Store.
So, I always get in these relationships these days where people are asking for the dick pic. I try to send it. I get the tub, and I actually like lay it out, and I make it look nice. I look at the picture, though, and I realize I look like a corpse in a morgue. I then try to put it on Instagram. I try to put it in headbait, because we all know that shit makes everything look more alive. I found something out about this, though. On your Android, it'll make you feel better about yourself. When you send that picture through, it'll say, picture too large, press it.
There you go. He's only gracing us with about 35 seconds. You want to do another 20 seconds?
Yeah, I smoke a lot of weed, like you said, and I get really emotional when I'm watching television now. I cried to Kitchen Nightmares the other night. But the thing is, I cried to this one commercial, the Viagra commercial, the guy's driving in the desert, and I realized, oh my God, he has a broke down Parkinson dip.
His car breaks down in the desert? In the commercial?
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
It's pretty funny. That's
I like
right,
that.
yeah.
I really like that.
Viagra, yeah.
Maybe on the Instagram joke, say that whatever you said, the hot aid or whatever it's called.
Cafe?
Cafe.
Yeah.
Maybe say Cafe filter.
Filter.
I
Yeah, you
I
get the word
forget what you're
filter.
talking about. Yeah. I don't even know, and I use Instagram like so many times. I just go, boom.
I also don't believe that women request dick pics from you.
Yeah.
Definitely.
That's kind of like where the that starts.
You gotta say your friend is about to go. I mean,
You gotta say your friend, change it to my friend. Or
right, yeah, you have to make it one specific thing. Like, I'm in these relationships these days, and all these girls are asking me for dick pics. It just seems a little bit over the top.
What's the truth about the joke?
I mean, we're all seeing what you look like right now. Like, I don't know if you think it's an audio-only live show.
That's been my biggest problem with that joke, is finding how to introduce it.
Yeah, there you go. Definitely not like that.
Well, do you take?
Note on that.
But do you take dick
Make it
pics?
one instance.
No, I actually did. That's how I came up with the joke. Some girl didn't ask me for it.
Okay.
Because what also makes it crazy is you say it, all they want are all these dick pics, and I do the right thing. I lay in a bathtub. Like, that's a punchline. That's not a setup.
Yeah, I think the joke is like,
The dick.
I
You don't know.
I met a girl recently, and she asked me for a dick pic, and it's the first time that's ever happened to
Right.
me. So I didn't know what to do, so I tried all these different scenarios out,
I drew one.
and then I just took a picture of my friend Tony's dick and sent it to her. You know.
Yeah, you're out borrowing dicks.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just borrowing dicks.
Yeah.
This is all. You better listen to this podcast and take all these notes.
Listen.
This is a major antagonism going on. That's good right there.
I have 2 fake dick pics on my phone that I send out randomly to my friends.
Are they both black?
No. I tried to find one that looks very, almost 100% accurate. I even have one that looks like the same curtains that I have in my bathroom.
Yeah.
You can also just say, I took a picture of my friend's dick, and she was like, wow, you're really tan. Or something, like something.
Yeah.
I just worry that if I die and somebody finds my phone, they're going to think, like, whoa, Brian likes dicks.
I sell stuff on Craigslist, and I get like asshole scammers all the time. And I found the ugliest man in a riverbed naked from the 70s. I just googled dick pic, and this one came up. So whenever they send me spam, I send it back like, how about this? And it always ends the spam right away. But recently, a guy was like, it's on. And this guy's dick is bad. It's all furry. It looks like got some.
They sure this didn't happen in a chat room you were in?
No, this is Craigslist, which is like a chat room. Did you ever actually send a dick pic? Like, did any of this really? Did you actually lay in a bathtub and with your penis? Was there water in it? There's water. So there's water in the bathtub, and you're in the bathtub and you're holding the phone. Oh, you get your face in it too, like that? Is that what you just did?
Never put your face in it,
your
dude.
The one thing I'm not going
By the way, can you send us this picture right now?
No, I need to see
Let's review that set.
Let me explain why you never do that, man. Because as an example, when I'm looking at backpages.com for escorts, they always have all their faces blurred out or they're cut out. All you do is you take that picture, put it in a Google image search, and then you can find out what their Facebook page is and their real name. So yeah, there's a tip for you guys. So in the future, somebody's going to be able to just take your dick pic and be able to Google image search it and find out exactly who you are. Like your mom.
It's true. Do you not have a shower? Like, do you take baths a lot? Is that a thing that you do?
I lay down in the shower, yeah.
That's like you lay down in the shower? That's a vagina pic. Oh my god.
With the blood going into the
it relaxes. I did it when I was in the army. It's like kept it going.
Baths in the army?
No, I didn't do baths. I had a shower kitty.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was a
Wow. I mean, I only hear about that like in the Sandusky files, crying in the bottom of the shower.
Those people are laying on their backs.
So did you send the pic?
Aww.
Okay, with that, yeah.
And what did she say? Like, sweet dick, or what
But
happened?
also, like, when you put your face in it, it's like, it changes, it shows how big your head is compared to how big your
Other head is.
Oh, so you're saying it's a more
Did you
adequate.
take it from like the cock and like there's this giant cock and you're just in the background?
It's like you're peeking, you're spying on a cock.
Looking at it like, oh, hey, Mark, can I get this? That's crazy. Do you have the picture? Yeah, I would do that. I would take all that front end stuff that we did, make it a 1K scenario, and use that compression thing, I guess, at the end too. And there you go. There he goes.
Great job,
There
Aaron.
he goes.
How that guy does not get a role as an extra in Breaking Bad, I have no idea.
I mean, my God, I've never seen anybody that looks like they do meth more than him. Okay, let's keep it flying, shall we? Here we go. It's the one and only Jonathan Turnblood. Oh snap. Tumblr. Oh.
Alright, last summer I ran into a roommate crisis. I was about to get evicted, and I had to call upon a friend who is gay. And I tell my parents, I'm thinking about moving in with Tristan. Because gay people are always good at paying rent. So I assumed. He was like, I don't know if I trust that, son. And I'm like, why not, Dad? He's like, well, what if one day you come out the shower, you're dripping with water and shit, and he just comes up and takes it, son. I'm like, Dad, I'm pretty sure you shouldn't worry about me living with gay people. You should be more concerned about me living with a fucking rapist, man. And then he was like, no, son. Southern men, like the country-ass Southern men, always assume they know the answer to everything. And he was like, your Uncle Tony moved in with his friends, and he called me gay, son. That's how he called it. And I'm like, Dad, I'm pretty sure Uncle Tony was already gay, but asked me to call him Tina.
Fuck yeah, there he is. Jonathan Tomlin. Fuck yeah. All the gay people in everybody's jokes are always named Tony. You know, notice that? I can name 5 comedians that all have a gay Tony. It gets me to wonder, am I the gay Tony that they're talking
But
about?
also, like, the award that gay people are trying to win is a Tony.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Fuck yeah. Wow.
They like that word.
I'm smart joke. You know, I was thinking earlier when I was sucking this guy's dick, there's no way I could be gay, but anyway. I love the second half.
I did like the second half. The first half, it's like, you know, when you say, when you get out of the shower, he can just take it. What does your dad say?
Thumbs up.
If he comes up and takes it. The first thing I thought of was your rent and not your sexual facilities. You're like, well, or that could be a fun misdirect. You know what I mean? You're saying, like, if he comes up and takes it, like,
you mean my rent?
you mean my rent? Or to do something like that, so that it's like just some sort of misdirect, so that it's not.
And when you get to the rapist part, have more of a pause. Really, focus on that joke. You know what I mean? yeah.
Is there like a more specific term for rapist? You know, like an example?
Did you really have a gay roommate? Would you notice anything different with having a gay roommate than with having a straight roommate, like in the past?
Did he taste different?
Jesus.
No, nothing extreme. Like the house is working.
The house is clean. Also, Tina and Tony, that seems weird to me. It seems like it should be Tanya.
Sounds like a murder mystery restaurant.
Tony and Tina.
Tony, like,
He's Tina, that's his thing. Oh, because it's like a Tina Turner thing.
Well, Tony and Tina's wedding is a big thing too. That's like a famous something.
Yeah, but I think it's got probably more to do with Tina Turner,
Yeah, Tony
right?
and Tina's wedding is like a huge, I think, Broadway thing.
He does drag queen Tina Turner stuff. Yeah, but that's it. Like that's also the thing. Like if you're gonna say he's been asking you to call him Tina since he was a kid, you know, and then you need to paint that picture of Tina Turner so that we can even get a bigger picture. Like
He used to call me Ike.
Yeah, totally. So that we know what Tina you're talking. Because like I'm always telling people, like if you can't paint a picture, if you can paint a picture, the audience will go with you, and they're with you no matter what. And so the more specific you are, you never want to say car, you want to say Oldsmobile. You know, you never want to say tree, you want to say oak. You want to tell us the color of the cars. And then it also makes an audience feel smart, too. Like if they're like imagining it, and then they go on the road on that tour with you, and then all of a sudden they're a step ahead of you, but they're still going to laugh because they feel smart for knowing it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So...
Man, you just got tagged it. That's John Horton. Wait, no, not John Horton. I'm sorry. Jonathan. Oh, come on. That's not even racist. John Horton's so much whiter than me. It's a whole different race.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? We haven't been
How
talking
you say your last name?
Now the Iron Patriot.
Tomlin? Tomlin.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta love our head of security.
This seems like a more professional one episode. Like we really seem to be keeping people out instead of tearing them apart.
Yeah, we're pretty dialed in. All the talk with the talk about the Tony and the gay and the Johnny, that reminds me of this past weekend I was down at the La Jolla Comedy Store with Jeff Ross. We had a lot of fun. And
Jeff Ross from The Burn?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Is there another one? The Roastmaster General is another one.
Okay.
Biggest dick in the industry, I heard.
What's that?
He's the biggest dick in the industry, I heard.
Yeah,
I was just trying to add a compliment.
But I was talking to the house piano player at the La Jolla Comedy Store. He's been there for like 20 years. He's like a real Scooby-Doo, like
the oldies.
And he told me a street joke that I love so much that I want to share it with you guys. I just heard this for the first time on Saturday. He's like really like hibbity hoppity. What's up, man? Good to see you. Welcome back. Good to have you. So like he goes, all right. So this guy dies and goes to hell, and the devil's like, hey, why do you look so sad, man? It's gonna be great here. You're gonna have so much fun. I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, yeah, on Mondays it's all you can eat, anything you want, everything you can eat. You're gonna be fine. You're not gonna gain a pound. You wake up the next day, you're fine. Tuesday, it's all you can drink. Drink all you want. You're gonna get drunk. You're gonna have so much fun with no negative consequences. Wednesday, it's all you can gamble. You can gamble all your money away. You're gonna wake up the next day with all your money back. He goes, Thursday, all you can do drugs. Man, you can shoot heroin, you can smoke pot, you won't overdose, everything's gonna be fine. Friday, are you gay? The guy's like, no. He goes, oh, you're gonna hate Friday. I thought it was so funny. I mean, it was just me and him on a sidewalk. He tells me that joke. I ran down the block. I love it. Anyway.
If you have an experience making Tony laugh, it's the most fun thing in the world.
Oh, yeah, I really get it.
He really celebrates the
I was talking about my mom. I was talking with my mom earlier about it, actually. She saw a video that I posted on YouTube or whatever, and she goes, there's this one part, it killed me, you know, because it was just like me, where you laugh, you look at the camera, you laugh, and you slap your knee, and it's like, yeah, it really, I realized that I really got that from her. She's a really crazy, hard laugher, and she just cackles. She was at our Death Squad shows, and I mean, in a room of 500 people, you can hear her just dying, and everybody and everything. She just loves comedy.
What's dying in?
She clucks like a chicken.
There's nothing better than a good laugh, right?
Oh no, I love it. Yeah.
Like when Bill Burr comes in and you just fucking die. You just like, wow.
You mean when you follow him?
No, I'm just saying, you laugh so fucking hard. You know what I mean?
It really is. He's a freaking. And watching Bill Burr, it just makes me sort of think like, oh my god, what am I trying to do?
Yeah.
There's like very few comedians in which they're so good it actually sort of like reverse inspires me. I'm like, oh, I have 20 years of every thought being comedy before I can. Sometimes he just makes it look so easy. I once told him that. I go, man, you make it look like it's so easy. And he goes, there's nothing easy about it. I work extremely hard all the time. It's nothing natural. He just thinks about it. He wants to be the best. That's amazing. All right, here's another comedian for you, Matt Spinelli. Yeah. Holy shit, that's an Italian last name. Matt Spinelli? You motherfuckers. Sons of bitches. How dare you? How dare you?
Put those in like a ban list.
Oh, yeah,
you know what I mean? And we also should not, like, if you go last week, you probably can't go 3 weeks in a row or something.
Right. That's true. We need to get some organization.
Yeah,
Josh,
you're
are
on.
you listening to that?
Different notes every time, right?
Yeah,
Different
totally
people giving different notes.
I'm trying to get it for Andrew Evans. Son of a bitch. You can't even fucking. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Some real
Is this Andrew? Are you Andrew?
No, that's the cook.
Oh. I can't see it start.
Here we go. Talking about Eskimo pussy. It's Anthony Buglin.
Yeah.
Oh, you're Oh my god.
I walked down the street and I looked in Hollywood and I walked up on the first thing and I saw a fucking ice cream and I was like, hey man, give me some small pussy. And the dude is shit and it fucking like smacks all over my face like, somebody all I was like, hey, this shit like fucking my son saw. Fuck you. Give me some space for that. That's no pussy. Childhood favorite thing of mine to equate pussy with ice cream.
I can honestly say that's the worst shit I've heard.
To go with the elephant.
Yeah,
Actually, like, the outfit better than the joke. The outfit could be used in another way.
Anthony, it's not great when all the guests are arguing over what's worse, your joke or your clothes. Tell me, they went on 2 days. Oh, you're wearing it 2 days?
Basically,
What do you mean, basically?
I'm not taking a shower till Friday.
Are you really a comedian or are you just fucking around? Yeah, you're fucking around.
I don't think I take words.
Wait a second. I want to hear what the Iron Patriot has to say.
There wasn't any preparation on this act.
Mr. Patriot, I love it.
Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks.
Perhaps the worst of all time. Big move. That's number one. Yeah. Wow.
What is it, bucket, faggot?
Oh yeah, that's there's no PH in that one.
Yeah.
Exactly. At least he was here, I guess.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, take a shower.
Yeah, Yeah, seriously. What's the point?
Go to Popeye's Chicken, get those little candy wipes, get 20 of them.
Normally we wouldn't ask why he's not taking a show from Friday, but we had to get him out of here. When the Iron Patriots roasted you, that means it's done.
The Iron Patriot felt that he had disrespected the stage hard.
Yeah, right. It's true.
It was bad because you guys are giving a good criticism from professional comedians, and he comes up there with no preparation.
Well, I did call him up pussy outside for not signing up, so I guess I take some credit. Signing up after I called him pussy for not signing up. I will admit that. But you're not in the band pile. You're with the possible returning guests. Hopefully, maybe some better preparation, like the Iron Patriot said, and we'll get you back up there. So take a fucking shower. Yeah, definitely that. Because your jokes already stink. Put your hands together for Timmy Day, everybody. Oh, yeah. All right. Anybody got a favorite Disney character? One, Joe? Yeah, everybody? The guy from Trump? Awesome. Mine's the father dog from 101 Dalmatians. I feel like you have to be able to release a lot of kids in order to have 101 babies come out of your girlfriend at one time. This is what I like to call bullshit on this film, because I don't think that could ever happen. I think that half of those babies probably would have been stillborn. They probably would have been stored in the garbage, and when Cruella de Vil showed up and was like, I want to take all these puppies, and have been like, sure, go ahead. Take this bag full of dead puppies, and we ran them. Everyone would have been sad. I don't think the mom dog would want to keep them. I mean, should have been like, I don't want 101 people sucking on my babies for the next couple months. Like, that's gonna hurt really bad. What else? That's about it. Yeah. A lot of people would say that 101 Dalmatians joke. Some people would say too soon.
I just watched it with my Disney Panic and he's like a bunch of them.
Well, I think that's the funnier part.
Right.
Because I feel like the obvious joke is saying that, like, who would want 101? But if you take it the other way, like, my niece made me watch this movie, and I realized what a miracle it was. And then you're saying it with a sarcastic undertone. You know what I mean? So it's not so graphic and dark. If you take it the other way, then that's a harder joke to write. Right now, it seems too easy. It's, yeah.
And I would open it by owning the topic, not saying, does anybody out there have a favorite Disney character? Then what? Best case scenario, what do you say?
My niece says, like, I don't know if you guys have a favorite Disney character. My new favorite Disney character is the Dad Dog. You know, and then it's also, like, maybe you can get into stuff about, like, adoption and, like, how, like, there's such a huge problem, like, being a pet spayed or neutered, you know what I mean? But, like, there's a big problem, like, everybody wants to adopt a dog or rescue one, but nobody wants to rescue 100.
Yeah, there's definitely got to be something about, like, Bob Barker in there.
Yeah, and it's like, I think,
Bob Barker didn't have a gray hair on his head until he saw 101 Dalmatians. He's the neuter guy, everybody.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
I think also, like,
sons of bitches.
Like, the sarcastic part can be about how what a miracle it is, you know, and then, like, describing, like, you know, how a dog having 101 puppies is, like, ridiculous, but also, like, you know, the disastrous part is, like, how are we gonna, like, if you think about this realistically, like, Disney setting it, I think it should be more about Disney setting us up for ignorant expectations.
Yeah.
I think more people will be on your side if it's anti-Disney as opposed to just about, like, some disgusting dog that had 100 puppies.
I was really just going for, like, wow, that must have been like a lot of jizz.
Yeah, I think I would put two hours out for me. I don't know it's more on that than stillborn cat. Yeah, I think that's what the odds. I think if you look it up, it's like 2 out of every 6 puppies. Like, yeah, it's like 400 Dalmatians that are probably dead. Yeah.
Out of 100 people? But that's the thing, though, it's not a lot of jizz, because all we hear about is how there's, like, 1 million sperm in one little It's really the woman that's the miracle. But technically, you're I know whenever every guy has a joke about killing 1 million babies when I swallow or whatever, and girls have that joke too. So I'm saying if you're going to go the other way with it and say that that's a lot of jizz, then
You're saying like Octomom could have just been a normal sperm.
yeah.
I love the intrigue. With a tag.
Well, the Octomom is a normal sperm, but she had,
I think you're going big for one Dalmatian jokes. I think it's important to make sure that it's a big, long bit if you're going to commit to it. So I'd say stretch it out on all fronts. All that stuff, all those references.
Yeah, because that's not like a one-liner.
I think it's smart. I think it's interesting.
There might be something in the...
I don't think you should scrap it at all. I think you should embrace it.
Yeah.
Because I don't know any jokes about 101 Dalmatians, and I think Disney movies are a terrible expectation. Like they're also the reason.
Everybody knows the only type of animal that can have 101 babies is a Mexican. There we go. Wow.
Yeah.
What was your name again? Maddie Jumble, everybody.
Single down here, guys. I'm single. I had some weird things happen lately. Recently, I've been getting turned down more than I introduced myself. Weird. I was playing basketball with my roommate the other day, and he was like, "Yo, man, I met you on fucking bed." I'm like, "Mom, who's Betty?" He goes, "Who's better?" She said, "No." Like, what blows me out is, like, he must have showed my Facebook profile picture, which is my headshot. So she said, like, that would be best case scenario. But it kind of, like, bugs me out. He's like, "No, we're doing stay confident." I'm like, stay confident? I was like, it just turned out a photo of me that's digitally altered to make me look as best as I can. My fucking nice headshot's gonna be one for my own gun. Like, I'm not anymore. So it's an oh. No, that's true though. It's funny. Fuck. That's about it. I don't want to.
Very confident boys on stage.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
How long have you been doing it?
Like 2.5 years.
What do you think of the Iron Patriot?
Great guy right here.
Yeah.
Just
Where'd
working
you
hard.
move from?
Connecticut.
Did you do stand up there?
No, I just started out here.
Okay. It seems like you've been doing it for
How long again?
2.5 years.
Oh.
yeah. It's clear that you have some experience with it, but I think that go ahead. What are you gonna say?
The only part I use is the headshot
Yeah.
at the end. I think the rest is actually a pretty smart premise that
It's
I've
really smart,
heard.
but I don't think that you should even bring up headshot because immediately, if people aren't from
I
LA,
realize it's very industry.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
and I don't think you need it because I think whenever people take a Facebook photo, it's always best case scenario, no matter what.
Okay, cool.
You know, and so you can make it about a picture that you took of yourself. You know,
Right,
that
maybe in the bathtub with your penis in the background.
With my
or it's like a glamour shot, or it's something that someone took of you. It can be any other scenario that everybody in the flyover states would understand too.
Okay, yeah, I was like, not everybody understands. Like,
Yeah,
when I told my mom what headshot, she's like, headshot?
Yeah. I also think you have to just get to it faster. Like, because you talk about how you're getting, like, that first line that you say where you're getting turned down more than you're, what does it say?
More than I introduced myself.
Yeah. So get right into the-
What up, Miss Aquarius?
Okay.
Here's an example.
You like rock and roll?
Are you ready?
No, more of like a rap.
Yeah.
I do listen to rock. I don't.
Are you ready?
Hi.
Miss Aquarius, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, one moment. One moment.
Alright,
What do you think about Kanye's new album?
One moment.
I listened to the one that he did on SNL.
Can you hear me?
Actually, I thought that was pretty badass, but I heard like the first track on some. It got ripped, and I wasn't too proud of it.
There's a point in one of his songs. There's like, "Bitch, where's my croissant? Give me my croissant."
Yeah, like I think he's
running out of shit to say. He's talking about croissants.
He's never had anything to say.
Strategic.
Why does everybody think he's running
He
out?
went to Paris to write it, so I guess he was inspired by the croissant. You know?
Oh, well,
So
look
he
at
is
that.
taking his surroundings to play. Step up from bald porno star stripper girl. That's the last album.
Wish you would have stayed there.
Would you do you wear that vest a lot?
I'm sure not a lot. I don't want to overdo it, but big vest fan.
I like that.
I think they're
You don't like it?
Well, you know, I'm a big believer that you save the best for last. You know, not necessary, dude. Really.
See, your jokes were better than that. What?
Settle down.
And you
Miss Aquarius.
Kick you off there.
I do appreciate you guys saying kind things. It's funny, like an hour before this, as I was running it out, I got fired over the phone. So, you guys making my night. Appreciate all.
Where'd you get hired?
jokes.
I was an architect. I was going to say sex worker, but
Well, you're still an architect. You just
still
don't.
am. But I'm just on vacation for like a few.
Was it a big
That
architect?
could be a godsend, actually. Maybe you just start hitting comedy hard.
It's true.
Hopefully.
Miss Aquarius.
Unemployment, and you get jokes every fucking day.
Miss Aquarius. No way. Still nothing.
No, I can hear you.
Okay, are you ready for me?
Yeah, it's okay.
How was your day, madam?
I'm good, but relax all day. What about you?
Same.
You did the same?
Yes, ma'am. Alrighty. Hold on, we gotta do a countdown for Stacy's wedding.
Yeah.
It is 14 days until Stacy's wedding.
14 days. Yay.
Yay. Does that seem accurate?
Uh-uh.
It's 2 weeks from tomorrow.
Breaking up, Rabbi.
What?
Okay.
What'd you say? What'd you say, Miss Aquarius?
You're breaking up.
Uh-oh. Can you hear me?
There you go. Now I can hear you.
It's 2
I
weeks.
hear you now.
2 weeks from tomorrow, right?
It's lagging a little bit, but it's okay. Uh-oh. Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Rabbi.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Just one moment. Can you
Alright.
hear me? Miss Aquarius.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yay! Phenomenal stuff. I
Thank
hear
you.
you now.
All right, we'll have to see. Maybe I have to make some device changes. That might have to happen. All right, Mr. Aquarius got 9.
Yeah, it might do the completely lagging. And then a minute after, yep, missed it. Okay, come on, Rabbi. Yep, so.
No doubt.
No. No. Okay. All day, Rabbi. All day.
Yay.
All day. And then for a minute came back, but they have more all day.
That's great. Can you hear me?
Had the J ski for a minute earlier. Yeah, you might be probably lagging a little bit, huh? You might need to do some adjustments there.
I might have to restart my device. We shall see. Get it.
Yeah, you might have to.
Give me it. I'm gonna turn on my other device and see if I can hear the difference.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Get it. Go, go, go. Oh, I got the one.
Get it.
Got it. Get this. That's bad. You win, I win. I win, you win.
Yep, I win you. Yay!
Yes, that's right, man. All right, reload.
Look at this. No! Oh, everybody got it.
Give me it. All but two. Now, one of the most difficult. Oh, get out of here with that. That's garbage, Mr. Aquarius. That's garbage.
Hey.
Look at this. Straight down the middle.
That one. There you go.
Give me this. Are you serious?
Same one me. Yeah.
Oh.
Difficult slick.
How didn't you get more?
Right. Okay, go ahead.
Get it.
That's it. Okay. That two look like that. Okay, come on, come on, you got
Terrible.
all right with that little curve. I seen that.
I did not mean for that to happen.
Oh, well, you got her though.
This one's easy. Nope. This Aquarius. Show them how it's done. Show the folks how it's done. Alright, folks, if you're watching at home, this is guaranteed. She's got it. Oh!
Yeah, but one, you got it, Rabbi. Let's go.
No doubt. Got it. Garbage.
Yay.
But I easily have these two. No. No, Miss Aquarius.
You winning?
I win, you win. You win, I win. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship.
So, why is it coming in here today?
Yes, ma'am. He and I are gonna watch it. Yes, ma'am. He and I have plans to watch a movie.
Yeah. Oh, that's sweet. That's sweet. Oh. Okay. Now I will see you later for tomorrow. I'll be here. Wait on
Yay!
J-Ski to go. Hello, Mike. Mike 45.
What up, Mike 45?
Okay, gone. Okay, goodbye.
That's alright.
Yeah, that's sweet. Okay, so Brandon J-Ski. Brandon about to get ready to go to bed and wait on J-Ski to cut on that thing or whatever. I'm about to look at YouTube. Alright, I will talk to you later, Rabbi.
Sweet dreams, Mr. Grace, God willing.
God willing. Yeah.
Everybody, it's Mark. We're out here today in Brooklyn, New York. I'm gonna be going up to complete strangers, start rapping, singing, doing a bunch of random crap to get a rise out of them. And a little thing we like to call, "You rap about me?" This has been embarrassing for all involved. I ain't even looking, but I can tell you go involved. You look at me, we are not the same. Let me go on Amazon and order you some Rogaine. I bet you will remember the day you mentioned me. You can dress like Joseph in the amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. Don't get up just yet, you need to stay put. I'll take you home, girl, don't you know I'll lay good. You know I get so aroused when I see you wearing that orange blouse. I gotta know, you got a man. If you do this, you got a 5-year plan. Cause you know I do. Yeah, I'm talking to you. I'm sitting down like I just don't care. Next to a lady with some braided hair. Yeah, she's shining, girl. It's more than a glimmer. I'm attracted to that floral print, boy. Is this hard, son? I might just fart, but I gotta hold it in. If I'm about to win, don't walk away. Just when I'm starting to play. Girl, you know you packing junk in the trunk. Don't you want this white boy funk? Oh, you don't get up and leave with the quickness. I'll tell you right now, I like girls take this. I like a girl with an ass fat. You can record me and put this on Snapchat. I can get your girl even if I'm not trying. Cause you take that girl to Popeyes and I'm not lying. The girl looks at me, I know she's partial. Where'd you get that? Late.
Eminem's rap on that. It's like, oh.
There they go. Academia, the shady Smiths. Let's go. Academia, that goes ballistic. You make that more like bozos. He's one different you should spit this slow. Look, no, go.
What is the song? Very tall motherfuckers.
That's true.
And you can go from building houses to being homeless. Oh yeah.
Not like that.
Yeah, there's got to be a bunch of jokes about getting fired from being.
Yeah.
I didn't even know you could get fired from being an architect.
Yeah, well,
I think that
What they do? Just call you and tell you that
it was the boss's wife, and she's like, we're just getting rid of the junior positions. And then she's like, but we're going to send you emails so you can still come to the functions at the office. I go, yeah, that'll be fucking great. Hey guys, remember me? I'm the kid that cleans shit, and then you're going to get fired. So,
oh my god.
anyone?
Susan's birthday
Shall
party.
I come?
Who the fuck
Yeah,
says
bro.
that? Like, hey, you're fired, but you can still come to the Christmas
What
party.
a right? Like, or just like any function they have.
Yeah.
It's like,
Oh, we're not gonna have a
That's
present
like a
for you.
chick saying, I dumped you, but you can watch me fuck it.
so,
That's
you
good.
do know, but you don't dress as a homeless person. You go to the Christmas party, like, fucking just like dirt all over your face, pee stain. You rent a child from somebody for, like, having child all this.
just have a syringe hanging from your arm.
Or you go the opposite way and come dressed in a tux and a limo.
Oh yeah.
I get
Hot chick on it. Like we don't have time to stay. We have to go to.
Right. Yeah. I was able to fit in time to make it to this party that you invited me to if I have nothing else going on. But now I have to go because I'm busy.
You know what I would do is
Stay for
just
2 hours.
constantly tweet her number. Because that is the rudest thing you can say. You're fired, but you can still party with us.
Yeah.
Keep tweeting her phone number until you have no followers left.
Yeah, right, for it.
There he goes, Maddie Chumboy. There he goes. Fuck yeah. It's all happening, people. Oh wow, what a special treat. Gabe Killian, everybody. Here he is, the great Gabe Killian. Wow. Holy moly.
I knew a girl who died. Every once in a while, I remember having sex with her, and I get a little creeped out. I guess it's okay though. I mean, she was only dead a couple hours at the time. I used to be a racist. Now I'm just a guy black people used to beat up. Went down on a Japanese chick. Got mercury poisoning. I got one of my best buddies fucking a guy. I couldn't believe it. Shit, I almost fell off the ladder jacking off. Just got back from a short film festival. I was disappointed to find out that short film is not the politically correct term for midget porn. I'm pretty good at it. I snatched an old lady's purse. She only had $12 in it, but the spinning backfish I knocked her out with totally fucking worth it. I'm pretty good at Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, unless the guy I'm fighting knows Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Fuck yeah, Gabe Killian. Wow. He's on fire. He's a one-liner surgeon over there. You're on fire. That's amazing.
I think you got to work on your volume though a little bit.
Definitely.
You know?
I had you almost turned up all the way to the max.
I mean, your jokes are good, so don't be nervous. I mean, of course, it's fucking weird, but you get up there, and if you hit those with mad confidence, and volume, it's going to go off really good.
Yeah, 'cause right now it sounds like you're doing dark poetry in a bookshop.
But it's also like Steve, what's his name?
Stephen Wright.
Right.
But that's different, though. You know what I mean? It's like you don't ever want to do that because that's immediately what people are going to say.
Right.
If you do one, yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Stephen Wright.
No. I also,
Yeah.
Red Metal Pill.
Yeah.
Gabe Kelly.
How many? Quick question for you. You're a one-liner comic. How long did it take you to write those? What were those? Like 6 jokes?
How long did each of them take? Well,
Yeah, I'm just trying to think because, like, to get a half hour together is a long time, right?
yeah.
I don't spend much time on well. Well, some of them takes months. Some of them just a few seconds.
Yeah.
Right.
What was the one about the purse?
That's
I
what
snatched an old lady's purse. Wait, how did that go?
I snatched an old lady's purse. She only had $12 in it, but the spinning back fist I knocked her out with, that was totally worth it.
But the spinning back fish, it's a move?
Spinning back fist.
Back fist. I thought you said spinning back fish. So I was like imagining you with hitting her with a fish.
You know what would be good is if you have a lot of these things to put them all together and make them small bits. You know what I mean? Like, we have like 7 of these. These would be like 7 tags, and you can find a way to put those 7 things
But
together.
I also don't think that you should do. Well, yeah, that's great. But I think that joke is flawed in that you're hitting an old lady. Like, you already took her purse.
Yeah.
So the joke should be whatever you find in there was totally worth it. You know, like something that you. But
I got off on him.
Yeah. You have to do a spinning. I get it. It's, you know,
But-
it's pretty sweet to do a spinning back.
Yeah. And you know what I think? With that said, I think I would tag it with those exact words.
Yeah.
Basically saying,
Because spinning back fists are awesome.
yeah.
And, you know, and then maybe we can go into it more. Like,
I've been practicing for years.
Because that really paints the picture of what you're spelling out, which is that you always wanted to land a spinning back fist on somebody, and an elderly old lady is the only person you can land it on.
yeah,
right?
so I think that's the joke though.
Yeah.
To start with the old lady is like to say like I finally nailed a spinning back fist. It's a move I've been perfecting for years.
Finally.
I totally knocked the old lady out, but the $12 in her purse was worth it, or whatever.
Yeah.
what do you think? Iron Patriot?
Iron Patriot is not into beating old ladies.
We're learning a valuable lesson in that your comedy is very difficult. Professionals make it look easy, but it's not easy.
Yeah.
It's a really good point, Patriot.
That's right.
It's like
I think you're learning that tonight, by the way.
Proof by the Patriot, right?
Have you ever had any STDs, Iron Patriot?
Not any I can see right now. I think you're better.
Shit.
Well, I think,
stone crab.
either he had crabs or he thinks that you can order crabs here at the counter.
Hard shell crabs.
You don't have seafood.
How long have you been doing comedy? 2 years.
2 years.
I've been writing for over a decade. I just didn't have the Boston on stage till a couple years ago.
And do you go on every night?
No, man. I just do open mics, mostly shitty ones in front of 2 comics. Pretty much for the past few months.
But I mean, you can get on every night because that's going to improve your confidence on stage, right?
Yeah, I try. I can't find that many good mics, though.
Right. Well, your jokes are good, man. There's some good stuff in there.
Yeah, I think you just have to learn like the misdirect a little bit more. But that's good.
Yep.
I like misdirect. I mean, that's just kind of my what I like. But yeah.
There he goes, Gabe.
Yeah, obviously your jokes. What I'm saying is your jokes are smart. Don't undersell yourself.
Yeah, he's really good. It's really hard to have one-liners that are somewhat original.
But those are good for like late night, even if like you can't do a half hour. Doing late night, they want a joke every 15 to 30 seconds when you do late night. So those are perfect for that kind of stuff.
So get your best. That's 47 jokes together. You'll be able to do the time.
I saw you try to do math really quick in your head. Glorious.
Kyle Henson.
Yeah.
Here he is.
Yes, thank you. I want to find out how Mitt Romney found out that he lost the election. Like, someone had to have told him. Wouldn't it be awesome if Maury told him? Like, come back from commercial break, Maury pulls out the manila folder, looks over at Mitt, in the case of the 2012 election. Mr. Romney, you are not the president
runs behind stage. He's like, yeah! Boy's got the camera crew. He's like, come on. Don't touch me. Boy's trying to hold back Rock. Rock's like, this is your presidency? What you know about me? Can I say something? It's like a presidency backup. Pardon me. Well, that's right. You can't pardon me because you ain't president. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Bob Rock. Oh, get in the Bible. They like to meet because I killed Osama. Look, he hasn't come on.
Boy.
I'm gonna have to say no to that.
Yeah, that's a baggage for sure.
Really?
Yeah,
It's too old. Well, obviously.
As soon as he says, I thought Maury was going to, I immediately started thinking, all right, you are not the president.
I don't
and this
think
is still 20 seconds
I don't think it
left.
has to be as specific as it is.
It could be somebody else. Just
I like the joke, actually. I think it's clever, and that, like, but I think it needs to be set up differently. As in, like, I don't like politics. It's really boring. I would prefer to watch it if, like, Maury told us who was president instead of Wolf Blitzer. And then, like, in the case of Mitt Romney, it's like, you know, you are not the president, but you are the father to 18 kids.
Right.
You know,
That would be good. We'll have a spinoff, yeah. But you do have herpes.
You know, like, it just makes it, and maybe it's not Maury, maybe it's whoever is, like, it's somebody else, but, you know.
The problem is the election is well over.
Yeah.
You know,
You might as well be writing,
for the next one.
you might as well be writing 101 Dalmatians.
But I think it can be for the next election, you know. I understand.
It's like I got a Christmas joke. I do it 2 weeks before.
Yeah.
You know,
I think it's a good one. It can sound more topical than it is around election time.
Yeah.
And I think it can be used then, but I don't think it's a complete bagger.
Right.
Because I think you're acting it out is really funny, and Barack's dance made me laugh out loud.
In rhyming Obama and Osama, you don't want to do that because Pauly Shore already did that. And, he has a rap song out called "Obama Killed Osama,"
and he kind of owns this place.
He owns this place, and he definitely owns that song.
Yeah, but you don't even need that, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think you need it. I think it's an interesting perspective on, because I think it's a shared perspective in that politics does get really boring.
Well, you can use it on all kinds of elections, like the mayor election that just happened. That's even better because no one even fucking knew that was happening. And so you didn't know till you tuned into more. And you're like, oh, this is sweet about it. They actually fucking tell you who wins on this, which made the mayor election you want to watch it next year.
Obama wants change. Brother already asking for money.
What's that from?
That's one of the jokes I did like 3-4 years ago.
Oh, wow.
I was going to say, you and a bunch of people.
Yeah.
So it wasn't brother either. It just...
Oh.
Yeah, talking about Maury in the elections, it's like it just seems too late to be trying to make jokes like that too much better. I'd look ahead to the future, maybe have more something. I'd iron it out. You know what I mean?
I think it's a back pocket joke.
I'm just talking about your shirt.
It's a great back pocket joke.
Here, to get ironed out or shirt, you're running out, take it like a small towel, make it really wet, and just wipe your body straight with it till your whole shirt's wet. And then when you get out of your car from wherever you're driving, it'll be ironed.
Is that right? Anything is better than that.
That's good.
Well, thank you.
But I also think that this is like a good lesson in that, like, not every joke you have to throw away. Like, some jokes you don't use all the time, and then, like, somebody in the audience might say something, and you want to have a lot of back pocket triggered jokes that just come out whenever somebody brings them up.
Right.
So that's one of those, I think.
That's right. Like my Christmas joke, if there's a guy that looks like Santa in the crowd, I'll whip it out.
Or something happens.
Wait, a joke out?
Yeah, I think the Santa, like, hey, Santa.
Hey, I don't know. Maybe you're taking pictures.
There goes Kyle Henson. Just flying through them tonight.
Yeah, it's good.
Zach James is next. You guys are assholes.
Out.
You gotta be kidding me. Can you believe the disrespect, Iron Patriot?
Yeah.
All right.
Let's back this up before we go any further. The guy that did pretty well is texting during the show.
There you go. Saved it.
All right, just checking. We don't want to clown the other guys. Right?
Heck yeah.
Push a guitar riff for you.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Damian Spencer. It's crazy because we've been too nice on this one, and this is the first time ever where people aren't showing up. We're just writing great shit up here, assholes.
Let's bring up Amy. If somebody doesn't make the next one, we'll bring up Amy.
Definitely. Put your hands together for, actually, let's just bring up Amy now. I'll put this back in. We can't go backwards again. We're going forward. Amy Hawthorne. Big time friend of the comedy scene.
Hey, guys. So, I just turned 34. Thank you, which you could probably tell from this outfit I purchased at Kohl's, a store for your mom and your high school English teacher. I figured out I was 34 the other day because I woke up and my legs were sore from sleep. I'd done nothing besides that the day before. Also, my brain is changing, and they don't warn you about this. They say, women reach their sexual peak at 35 and guys at 18. But they neglect to tell you that through your 30s, your brain just becomes a teenage voice. Like, in the 30 seconds I've been up here, I've had at least 3 thoughts about sex. I'm a professional, didn't share them with you guys yet, but I just think, thank God women don't get visible erections. Because if they did, people would definitely know I was not paying attention in the sales meeting. Well, they think I had some kind of a weird fetish for Excel spreadsheets, and that's also not good. If they did, there would have been lady boner corsets. And those would have been terrible. But what would be worse is now, because we have cleavage, you've got to show your thong, you've got side boob. Like, if we got visible erections, that what Britney Spears thing would have been like high fashion. And we'd all be expected. No, that's too old, isn't it? They'll be showing their pussy anymore out of the limos. But anyway, lady boner corsets, guys.
There you go. It's a great premise.
Absolutely.
The boobs. I'd immediately lose the waking up with your legs being sore because you're getting older. You know what I mean? Like it always makes me laugh. But I've heard a couple different versions from other comedians that are like longer, and they drew them out. They're like full 5-minute bits about how their neck hurt from doing nothing. You know what I mean?
I think it just needs to be more specific. Like my instant thing was like instead of sleeping, it needs to be something specific that's kind of loserish. Like
maybe you're
my legs are
going to Kohl's. You're walking around looking for a sale.
My legs are sore, from searching for a parking space at Kohl's.
Or maybe your legs are sore because you played a softball game, and you're getting old because you didn't even get in the game. Like you were on the bench.
My legs are sore from... Or what about my legs are sore from, kicking the recliner thing in?
That's fun.
It's just like it's one of those exercises.
It's really funny. Yeah, absolutely. I like that.
I do 3 of those a week, man. I'm like, I might be up to jazzercise level. I don't know. I think it's great. Like, self-deprecating is, so important. And also, I was going to say, when you say... I'm glad that women are, we reach our sexual peak. I've thought about sex 3 times since I've been up here, and that's mostly just because of this guy. Or, you can point, you can involve the audience, right?
Yeah, the Iron Patriot, you could have just looked at him and said he reminded you of a sweet dildo.
Yeah.
Or you could say, if you don't want to make it about someone in the audience, you that's just because I have a piece of pizza waiting for me. Whatever it is, off stage.
And the lady boner thing, I think that's a fantastic premise. And, you could get into maybe how the clothes aren't designed for it, like wearing a dress. You can't really hide a boner in a dress. It would just stick out.
I also think it gets a little confusing because...
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
I think the picture that you're painting is confusing. For me, I'm like, wait, you have a boner and you're a lady. Right. This is confusing. I think I need to know, what... if there's something, if you turned a different color if women were around,
also
color.
Lady boners could be other things like jewelry. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like a lady boner Actually, there are lady boners. It's something different, like a handbag. That's a lady
Well,
I only think
that's
lady
what
boners
makes them
sound so
aroused,
much
but that's not what shows.
Squirting? Yeah, but what I'm saying is maybe it pops out, like, you know, they break out their lady boner.
Your rib just pops out. It's like a steel cage for you to put on your
The
shoulder.
question is what would the boner look
Right, that's what I'm saying. If she changed
Like
colors.
a handbag, you know?
Well, I mean, that's kind of the idea of where I'm going.
It needs to be
Right
visible.
now, yeah, there is nothing visible, but what if it was?
Right.
Maybe I was not getting it.
No, but that's why I'm saying I don't think it should be the obvious of like your nipples getting hard or like whatever. No, I think it should be like what if a lady boner was like changing?
right?
Your face turns purple.
Right.
You know? Like,
Obvious boner shit. Like
Yeah.
your fucking
Yeah.
eyeball falls out.
yeah.
Just gross stuff where the dude doesn't want to fuck you.
Yeah.
And you've got an obvious lady boner with your eyeball out. Dude's like, bummer.
I want to see your boobs.
Huh?
I want to see your boobies.
It's probably a good joke, and like
That is.
you know, the only thing when a woman's turned on, the only thing that gets hard is you know, like it's sort of.
The only thing that goes up is her blood pressure, or the only thing that goes up.
The only thing that gets hard is like whatever a woman thing would be. That's why I'm trying to like alley-oop it to you. I'm like, I got that set up, Sarah. Like I'm saying, instead of it being hard, it would be like a challenge. I'm saying flip the word hard.
Right.
So that all of a sudden, the only thing that gets hard on a woman is math.
Just like age is the only thing that's hard on a woman.
The sun.
The sun, dark eyes.
The only thing that gets hard on a woman. Anal. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's good, Red Band. Whenever a woman is aroused,
say the word
she
anal.
feels like a penis is going into her butt.
Right.
God. We'll never have sex.
Yeah.
That was the case.
Wow.
You need a cigarette.
No, I don't. I need my faceless boobs.
Yeah. Patriot, will you push Red Band's face into those boobs real quick?
No, you're not going to let her do that.
Oh, come on.
Wow.
Rub your boners together.
Do you feel a boner on her right now? I can feel the areolas on the east side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love those boobs.
Well, that's definitely a tag it. There you go. Ain't that big time tag it. Everybody that's been on the show tonight, by the way, you should tweet positively and hashtag it's Kill Tony now, right?
Kill Tony.
I was gonna say Hinchcliffe.
That might turn into like somebody wanting like an open micer that wants to kill you though.
I can handle it.
Yeah, well, that's not just open micers, that's paid regulars, too.
As long as it doesn't look like a suicide, my mom will be happy. Put your hands together for Taylor Dean. Tim Tebow of the open mic.
Hi, alright. Tim Tebow. Patriots. He plays for the Patriots. Hi, Patriot. Yeah, he does.
Tim Tebow is with you.
He was. He's playing for the Patriots. Anywho, sorry I didn't cut you off. I have a minute. I did my Barack Obama impression. I know. Last, was it 2 weeks ago, Tony? And you said I needed to write a joke. So I went ahead and wrote a joke, and the topic is carbon dating. And I'm not funny, but here it is. Tony's kind of, here's the joke. You're so old that on your birthday cake they use carbon dating instead of candles, right? Because it's used for fossils. No, Josh doesn't like it. No, yeah, that was the audible side. Okay, well that's that.
Wow, I've heard of a one-liner before, but they normally don't do just a one-liner.
1 minute, one-liner.
Wow. Seems like you have perhaps some confidence issues, Taylor, that maybe we need to talk about.
Hold on, let's
Do you really want to do comedy, or you don't really want to do comedy?
Well, I was trying to make the joke funny in the sense that I was trying to make the joke funny. If you know what I mean?
I see.
I was trying to be ironic in that the joke was so bad it might be funny, but it just turned out really bad. Hey, you know what? These can't all be winners.
No, they
Oh, yeah,
can.
we know.
So you came with one joke.
Some of them can. We can create winners from them.
Hold on now. So you came out with one joke and you tried to stretch it out for a full minute. I noticed you did crowd work on the Iron Patriot in the beginning.
Were you addressing me?
Oh, he definitely was. He put the microphone.
I'm sorry, can you see it then? Oh, okay.
Taylor, let's keep this on you, buddy.
Yeah, I didn't know if you were addressing me. It kind of shocked me when were you talking to me or?
I was looking at you.
That's cool. I wasn't sure about that.
Oh, we're talking to Taylor now, though.
Yeah, okay.
I love the Iron Man Robert De Niro combo. Him saying, "You talking to me?"
Well, I actually have a Robert De Niro impression.
Okay.
So you just
we
do
knew
it.
that. Let's get
Oh,
this
see,
first.
that's-
You looking at me. That's what everybody does when they
It'd
do
be like a surfer Robert De Niro. Like, you see that wave? Oh, that's my wave.
It's getting worse. Nice. Oh man, that's great.
My favorite thing was Sarah straight up went to him and so you really don't want to do comedy, right? Yeah.
But I just want, like, I'm not going to give notes to somebody that's just fucking around.
No, I know. I mean, one-liner.
couldn't stick around.
I mean, that's Iron Patriot. What did you think about that? You put you on the spot. What do you think?
I don't know. The delivery wasn't very good. Most of the people that might have had good delivery and the problem is never the writing. He's learned something delivery tonight. We've seen some pretty good delivery from the comedian tonight.
Right.
Yeah, just like when you guys talk about how'd you get over that hump with the writing? Did you start writing?
Everybody,
Yeah.
stop what you're doing. Guess who has bestowed their time and their presence before us? The one, the only, Riser. How you living, pimp?
Your mic's being a little weird, but
I agree with
thank
you. I'm in 100% in agreement with you. I'm gonna restart my device, and then I'm gonna talk to you in depth about Bob Lazar. Is that okay?
That's fine now.
No, it'll fuck up. Don't worry. Don't you worry. It'll fuck up.
Oh no, it's good. It's good.
All right.
Do it again.
Well, you tell me if it's an issue.
Maybe it's okay.
No, it's gonna suck, but that's fine. It's gonna suck. All right. Are you ready though? So I watched the Bob Lazar documentary again. This time to pick up on anything that I missed, and a few things. $80 million. I don't believe that. There's just no way, unless they paid Bob $72 million to do this thing. I don't know how they get $80 million. I understand that they spent a lot of time with Blender, and I thought the Blender shots or whatever were excellent. What I felt it was too dark, and they did a poor job. I would say not even a good job. A poor job of mapping it out. What they should have done is take a map of the United States, zoom in to Nevada, zoom in to north of Las Vegas, and then show where Area 51 is and show exactly where S4 is supposed to be, and then show where the mountain is. They showed some angles that were upside down, and it was like, that's not how the map is. That's not where the location is. It was more for cinematic purposes, I felt, but it was confusing. Like, if you really want to know where this place is, they should have shown the same as for Papoose Lake. They should have shown the same for Indian Springs, all of that. And they should have shown, like, hey, this is where Bob and John Lear and Gene Huff and Tracy, this is where they were in the rented car the first time. This is where they were in the RV the second time. They should have shown that, like, on a map, and they should have said like this is where they got caught by the highway patrol or whatever. Okay, but no big deal. I didn't pay as much attention to it the first time in terms of the actual what was described as the amplifier and the other thing. The big thing that they turned, and just like how simple the system is, and how it might not even be gravity. That's just what we call it. though I think it's probably accurate. It caused me to write a couple of papers, actually 3 papers, on just topics that I find absolutely fascinating that they mention that are phrases that aren't even really used that often. And I'm going to just tell you what the phrases are that inspired me. Okay, so the first one is Zeta Reticuli in scientific and cultural context. So I'm obsessed with this place. Uh, it's 39 light years away. That's another thing I would have shown. I would have been like, Earth's here, and this is where Zeta Reticuli is. Like, instead of just talking about it, I would have been like, this is where Betty and Barney Hill said they were. This is like that's not a hard thing. If you're gonna do all this blender stuff about the inside of some warehouse, like show me where we are in the cosmic map. Thought that would have been helpful.
So let me just say something before I forget. But yeah, I do agree with you. When you said before that, like when they're showing the machines, like the emitter and the radio, whatever the hell it is, reactor thing. It was like the moving parts were like so simple. Like it was just like a tube with like a stick, and then they'd be like, "Well, it worked by there's like these 3 little like reactors, and depending on which way they're pointed, it would propel the ship or whatever." But it just seemed like the ship was like so simple, like there was like basically 3 parts to it, and then they also said like they did say that they took apart the reactor and then that there's more parts in the reactor, but they didn't really go into detail explaining all that. But like from what we saw, like the outside is very like just basic shapes where it's like they're like, oh, this local like pipe just does everything magically somehow, and we know nothing about it because it's just a magic pipe. And I don't know.
I don't know what you're saying makes complete sense. I agree. It's like okay, if it's that simple, then wouldn't have this been? I mean, so you're telling me the only thing you need is this element 115, and then like basically a trash can and like a little box, and then all of a sudden it's gonna like create its own force field. I get what you're saying. The thing is, Bob did not see what was inside, and that and like they talk about the previous guy who was there in Bob's position who died by like trying to cut into the thing. I don't know why you'd cut into it when it's on. That to me seems like something like you could create like a even just like an old school robot to like maybe just like have like a really long stick with like a chainsaw on the end or something. But uh, I don't yeah. And then it was very interesting to me that they were like, all right, there's like the delta wave which allows you to travel far distances, and the omicron wave which allows you to like be close distances. And they were talking about like they took one of the emitters out and it still worked. It was like when you clip a bird's wings. It's like if I take my computer right now, any one of the computers that I have, and even if I just take out one little part of that, the whole thing doesn't work. It's done. It's like it needs every single wire. It needs everything needs to work perfectly. It's not like I could just remove 1/3 of the battery and then all of a sudden it's gonna still work. It just to me it was fascinating that it worked. They could still take it up. Another thing that was really weird to me when they talked about looking at it in the desert, why does it light up really bright, really brightly? Like why does it do that? It doesn't have to do that. There aren't lights on it that say that it has to do that. That was kind of interesting to me.
Like the blue underglow thing?
No, that's different. I mean, if you remember when they were watching it rise over the mountains, it was super bright. And then it flew towards them and it was really bright. It was so bright that they like had to shield their eyes. And then it just all of a sudden turned off and it was gone. Do you remember them saying that?
Yeah, a little bit. But Well, you were saying before about like how you can like remove like one part and it will still function super well. It also seems like bizarre that the whole thing, like the most complicated like piece of equipment we've ever supposedly had was just basically like 3 main parts, and it was just like 3 like basic building blocks that apparently powered was the whole ship basically. Which you'd think that it would be much more complicated than that.
Totally.
And also like starting the ship. Apparently, to like start it, you rotate the cylinder by like 20%, and then it like boots up or whatever. But like that cylinder was like massive, and maybe that was like a jerry-rigged way to start it, but that also seemed strange because you'd think that if it was like such a high-tech ship that they'd have like, I mean, it might be like a simple start, I guess. And maybe it's simply controlled or whatever, but it could also be the opposite where it's like extremely complex to turn on and not just like a push start thing. And there's like with an airplane, you have like 5,000 different checks that you have to do before you fly it, and there's like a bunch of instruments and whatnot. And then also, well, yeah, I have one other thing, but do you have anything to comment on that? So
I'm in agreement. I'll use your airplane example. Like, let's say an airplane has sometimes 2 or 4 engines. I guess it's like if you remove one of them, the airplane still works. It just doesn't go as far or whatever as efficiently. So maybe that's what it was like with the what's it called? The thing that starts with an E. The thing they emitter. Thank you. So maybe that's what it's like. But just from what I know about like electronics, like if you like there are circuits, and if you remove anything with that, you have an open circuit, and then it doesn't work. With these guys, it worked really well. It was like it was literally like Legos. Like they could take it apart really easily, and it wasn't like, oh, we have to use a butylene torch or whatever to remove this stuff. It was like, no, we're just going to take off one of these emitters and put it in this warehouse, and then we're going to have this amplifier. And I mean, how would you even? I guess you just through trial and error, but like figure like, okay, by just rotating this thing by 20%, like what happens if you do it like 25%, 30%, 40%? What if you do what if you spin it like a barrel? Like what happened? It's just there weren't answers to that. Okay, so another thing. Well, you said you had something else, so go ahead.
Oh yeah, well, one thing that you just made me question just as like they didn't really. I mean, to my knowledge, I don't know if this has ever been talked about, but like how they actually took out those parts from like the spaceship. Like I'd assume that we would not have any tools on Earth that are the same tools that they would use to screw things in if they even use screws, or if they were attaching those components to the spaceship in some very strange way to begin with, because they're probably not using like standard Phillips screwdrivers and like basic Earth tools to put them on or whatever.
I agree. That was all a mystery.
Also, yeah. Also, well, I mean, another thing that I found strange. Well, one of them was just like an explanation, because they were talking about like the seats in the aircraft and how there's like the seats were really small, and like this one of the seats was like near basically like a joystick to like control the whole thing or whatever. And they're basically saying that no human could sit in it or whatever. And that seems fair enough that like some guy was just controlling the whole thing with like a joystick and flying it around. But then if they're doing space like test flights, then some guy like would just have to somehow know how to, like, the guy is test flying the other one supposedly. How are they not crashing that thing if it's just like one little joystick that maybe it interacts telepathically or something with the person driving it? Like, I'd assume that it'd be extremely difficult to fly, and like for a machine so advanced, like it would be like impossible for a human to fly.
I don't know where you're getting the joystick.
I mean, I'm pretty sure in like the 3D renders there are like 3 seats and
Yes.
like this big stick coming out, and one
Okay,
of the seats was
but
very close to that.
yes, exactly. But that wasn't a joystick. That was the thing that basically gave it power. Like when you took that big stick, I know what you're talking about now, and then went over that half basketball thing, that half globe, that gave it power. That like turned it on.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like
I thought they were steering with it like a fighter jet.
I know what you're saying. It did not seem that way. There were no controls.
How do you steer the thing then if there's no controls to steer it?
Yeah, there's been two hypotheses that I've heard about this. One is there's the top level that we still don't know what it was. I wish they would have talked about like there were stairs to go up there, or like how do you get up to the third level, or the top level. So they talk about that could have been for guidance or something. That's cool. I don't know. I think it's done telepathically. A lot of their stuff is. It seems like the 3 beings just sit there and can drive the thing with just their minds. Perhaps. Well, here's another question that arose. He said that they were in there, and so if I were doing this, the first thing I would do is we need to show a blueprint of like each level. Like instead, they made it really dark. You couldn't really see what was going on in there. I mean, I stopped it. I will rewatch it a few times. That part in particular. I would say that there were no bathrooms on board. There was no kitchen on board. There were no beds on board. There were literally just these 3 chairs and this half basketball thing and this stick. That's it. And then this like hole in the floor with the beehive shape. We'll talk about that in a second. They didn't do that. And I understand Bob might not have like remembered it all or whatever, but how did you get to the top level? Do you is it like a fire pole, that stick in the middle? Do you go up it? Like, no, that doesn't seem like it's true. But they didn't go into any of that. Now, what was always fascinating to me, and this I've got to say, like I've been trying to picture what Bob has been mentioning in my mind for 20 years, and I've never been able to do it until yesterday. So there were some understandings that I had that were just wrong. Like I thought when you walked into the place that the hangars were on the right side, not the left side, but they're on the left side, not the right side. I didn't know it was so long. I didn't realize those hangars were so big. I always thought it was more like a garage, but no, these things are giant. The lighting. So this is a question that I've always had. Yeah. So the thing we're going to watch tonight with Michael Schratt, he goes into all of that. Now, he has different sources about S4. So maybe, like, from my understanding, maybe it's not described correctly. But the other thing, when they're showing the, like, pictures of the doors in the mountains, that's not clear to me. It still looks very blurry to me. And my eyesight isn't that great, but I looked at it very closely. It's not, like, perfectly cut in there. The other thing, I mean, there were just like questions that remain in my mind, like why wouldn't you show a blueprint of the facility? Now the thing we're going to see tonight, you're going to see a blueprint of it, and it's deep, man. It's super deep. It goes down 7 levels. Bob never went into any of that stuff. He doesn't know about that stuff. And I mean, what I'm saying, I should say, I'm saying that it is proposed to go 7 levels. I was saying earlier about Zeta Reticuli and Reticulum 4, like that's where these aliens are supposed to be from. I would want to know more. I want to know more about Zeta Reticuli, so I had to do research on it and how big their stars are. It's both stars are slightly smaller than the Earth, but because they produce twice as much energy, um, or approximately like their their planet gets like more energy or whatever. Um, so it's perhaps more advanced because of that. But and they did show like what the two stars look like, but I want to know where those are in the solar system. Show them to or in the universe. Show me like a scale of what a light year is, how far away this stuff is. I understand they didn't do that, but hey, if you're spending $80 million, I think you could figure this out. Um, like literally for $80 million, they could have had Leonardo DiCaprio be the narrator of this thing and still have $40 million to blow. Like that's why that number is just ridiculous to me. Um, what else about it? Okay, so the honeycomb floor.
Yeah, no.
The honeycomb floor. This is something that I recall Bob talking about in the past. He would talk about there weren't any things of the ship that he remembers that really had practical uses except the honeycomb floor. And they say like he put your finger in it and then it would open up, but then they don't show it. They just show literally just like a honeycomb floor. A guy puts his finger in it and then the floor is open. They don't show like the motion that had to happen. And I'd be like, it's a really important part of what Bob saw. How did this thing open? How did it move? That was interesting. That I felt was a failure. Um, I've always felt it was interesting that these ships, and this isn't just this ship, but like they don't have restrooms, they don't have bedrooms, they don't have kitchens. It's like
So if you restart your mic, will it be like normal?
yeah, just one moment. It should be.
Okay. Like so.
I recognize that. You have to kick a man when he's down.
It's not an ad hominem. I wouldn't be that foolish.
You're right. You're attacking the issue. I wouldn't be that foolish. Yo, still nothing. Yo, riser. Yo. So we're gonna test this microphone it may. I'm doing something else with this computer, and it may be causing an issue. So if it is, I'll try something else. Anyway, the honeycomb thing was really important, and they didn't show it, and I felt like they should have. If they spent all this money.
Did they not show about it?
Okay, so they show it in the floor, and they show Bob Lazar sticking his finger in it, but they didn't show how the grates moved out of the way.
I thought they did animate that. They said that you have to like move your hand over it in like some random motion to get the slide open.
But they didn't say where the grates go. And they didn't show
whether it goes to the latch or if they like retracted into it or something.
And that's what they do. That's what Bob Lazar has always said. Basically, you stick your finger in the middle or on the side of this thing, and all the things like get removed. And that's not what they didn't show that, and I felt that was really important. And I just, but it was really good to get in the mind of Bob Lazar. Finally, it was really like a riddle in my mind for 20 years was solved yesterday when I could see this stuff. And what else did I find interesting?
One thing I found like strange is that Bob Lazar said in the hangars next to him when they were open that one time.
Yeah, the bundt cake.
Spacecraft the bundt cake spacecraft, and then they show the shape of it. It looks like some wavy jello cake, and it's like that just seems like the most random like why like a UFO shape. Okay, it's a disc. It's like aerodynamic or something. A bundt cake shaped UFO just like does not seem to make a lot of sense. Why you need a giant bundt cake shaped UFO, or even the party hat one. A little bit if it was literally shaped like a wizard hat, just seems very random.
Yeah,
almost not coherent with the story.
Some of them are triangular too. They didn't go into that, but the thing with Michael Stratt, we'll see. They'll talk about it. I'm in agreement with you, but there's the aspect of it that it doesn't have to be aerodynamic. Like air resistance doesn't really play a part into it when they're creating their own gravity. Did you just turn on a microwave?
Yeah.
Oh, very cool. I thought you had your own gravity system.
I was part of the baker.
Yeah, very cool. I thought it was very interesting, the element 115. So I'd never seen that.
No. So back on the shape of the spacecraft. I get that. Okay, if you can bend time, you don't need to worry about the aerodynamic part of it. But still, why would it be shaped like a bundt cake?
It's an excellent question.
It still doesn't need to be shaped like a bundt cake just because you don't have to worry about aerodynamics.
It's an excellent question. I don't have the answer to it.
Okay.
Yeah, to me, why isn't this thing super symmetric? Like perfectly symmetric? You would think that they would have this thing be perfectly symmetric, but they didn't. Okay, so when you run a facility like that, there are all kinds of maintenance things that occur that it doesn't seem like they were referencing. Like, where do you take out the trash? What do they do with the trash that's there? Do they have like a dump truck that comes all the way down there to get the trash? Do they just burn it? Is there like a trash compactor? Or like an incinerator? They don't talk about that. They don't talk about the bathrooms. Like that kind of stuff's the fascinating stuff to me. I know that alien stuff's really cool, obviously, but like,
well, yeah, how do you get the water? I mean, are they doing septic tanks? How do you even get the water there into the facility that's out in the middle of the desert?
Excellent question.
There's a lake, right?
Oh yeah, but it's a dry lake bed. It's not. It has no water. How do you get? Like they say, there's a cafeteria there They don't talk about like eating there though. They don't talk about the food that's there. But you know what's interesting? You know whose parent provided the food that's there allegedly? Caspian Sea.
What?
His dad worked for a government contractor that would provide the food at Area 51.
Really?
Yep. When he moved from LA to Las Vegas when he was a kid, one of the reasons, like one of the things that his parents talked to him about was like, all the alien stuff. Dad's going to be one of his customers, basically, or his clients is the government, and he's going to get to like do work with them. Now, from what Caspian Sea ever said, his dad never went into the base or anything. He basically just that was like his account, and they would just order whatever. But they do have cafeterias there. I mean, like those guys, there are people who do live there, and that was another thing. They didn't go into the the sleeping quarters or anything. The place seemed very big. Seemed much bigger than I ever thought it was. Like they didn't ever go down all the way to the facility. They did go into the nurse and the grid on the arm, and I forgot about that pine fluid liquid that upset his stomach. There was always something about that. He didn't go into it in this interview, but he has said in the past that it caused like some kind of memory loss. He said it upset his stomach or whatever. I'm not sure what that was, but that was an interesting thing that I always remember thinking that it's such a weird smell. Pine, pine, like a pine smelling liquid. Um, I thought it was interesting that there were no women there except for that nurse. You would think that if you're only gonna have dudes, then why not have a male nurse? But things were a little different in the late '80s, I guess. Um, the poster that he talks about that says, uh, like, they're here. That's a different poster than I thought it was. I always thought it was a poster that said, "We are not alone," but it's the same kind of poster. And he gave that poster or a similar version to um, Joe Rogan. Okay, so do you know who George Knapp is? He's the guy from KLAS TV who put Bob on the television.
Oh, who on the television?
He put Bob on the television. He was the television presenter.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so that guy, you know how I'm like obsessed with this radio station? Not the radio station, but this radio show because sometimes they talk about aliens and stuff. Well, George Knapp, the last 2 weeks of every month, hosts the radio program. So he still has like a connection, and his stories are always he's like the best host. He's so good. They're not always alien stuff. A lot of times they're like mafia or gambling or just like just really interesting stories. Anyway, so he has since retired from KLAS, but he's like of the 20th century, he might be the best investigative journalist or a top 5 investigative journalist in American history, and like very few people know who he is outside of Southern California and Southern Nevada or Nevada in general. But he's fascinating. Okay, what else did I find interesting? It was just really great to see what life was like through Bob's mind. I can tell you that like the craft is much bigger. I do critique though they didn't show blueprints. They didn't show maps very well. I would have been like, this is where Las Vegas is. This is where Area 51 is, and 15 miles south is S4. But they didn't do that. But overall, it it might it may not seem that way, but it was life changing to me, and I use that phrase generally pretty cautiously. But in this case, it affected me because it gave me the the vision through Bob Lazar's eyes of what this looked like. Now, are you ready to see someone else's opinion on S4 and all the more secret shit?
Yeah, no, tell me what to look up. But also, I'm happy that you. It was a cool aesthetic to see kind of Bob on his new farm and his new wife.
Totally. He
Whatnot.
he seems really happy, and that's all you could want for someone like that. He's not haunted by this. He doesn't, I think, feel threatened anymore. I thought it was really cool how he said his wife has her lab, the horse lab, and I have my lab, 1,500 square feet. I can run my experiments. Um, it seems like he's happy, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's really great. I mean, I only want good things for people generally in life. I mean, I I want people to have good lives, and it's not like he is like destroyed by this. And this type of government interaction with people can destroy you. I mean, makes it very difficult to get a job, makes it very difficult to be taken seriously. You become not just famous but infamous. He could have been called a. He's called all kinds of things, but he could have been. He could have been tried for espionage or leaking of government secrecy or his all of those things, and it just seems like they allowed him to have a good life, and um, it seems like he's got a really nice property. I mean, he's got horses and a big lab, and it's like a decent sized house, and uh, so I was really happy for him from that perspective. All right, in YouTube.
What do I look up on YouTube?
Okay, so the man's name is Michael Michael Schratt Schratt. And this is an old lecture. Um,
You said it's half an hour?
yeah, it's 30 minutes. So if I type in Michael Schratt S4, it doesn't come up right away. So just give me a second to. Oh, maybe if I type in Dan Burrish. Dan Burrish. That's not it. Oh, here it is. It's actually 48 minutes long. Apologies. Yeah. Here it is. Okay. So it's you want to type in Michael Schratt, Michael Schratt, on Area 51, comma Dan Dan space Burisch, and that should come up. It's from Above Top Secret Disclosure. It's 11 years old. It's fascinating.
Okay, yeah, I got it. With J-Rod?
Yes, sir. That's an alien.
Oh, I know.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
No, you told me about J-Rod.
Yeah, he's fascinating. I want to meet J-Rod if J-Rod's still alive.
Yeah, I'm gonna revive J-Rod if he's not alive.
Revivify that motherfucker.
Alright. One moment. Just pulling it up.
Absolutely. And then don't forget, it's Truman Show night tonight.
Oh, that's the meat and potatoes.
You're so cute. Yeah, you're 100% right. So the other articles I wrote on Zeta Reticuli in scientific and cultural context, externally corrected evolution, a meta-conceptual framework in the philosophy of biology, and then also the potential cosmic origin of life, natural radiopanspermia, and directed panspermia. And then I also wrote on Project Looking Glass.
Can you see my screen?
In a moment, my man. In a moment. Let's see here. Riser. Yes, sir. All right. So let me just say this. This is 11 years old, and they haven't had the opportunity to interview Bob Lazar. So it may not be 100% right, but if what Bob Lazar is saying is true, and this is true, this is fascinating.
Okay.
In this episode, we're going to release an amazing video sent to us by Open Mind Studios at the UFO International Conference. Now let's take a look at this video right now. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to thank Open Minds for giving me the opportunity to join all of you today. And what I'd like to do for you this morning is give you a brief overview of Project Aquarius, to give you some specific details regarding the interaction that Dr. Dan Burrish had with an extraterrestrial called J-Rock. And we've got some very quick announcements before we begin here. Number one, the information, drawings, and illustrations highlighted in this presentation originated from directly the testimony and direction of Dr. Dan Burrish. So in other words, I didn't make this up. This comes directly from Dr. Dan Burrish. He will be available after this presentation to address all these questions. And number two is a disclaimer. The drawings and computer-generated forensic composite illustrations shown in this presentation do not conform 100% to Dr. Dan and Marcy's testimony or descriptions, and should be considered strictly as a visual aid, specifically designed to give the general public an overall idea of what the S4 facility looks like. So in other words, I didn't get this 100% correct. There are some minor errors here and there in the renderings, but it's definitely sufficient to give all of us here today a good understanding and visual aid regarding what the So this is the breakdown of what we'll be talking about today. I'll give you a background on Dr. Dan Burrish. We'll be discussing level 4-1. We'll be talking about walking the line. We'll describe what that actually means, what it pertains to. I'm going to give you a virtual from floor-by-floor walkthrough of the non-hangar base all the way through the facilities. We'll consider the extraterrestrial and alien craft because there is a difference. We'll talk about the Roswell craft. We'll talk about the propulsion research laboratory at S4. We'll consider the catwalk, the files department, and the cafeteria. For level 4-2, we'll consider Project Sidekick, the weapons research and development, Alice in Wonderland Rabbit, this is a good historical note, Looking Glass Device, Stargate's ERBs or Einstein-Rosen bridges, the Doctrine of Convergent Timeline Paradox. Dropping down to level 4-3, we'll consider the MJ-12 residential suites, the boardroom, the culture department, and analysis department. 4-4, we'll look at the rating pads, the biocontainment labs, badge board, and decontamination procedure. And finally, on level 4-5, which is the lowest floor of the facility, we'll consider the clean sphere, the scissor lift, the lighting, the iris aperture, the kick plate, spare lock, and the test, which is the totally encapsulated suit. So that's the layout of what we'll be talking about today. So who is Dr. Dan Burrish? He was the youngest person ever to be elected into the Los Angeles Microscopical Society. And in 1985, he received his bachelor's degree in biological sciences, and in 1986, a bachelor's degree in psychology. In 1987, Dan explored the feasibility of becoming a priest here at St. Patrick's School of Theology. However, that didn't quite work out, so we actually had to bypass that. Now, in 1989, it was Dr. Edward Teller who arranged for them to take classes at the University of New York, Stony Brook, and he earned his PhD there. So I asked this question to all of you. Where have we seen this gentleman before, Dr. Edward Teller? Where have we seen him come up in the stories of these type of craft and vehicles before? It was none other than Dr. Teller who arranged for, allegedly, Bob Lazar to get his interview at EG&G at McCarran International Airport, and that's how he got his job at Escort. So we have secondary, independent information that Dr. Edward Teller wasn't on. And in 1991, he was employed at Desert Storm as a biowarfare expert. Now, in 1994, he received his Q clearance at S4, and he began working on something called Project Aquarius. And I will draw your attention here to the aircraft sectional chart that anyone can get at any local airport. This is something that's readily available. And if you look up here on the right-hand corner, you've got R-48008N. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most highly guarded airspace, mainline airspace in America. This is the borderline here. You'll notice Groom Lake is right up here, so we can see it does exist. Approximately 12 miles south of Groom Lake is what they call Patrick's Lake or Area S4. And it's important to note that if you ever try to break into this airspace within the 4808 airspace Greenland, three things immediately happen. Number one, ATC at Greenland, air traffic control, will not allow you clearance to enter into their airspace. Number two, they will immediately, if you do not egress the area, they will immediately scramble an F-16. Who will perform a particular maneuver where they'll fly perpendicular to your flight path at about 100 feet away from your aircraft, and then when you fly into his jet wash, either he will partly control the flight, or you might end up wrecking one of your wings or carrying one of your wings off. So that's the second thing. And the third and final thing is you will receive a final warning to exit the area, and if nothing happens, they will lock onto the side of your emergency, and then they will neutralize the target. So the bottom line is don't try to break into Greenland airspace. Okay, so at S4, again, he received his clearance, and he worked under the direction of the Naval Research Laboratory and the Defense Intelligence Agency. So these are the two outfits that are running the program at Area S4. The EG&G terminal, 737-200, how do we get to Area S4? Well, it's the EG&G terminal, which is the gateway to Area 51 and S4. As you're flying on this airliner here, just before the airplane turn into the landing approach on Groom Lake runway, which is a 27,000-foot runway, it's the largest runway in the world, there's an ATC clearance called period. That is the clearance to land at Groom Lake. And what's interesting, a historical point from Dan Burridge indicated that on the trip, on the 737-200 to Groom Lake, they played Neil Diamond's song Coming to America over and over again. So the question is, what is the encrypted symbolic message that they're playing on the airplane as you're going there? Well, under its original interpretation, that song talks about immigrants coming to America to make a better life for themselves. That makes a lot of sense. But under the direction of what happens at S4,
Zoot, watch what Rights streaming.
All right, Kevin, while it's streaming.
Okay, well, you Zoot, you've been a dick recently.
So we're gonna watch the Truman Show. It's a philosophical marvel.
What am I looking right as streaming?
We're watching about Area S4. Riser, one thing I have to correct. There's another base. It's called Dolce Base, which is even more secretive than this base. That one has 7 levels. This one does not. It has, 4 levels or whatever. Maybe 5.
news, I'm still breathing.
We're happy about that, Zoo.
The bad news is Donald Trump's still living.
Zoo, did you fix your phone?
You want the good answer or the bad answer?
Dude, I don't want you to fuck around with me. Just get your phone fixed. Don't go to Melbourne. Don't fucking get any more prostitutes. Don't smoke hookah. Just fix your phone.
I will.
Okay, cool. We're watching what Riser's doing right now, so watch it.
Now, when you land at Groom Lake, how do you get to S4? It's 12 miles away. There's 3 ways. You can take a blue-colored Air Force Plus. That's number 1. Number 2, you take a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter. The third and final option is a Russian Mi-24 Hind-D helicopter gunship. So those are the 3 options that you take to get the S4. Now we're flying. We just landed. We're at the helicopter landing pad. We're now going to enter the facility for a virtual walkthrough. And you'll notice that there are some very interesting lines here on the tarmac. We have 2 parallel red lines, okay? And then there are 2 parallel blue lines. This is called walking the line. And you are told, according to Dan Burch, this is a very oppressive society. It's not a user-friendly area. It's not something that is a nice place to be at, because there's black guards with guns, and it's an oppressive society. You are told to follow the blue lines and do not breach the boundaries of the red lines, because if you do, ladies and gentlemen, they will shoot you. That's the level of security that we're talking about here. Now, we're entering the facility. As you see this swinging door to enter the facility. It turns out that that was actually incorrect, so we made the correction. The actual door to get into the S4 facility is none other than a double sliding glass door with an indented receptacle, which is circular. You turn that to the right, that's how you get into the facility. Very similar to what you would see on your patio door. Now we've got the layout. We start at the top, it's 4-1. Second floor is 4-2. We've got 4-3, 4-4, and 4-5. We flip to the AutoCAD rendering to give you an idea of what that facility looks like. Keep in mind that anything below 4-1 is all underground. Now, area S4, 4-1. This is the blueprint that I was able to put together under the direction of Dr. Dan Burch. And the first thing that happens when you walk into this facility, you enter that door, what you see is this long hallway here, very long hallway. It has the same type line configuration or stripes on the door. To the left, you see a red line. You cannot go to the left. On the right, there's a blue line. You can get access to that. So we're walking up here. The first room to the left, is actually the avionics lab. Just beyond that is the propulsion systems lab. Over here we have a files department, and we have something called the briefing room. This is very important in the briefing room. Why? Because there's something called Q-Tuts, or Q-Tuck tapes, and we have something called Blue Free-Range DTIC binders, which is Defense and Technical and Information Center binders. So I just submit. We've all heard this thing about Carl Sagan stating that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Well, here's where the evidence is. In this facility, they not only have the hardware, but they've got the tissue samples, they've got the motion picture film reels, they've got the high visual digital audio tapes. It's all here. This is what we're looking for. So, on the far western wall, on the interior of each of the 9 hangar bays, there is a 4-1 in red paint circled by a red circle. So that indicates that we are at area S4, floor 1. That's the significance there. The first hangar bay, which is right here, this is hangar bay number 1, was none other than Bob Lazar's sport model, or a P-45 sport model. Hangar bay number 2, we believe to be the exact same vehicle, or possibly an ARV, alien reproduction vehicle. Hangar bay 3, ladies and gentlemen, was the Roswell craft, which was covered by a tarp, so Dan didn't get to see the entire configuration, but it was the Roswell craft. Next we have, in the next hangar, which is number 4, is the T-52 Orion craft. The next hangar bay 5 was empty. Hangar Bay 6 contains a man-made F-22 conversion for sort of a dog and pony show of what was in Hangar Bay 3. So it was a man-made version of the Roswell craft. Up here we have, it's believed to be the 1953 crash retrieval in Kingman, Arizona. That was what was in the next hangar, which is 7. Hangar Bay 8 contained a black isosceles triangle that was nicknamed the licorice drop. Hangar Bay 9, ladies and gentlemen, so that's the layout here. Up on the left-hand corner, I've got a very crude gymnasium lighting. That's the important thing to remember. When you're in this facility, it's not impeccable lighting on the first floor, so that's why they have that. Moving over to the right, we have the biohazard suppression area. We have the overflow files department. And then we have the communication area. And then you look over to the bottom right here is the meals ready to eat for the cafeteria. And you'll notice here that the different colors indicate the compartmentalization of the people who work on different programs at Area S4. So if you work on Project Sidekick, or if you work on Project Galileo, you sit in the red area. If you work on weapons research, you sit in the black area. As you mentioned, the orange area is Project Looking Glass. So what they're doing is they're quarantining the employees and engineers who work on the different programs so that these things would be secret. Okay, so this is a far look down on the main hallway. As soon as you walk in, you see that red stripe, the blue stripe on the right-hand side. You've got the avionics lab and the propulsion system labs on the immediate left-hand side. Now, right to the left, there is an I Want to Leave poster confirmed by Dr. Dan Bursch. Over to the right, there is a nurse there in a waiting pad. So all this talk about trying to slow things out of S4 so that we can prove all this security, well, it's next to impossible. Why? Because they waited in the mood when you get there, and they waited in the mood when you get out. And if there's a discrepancy within houses, it's over. So you got to be very careful here. Now, 4-1, looking down through the catwalk to the left-hand side. This is the first hangar bay. Is the 53-foot diameter Salazar sport model. So this is, we're looking down through the catwalk. Over here we have Hangar Bay 2, which again is believed to be the same craft for the reproduction vehicle. Hangar Bay 3 is the P-24 Roswell craft. That is the 4-1. We're at Area S4, level 1. Now, this is interesting. I did not make this statement, but Dr. Dan Bursch and even the late geologist Dr. Phil Schneider indicated that the F-22 Raptor, the exterior configuration of the F-22 Raptor, was originating from the original Roswell craft. That's a very bombshell statement to make. But if you take away the vertical stabilizers on the F-22 Raptor, and then you remove the air intakes, and then you do something what Dan Bursch told me, is if you drew a spline curve connected all of the major points or intersecting areas on the Raptor, what we've ended up with, ladies and gentlemen, is the Roswell craft. So this comes directly from Dan Bursch. Is there any way to prove this? Well, take a look at the historical legacy on the origin point of stealth technology. To start up here, there is a defining feature that goes through all these configurations. You've got the F-22 up here. You've got a Russian stealth configuration here. Down here to the left, we've got a Norfolk configuration. Just to the right of that, you've got the Testers Model Corporation in Rockford, Illinois, the F-19 configuration by Lockheed, and then you've got the configuration from the movie Stealth, which was released in 2005. All of these configurations contain the same design model. In fact, they contain the same wing roof and fuselage joint, which is completely integrated and smooth contouring, identical to the BT stealth model to reduce the radar cross signature. That is the defining design feature on these stealth technologies. The same thing we see in Roswell craft. Hangar Bay 4 was a P-52 Orion craft. This is the original configuration. This is the cleaned up configuration on the bottom side by Dr. Dan Bursch. Hangar Bays 5 and Bays 9 were empty. And you'll notice too that there are these interesting tracks here, and these were used to pull the craft out of the hangar bays so that it could be testable on the tarmac immediately from the entrance of the facility. Hangar Bay 6 was the man-made reproduction of the P-24 Roswell craft. That was in Hangar Bay 6. Hangar Bay 7, again, Dan was used, but not to be completely confirmed, that this was the 1953 P-24 Roswell vehicle. It was covered by a tarp. Hangar Bay 8 contained a black isosceles triangle. They called it a liquid drop according to Dan Bursch. And I will mention that everything from Hangar Bay 1 to Hangar Bay 7 were all extraterrestrial vehicles. Hangar Bay 8 was the only alien vehicle because there's a difference between extraterrestrials and aliens. And according to Dr. Dan Bursch, the exterior configuration for what it looked like when you saw this craft, it looked like a black liquid mercury that you could fall into. It's a very unique surface texture on this particular craft. So, you've got Bob Lazar stating that S4 exists. That's what he said back in 1988. We've got Dr. Dan Burrish, 2012, stating that S4 exists. We also have Bill Newhouse, who worked on the flight simulators at S4 and at Los Alamos National Lab. So we've got three independent people confirming the same thing. You see the cutaway AutoCAD drawing originating from Bill Newhouse, indicating that there was a flight simulator, a flying saucer flight simulator that was attached to a gimbal mount. You can rotate this thing almost up to 90 degrees. There's a diagnostic cable attached to the vehicle that is static. But when it is energized, the diagnostic cable gets released, and then you can quote-unquote fly the vehicle at that time. So, the T-45 craft was a sport model, measured 52 feet in diameter, was 16 feet high, had a smooth, polished aluminum exterior configuration. And then I want to take you inside here and show you some of the interior components. It had three different levels. We've got the lower bay, we've got the mid-deck, and the upper deck. So that's what we've got right there. Now, let's zoom inside. We'll take a look at what it looks like inside. On the bottom section of the vehicle, there were three gravity amplifiers. Right above that, we have the mid-deck, which contains three gravity amplifier heads, three seats that all sat in the same direction, which were too small for human test pilots to see. Then we've got a gravity amplifier system here. We've got an antimatter reactor and a wave guide that goes all the way up through the mid-deck and what we believe to be the avionics or navigation compartment right to the user cockpit. So that's the layout of the sport model according to Mr. Balthazar. Now, let's go 15 seconds on the propulsion system of this vehicle. Element 115 is machined into triangles at Los Alamos, transported to S4. It is loaded into the antimatter reactor. And when the target substance is bombarded with protons, and the proton plugs into the nucleus of an atom of element 115, it bumps its atomic number up to element 116, which immediately decays and releases antimatter. That is the power source for the vehicle in a near 100% thermoelectric generator. So that's a breakdown of the propulsion system. Project Aquarius terminology. Let's talk about some terminology here. Project Galileo. Project Aquarius is nothing more than an umbrella term for everything having to do with mankind's interaction with extraterrestrials. Below that, there are about 5 different programs. The first one is Project Galileo. It dealt with the propulsion system of extraterrestrial and future terrestrial vehicles. So that's the first one. The second one under Project Aquarius was Project Sidestick. Relates to a weapons program. No further information that available contains the version of that program. Project EV Labs dealt with physics of seeing the effects of an artificially produced gravity wave on time. The fourth project was a second-generation weapons program, which originated with Project SAG, a low program being provided. The fifth program dealt with a series of biological defense operations, which again served the capacity of senior scientists. So this is the programs that fell under Project Aquarius. So how did the J-Rod craft, or what was termed the human 1953 UFO crash material, how did it get to S4? They got there by a 40-ton, what's called a dragon tank column. That's how they got it there. See what the story is. Now, in 1953, when COVID was there was a UFO crash material that came in Arizona. There were 3 bodies recovered. One died on impact. He was still contained in his biocontainment device. The other one went to Los Alamos. The third and final one went to Area 51 S4. That's the key right that Andrew.
Zoom, we're watching this.
There was a meeting likely Eisenhower and a treaty was signed.
Zoom, we're watching this. Zoom, we're watching this.
What is the Orion Cube? It is also known as the Yellow Book. It has nothing to do with phone numbers. This is a 8x8 square cube, and it's a quantum device that you could, once it's accessed, look at the probabilities of future events. There's protocols that have to be followed in order to activate this. And one time it's believed that this cube was stored in the later, it was moved to the Scottish Rite Masonic Temple just outside Washington, D.C. Further, we don't know where it is. So that's the lineage of the Orion Cube. Now, interesting to note that there are 3 events that took place in 1947. There's no coincidence. We've got the Roswell crash on July 2nd, 1947. Then we've got the formation of the CIA in 1947 and the formation of the Independent Air Force also in 1947. 3 events happening at the same time. In 1952, it was the National Security Agency who, according to the CIA, had improper intelligence, so partial majestic control of private affairs was handed over to the quote new boys on the block because they came after the Central Intelligence Agency. So there was this animosity that continues today between the Central Intelligence Agency and the National Security Agency. Now, moving down to 4-2, we've got the SolidWorks rendering and also the AutoCAD rendering of 4-2. Moving into the facility, the first thing you'll see when you walk into level 4-2 is a 3-foot tall statue of an Alice in Wonderland rabbit. It's a symbolic message that we're giving over here. There's a primary looking glass device, and then on either side of that primary looking glass device, ladies and gentlemen, there are 2 secondary ERBs or Einstein-Rosen rings. Up on the left, I've got a graphic of what we term the galactic positioning distance, because when you access the Stargate at the S4 facility, you don't need to have a galactic positioning code on your arm or flip chip, because all that data is inside the control room. But when you go outside S4, you do need to get this positioning code data so that you can go where you're going. Here we've got the jump pads at 4-2. And then down here, we've got the Project Sidekick storage facility, which also runs just below that. To the right, we've got weapons research and development. I've got a roll-up view of the living glass device here. We're going to consider something called the doctrine of conversion time paradox. And then we're also going to consider how did the U.S. government get the technology to access naturally occurring stargates throughout the world. It has to do with the Sumerian civil seal that was published years ago. Now, this is a SolidWorks rendering of the looking glass device. You'll notice that there's a 4-way or ring-shaped device. And inside this, we have multiple permanent electromagnets. And this is consistent with 6 electromagnetic fields that form above this device. There is a up and down actuating rotating cylinder. So it's a height adjustable rotating cylinder, which is attached to a 3-axis cable system. That's the general layout of the looking glass device. What does this thing do? Well, it can actually work the fabric of space-time, both forwards and back, and you can actually see the probabilities of future events. That's the primary function. However, there's a secret to the looking glass device, which Dan Burrish has told us. What you can do is you can flip this device up at 45-degree angle, and if you tune it to a slightly different frequency, it can be used as a stargate. So it actually has a dual purpose. You've got these spires or guide rings just above the looking glass device. These are used to guide the electromagnetic field over the looking glass device. Something that you can do with your band. Now, per Dan's comments, there was a 3-foot tall statue of an Alice in Wonderland rabbit. He had a maroon vest, he had golden fringes, and he had black buttons. He was holding a clock. And this is symbolic that you're going down the rabbit hole into a world that's beyond belief, and that's exactly what happens in the looking glass area. So there's a symbolic encrypted message. Now, when we talk about time travel and we talk about the doctrine of convergent timeline paradox, in my assessment, there is no better illustration of this concept than the movie Back to the Future 2. And they talk about this in that movie. So just to illustrate this, for example, on the bottom here, we've got something called the flow of time, representative of the bottom arrow of timeline 1. That's the timeline we're on. So we're moving down this timeline, everything is fine, everything is great, and then somebody decides to flip on one of these looking glass devices. This is called the looking glass point of observation. That's right here. Now, you have someone that is looking into the future of probable events. At that point, that exact point in time, we are no longer, ladies and gentlemen, on timeline 1, but we are now on timeline 2. And we have theoretically affected our future timeline 1. So that's how this works. Now, in this movie, a DeLorean is used to go from the year 1985 to the year 2015. A character by the name of Biff Tannen, he eventually comes into possession of something called the Gray Sports Almanac, 1950 to 2005. He picks this up from an 80s memorabilia store. He goes back to the year 1985, and it's a cakewalk. He knows all the results, all the sports scores, to the horse racing, to NFL, to hockey. He turns out to be a billionaire. It's just incredible. But in the process of doing that, he completely destroys himself, everyone he's with, and everything, all the surroundings. So you can see of the catastrophic consequences of living into the future. It has a very serious consequence. And that's borne out by what we see here in the Mayan calendar. Some believe, ladies and gentlemen, that on December 21st of 2012, it's the end of the world. However, some take a more positive approach and indicate that this is a new dawning of an age of enlightenment. This is, if you flip over to the prophecy rock by the Hopi Show, they have a similar motif. They talk about the evolution of mankind's consciousness on this bottom straight line, and then something happens. An event takes place where we go off into chaos. And that's what you see with the squiggly line. So again, it's very destructive in some cases. To try to predict future events, they can have catastrophic consequences. Here you see the rendering 3D Max studio rendering of the Looking Glass device. We've got the transport pads in this location. Everything that took place in this facility was recorded on digital videotape. So they have the evidence, there's no question about it. You can see the electromagnetic field forming above the Looking Glass device. There was a stand clear yellow and black stripe that followed the circumference of the Looking Glass device. Now again, this is Dan Parrish's rendering. We talked about the Looking Glass configuration. It's the general configuration on the upper left-hand corner. And then on the upper right-hand corner, we rotated the device 45 degrees from the horizontal, and now it's the Stargate configuration. So that's what we see there. The flip book, this was something that engineers wore on their arms. It's kind of a GPS code book, because you have to know where you are and where you're going to operate or access one of these Stargates. Now, some of you may have seen the movie Stargate. The actual Stargate looks nothing like what you see in the movies. The only thing that is consistent is this metal catwalk that gets you into the actual Stargate. That's the only similarity in the entire operation. Level S4, level 3. Level 3. This is Hollywood below the AutoCAD. Now, there are at least 3 primary areas to 4-3. You'll notice that there are 3 distinct segments here. Each has 4 residential suites. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Majestic 12 residential suites. That's where they stay when they get to S4. It consists of a very simple 1-bedroom apartment with a sunken living area. There's a tile walkway to enter the facility. There's a single TV. There's one single bathroom. So that's the S4 Majestic 12 residential suite. You also know that we've got the culture department. We've got the analysis department just to the right and below the culture department. Up here on the right, we've got the call-outs, the leader call-outs. We've got slider trays. We've got pressure incubators. And when I was going through this, it really dawned on me that there's a lot of attention to detail here, and it was my assessment that this was coming from a man who had practical application experience in working in this environment. It just seemed to me that you couldn't make this up. There was a lot of detail here. It really seemed that this was someone who could speak from experience that was actually working in the facility. Now, level 4-4, that's what we're going into now. A number of primary areas here. We have the badge board. This is a roll-up of the badge board for 4-4. We've got a meeting room or a board room in that facility. There are multiple biocontainment labs for the 4-4. You will zoom in and blow up that area right here. These are the decontamination areas, and Dan Gersh's desk at S4, or the 4-4, is right in this facility right here. So again, the level of attention to detail to me was just astounding. It really seemed like someone who was actually working there. Now, some of you may have seen this before. This is Dan Gersh's security badge at S4. We've got the badge here that's short for Majestic. That was the program that was operating under Trinity in 1947. And then we've got these diagonally striped blue and darker blue running along the upper left-hand corner. This is the same configuration that Bob was talking about as well. So again, we've got secondary information confirmation that there was a security badge that actually looked like that. This badge number was H6196 MHA. Level 4-5, very important for. This is the cleans here. You'll notice that there is an iris. This iris can move out for the clean sphere floor. You've got these orange cables going across the clean sphere, and they are to suspend the beehive lights. There was a boardroom on the right side and a boardroom on the left side, and then we've got the actuation of the actual clean sphere floor. So what does this thing actually look like? Before we get into the clean sphere, there's multiple protocols that have to be followed. This is the entire layout of the protocols. The 4-5 gantry vehicle and overview of clean sphere entry protocol. So we've got the totally encapsulated suit that you have to continue. You have to have a positive pressure environment in that suit. And the umbilical cord that takes place at this stage are integrated into the clean sphere. Now, detailed views. We've got the PINS device. What did Dan Burch do? He got this working with this PINS device, which is a pressure-induced diesel system. He carried a briefcase with him when he got into the airlock, which gave access to the clean sphere. Down here, I've got the representation of the 40-ton Dragon wagon tank hauler. Shows you how they got the craft to the facility. And this is a rendering of the airlock here. This is a layout of what the 4-5 facility looks like. So, picture in your mind's eye a large square building, somewhat similar to what we have here. And in all 4 corners, you have this filigree, so the corners aren't sharp, but they're really, really nicely. And then on the lower floor, we've got something called a scissor lift. It's the same type of scissor that you see in manufacturing, construction sites. Just above that, of course, we've got a hydraulic actuated scissor. There's a floor with a large circular cutout with something called a clean sphere. And the clean sphere, ladies and gentlemen, is not a complete sphere. It's like an orange cut in half, so it's strictly a half of a sphere. That's what we consider here. Here you see the SolidWorks rendering of the clean sphere device, and then the scissor lift, almost identical to what you would see at a local airport with these concession trucks that bring this box up to the 747 cargo bay and then bring it in wheels. That's the same type of configuration that we see at the bottom of 4-5. Here's the rendering of what the clean sphere actually look like. It's 52 feet across. The plexiglass clear bubble is 2 inches thick. Think about the manufacturing that had to take place to get that there. Just incredible level of engineering. Impeccable lighting was located on 4-5, which is different from what the 4-1. There were 7 indented windows for majestic 12 observation gallery windows. They measure 2.5 feet wide, 4.5 feet tall. So there were 7 of those so that you can look down inside the clean sphere as you're taking tissue samples from the J-rod. Now we've got something called the beehive lights. These beehive lights can actually move along trapeze cables. They can be lowered and raised through a telescopic device. And these were actually designed and built by J-Rods and the Escort engineers. Just an impeccable level of lighting on the 4-5. Why is that needed? Because we don't want any shadows with tissue samples on the extraterrestrial. Here you can see the edge of the 4-5 floor, which is the yellow and black stripe right here, and then also the edge of the clean sphere bubble right here. That's what we're getting from inspiration. Now, there's something called kick plates that actually are manually operated, and they seal the gap between the clean sphere edge and the floor of 4-5, the opening. That's what they do. And according to Dan Bush, these were done by hand manually. When you slam these down, there's a big bang that takes place. So it's something that you really stress. Here we see the scissor lifting the clean sphere up to the second floor of 4-5. And then you can see again the hydraulically actuated scissor lift. Now, we'll talk about the test for totally closed suit. Similar to what you would see in the Gemini Mercury leaving the Apollo program in 1969, it's a positive pressure suit to keep out biocontaminants. That's actually its job. And when Dan Bursch was at 4-5 inside the clean sphere, he was taking upwards of 300 tissue samples from the J-Rod because he suffered from a genetic neuropathy defect. And the overall program was to find a cure for that genetic defect. And one way they did that is to use this pressure-induced needle system that Dr. Dan Bursch personally told me was very small. He called it a Saturday night special. And it had a pneumatically actuated hose off the aft end of the cruise device. There was a small cartridge that was loaded right inside the shaft here, and you could take the tissue samples that were sent out for the analysis department. So that's how they did that. He also carried a briefing case with him with multiple needles and cartridges that went inside the clean sphere as well. Now again, remember, they weigh you in the loo when you get in, and when you drop down to 4-5, they weigh you in again. So there's just no way you're going to sneak anything out of 4-5. This is a very well-done pencil sketch by Mark McCandlish, who is, again, the world's premier aerospace illustrator, showing Dan Bursch being seated up in the test suit and then entering the airlock or decontamination chamber for entry into the clean sphere. Now, what in the world does J-Rod mean? I mean, what we've heard this before. In its simplest terms, J-Rod means 15, because J on the computer keyboard is the 10th letter in the English language. The dash or rod was symbolic of the Mayan glyph that indicated the number 5. So you put those together, you get 15. That's also symbolic because he traveled from 15 light years away to get here. So that's the definition of J-Rod and how he got his name. Now, 2 quotes from Dan Bursch that are very important. He said, "I have never met an alien, but I have met an extraterrestrial. The difference being that an extraterrestrial such as a J-Rod is actually a future human and therefore shares a same human lineage. A true alien, on the other hand, would bear no such human lineage." So that's the difference between an extraterrestrial and an alien. Now, when he was working there, you can see him with a PINS device taking samples from the J-Rod, and he was called Kaela. A little bit of description of what he looked like. He measured 3.5 feet tall. He had dark brown appearance, very black inset eyes, and disproportionately large head. He had a small nose, long arms, and no teeth. Interesting to note that the designation for this particular J-Rod was EBE-53 Daisy 2. that stands for Extraterrestrial Biological Entity, 1953, UFO crash retriever, Human, Arizona, number 2. Because remember, the first one died on impact, the other one went to a Y11 facility at Los Alamos. Now, during one of these tissue sample sessions, remember, you have to follow a certain protocol to approach this J-rod. You have to raise up your right hand, the J-rod raises his right hand, and then you take multiple wide steps together, and then you use the center. During one occasion within the clean sphere, the J-rod, who was known as Kayla, he broke the protocol, rushed Dan, and they had developed a friendship at the time, so this had never happened before. He wasn't under attack, but Dan Bursch was startled about what took place. He stepped back and accidentally caught his group of the totally encapsulated suit on the grid structure of the bottom of the floor of 4-5, and he tripped over backwards on his oxygen tank, and the J-Rod proceeded to infuse into him a tremendous amount of material having to do with future events. So it's incredible what took place inside the clean sphere. This is an illustration by Martin Hayes showing the decontamination process within the airlock for entry into the 4-5 facility. Now, again, how did they get this technology to access these naturally occurring stargates? Ladies and gentlemen, they got those from the Sumerian cylinder seals, in some cases from the Baghdad Museum. Now, what you'll do here is you'll take a piece of wet clay and you'll roll that over the clay, the cylinder seal, and you'll end up with this positive relief. Now, according to Dan Bursch, what the government figured out how to do is you take a mirror, go right down the center line of one of these glyphs, and you get a mirror image, which is nothing more than a blueprint on how you access these naturally occurring stargates. That's how they did it. Now, in 2003, something interesting happened. J-Rod was moved from his position within the clean sphere 4-5 facility. He was flown to Abydos Temple, which is down the Nile River. Perhaps some of you have been there, actually. And remember, he has to be in his own positive pressure atmospheric environment or he'll die. So they ended up building a stroller for him. This is Dr. Dan Bursch's illustration of what that stroller actually looked like. And recall, too, that they were friends at the time. So Dan Bursch was sad that J-Rod could not go home to his family and be with his family. He had a compassion for him. So in this act of compassion, during the accessing by the government of one of these naturally occurring stargates at Abydos Temple, Dan Bursch thrust forward that stroller and pushed Kayla into this stargate, sending it home. However, Dan and the stroller device were kicked out. He got into a lot of trouble for this, but it was an act of compassion on Dr. Dan Bursch. There was a very interesting piece of nostalgia at the end of the Blue Lake Runway, according to Dan Bursch. There is a sign there that has multiple arrows pointing in every direction. The sign says home, and this is a symbolic message that what takes place at S4, perhaps Blue Lake, home is underground, it's in outer space, it's north, it's east, it's west, home is everywhere. There's a symbolic message being employed in this single here. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's really important that we honor the courage that Dan Bursch had to come forward and give us this information regarding the specific details of the S4 facility and providing all of us a potential for a very bright future which is on the nearby horizon. Thank you very much.
I know he covers a lot, and I don't know how much of it can be verified, but it's pretty fascinating, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the dude never came on for questions at the end.
Oh no, he does a ton of interviews. Yeah, he does. Don't. If you're looking for an interview of Dan Bursch, he's got tons of them.
Right. What was your favorite part of that?
Oh, excellent. Just the detail and the CAD drawings, the AutoCAD drawings, watching it does seem to be pretty consistent with what Bob Lazar had said. I think it's interesting that they have like a bunny there or a rabbit like from Alice in Wonderland. Like there's all this really wild technology, and then they keep like some interesting, or like the thing at the end of the runway. If you've ever seen that runway, if you've ever played like Microsoft Flight Simulator or anything, That runway is so long. It's like 2.5 miles long. It's easily the longest runway in the game. It's the longest runway in the world. It's huge. You can land anywhere on that runway. Um, I think that it's interesting, like that that Bob Lazar only basically was in like, I don't know, that like maybe less than 10% of the whole facility. Never talked about it having anything lower. I wish they would talk about the elevators, or like how you go from one to another. I would love them to talk about more about J Rod, but again, like they do in other interviews. This was a really quick thing that Michael Stratt went into, but Dan Bursch goes into it at length. And that's not even the most secret facility in the United States. Arguably, the most secret facility in the United States is known as Dulce Base, which we can go into at another time, but that's in New Mexico. And it has 7 levels, and those levels are fucked up. They have like human alien hybrid programs going on. Um, it's fucked up. They have something called Nightmare Hall, which is like allegedly where they like people are kidnapped on the surface and taken there and never to see their family again, and they like have like imprisonment and all kind, like they're forced to give birth to children and stuff. Like it is a fucked up situation. But I don't want to go into that story right now. But that one's, in my opinion, that one's even more fascinating than this one. Um, what else about it? I find it interesting the difference. Like a lot of times people use the terms extraterrestrial and alien to mean the same thing, but they make a distinct separation that extraterrestrial is of a human lineage just in the future. It's like, well, how did they get into the future? Perhaps they were abducted. Perhaps we're seated here, and we're just like of the same lineage as they are. And then aliens totally different. The bays of the S4 seem to be different than what Bob Lazar discussed, but I'm sure they move those things around like cars in Grand Theft Auto, like so they don't always keep them. But it is interesting that they kept the sport model exactly where Bob Lazar had said. Um, Now looking at these AutoCAD drawings and Bob Lazar's, there's a lot of similarity. I understand that even Michael Stratt says it's not exactly right, but this is still pretty good. Uh, and it was 15 years ago, and I think it's just incredibly accurate. I find that the thing about the looking glass is fascinating, and it's something that I've always speculated, that if you could basically map every particle or atom in a given area, you could run a simulation to know what would happen into the future. And this type of technology seems like that's what it can do. That's fascinating to me. The idea of a star.
That was a real, like, confirmed government project, right?
What'd you say?
Looking Glass is like a real confirmed government project.
It's as much confirmed as Project Sidekick and Galileo. I mean, it's not. You can't find anything about it in the Library of Congress, but there are people who've talked about it. Now, there was a different Project Looking Glass that happened in the like 1950s or something that was like had to do with a plane, but that's kind of a cover, and that's a common thing that they'll do. They'll have two different projects with the same name to confuse people. So somebody will be like, "Oh yeah, that's Project Looking Glass," and they'd be like, "Oh yeah, the plane." They'd be like, "No, the thing to see into the future," and the other person would be like, "What are you talking about? It's a plane," and then they discount them. That's a common thing that they've done. Um, I think.
I mean, Project Looking Glass seems like very far off technology. Like, I don't know.
I've heard it confirmed though by a lot of people, with Bob Lazar talking about it, Dan Bursch talking about it, um, and I just think that
What they said about how they interacted with it?
well, there's also in UFO lore. Have they interacted with it? It seems like Dan Bursch did to some extent. But where we got that technology, now this is separate from Bob Lazar and Dan Bursch, but this goes back to something called Project Scorpio. I want to say. Um, so basically, in the 1950s, and I wrote about this too uh, in my article yesterday. Uh, President Eisenhower met at Edwards Air Force Base and Holloman Air Force Base, perhaps. Um, yeah, I think so. Uh, with he met twice with representatives of an alien civilization, and they uh, came to a they came to an agreement. The United States or the people of the world or whatever would get to reverse engineer alien technology in exchange for the alien abduction program to be able to be continued without any type of interference with Earth officials. And
Why would the aliens need our permission to abduct people?
I think, to my knowledge, we were shooting at them and causing causing them some. Well, I know we were. We were basically taking aim at their craft, and the answer to that though is they didn't, because very soon after this alliance was signed, it's called it's called the Grenada Treaty. There's another Grenada Treaty, but it's different than this one. This is again one of those things. They'll name two things the same name, but the Grenada Treaty, uh, in exchange for the permission to abduct humans, we would be able to reverse engineer some of their technology. Some of the technology, or one of the pieces of technology, was this square that Dan Bursch talks about, which is the looking glass. And um, somehow, some way, you could see into the future with this piece of technology. Very soon thereafter, the Grenada Treaty was signed or whatever. The aliens didn't follow it, and they just started abducting as many people as they wanted anyway, and didn't care about it. And there's nothing that the humans could do. Then this goes into another story, which is absolutely fascinating.
Can I just ask one question? If the aliens are flying here on UFOs with anti-gravity technology, why wouldn't they have the from another light galaxy or whatever? Why would they not have the technology to go undetected in the spacecraft?
Well, they do.
So they shouldn't be getting shot at.
Yeah. So as I understand, they, in some areas of the United States and also the world, especially where there are like testing ranges, we'll just shoot up the whole sky, and we'll use there's some kind of radar that we were able to use to be able to bring down their ships. And I'm in agreement with you. And this has always been my question. This is a question that I posed yesterday. If you're able to travel this far, don't you think you'd have some kind of setting on your craft that's like, don't get fucked up by other people's radar? But apparently that, right, I don't have a good answer for that. That's a huge question of mine. That's a huge question of Joe Rogan's. I speak as Joe Rogan's personal spokesperson, and these are questions that we both have that we've never been able to solve. I'm in agreement with you, though. It's like,
if you're a million years in the future technology,
yeah, exactly.
ahead of us, then you should. If you're getting detected, it should be because you want to be detected.
Well, there's that argument too. That they call these like the crafts that we have gifts. Whether that's true or not, I'm not sure. Why would you ever allow your little alien guy to die? Apparently, though, they don't. They just that's just their body that dies. That that you can like get their consciousness back. Um, Riser, you're. No one has the answers to these questions. These are just my um my.
Okay, can I also say that I was just reading a Reddit post on Bob Lazar, and one skeptic was saying that, well, like one of Bob Lazar's talking points is that he's never profited off of his story or UFOs. It could just be like a manipulation tactic or talking point. Apparently, he has sold a bunch of merch. He sold a book, like 4,000 copies of his book. He's gone to Japan and sold his tapes in Japan. He sold $29.99 Elman 115 t-shirts on his website. He's gone on a bunch of podcasts. So that was one thing that they're saying, is that he actually has been profiting off of his story.
Okay.
Another thing that they're saying was that the Element 115 thing, apparently he claimed to have buried Element 115, some of it in his backyard, and then on the Joe Rogan podcast with, I think, the Brian guy.
Not Brian.
Joe Rogan.
Not Brian. With
was asking about him about that.
Jeremy Corbell.
They apparently had a recording of Bob experimenting with one Element 115, but the VHS tape got either lost in a pile of other VHS tapes or taped over with Gossip Girls, or something happened to it, and he's never been able to prove that he actually had any of that Element.
No, they show it in the documentary from yesterday. There's like a little puck that they have, and that's actually video that he had of it. And he doesn't want to say, yes, I took Element 115 from S4, because that's illegal. And but one thing they did say is when his boss Dennis Mariani called him to go to one of the casinos, and he met him at the casino, and Dennis Mariani just ignored him. And then Bob Lazar went back to his house. His house had been broken into, and then Bob's asked, "Was anything taken?" And he said yes, but he doesn't say what. And there's always been the insinuation that they took back that puck. They had some kind of way to get it back.
Right.
But that they do show that it's just like a puck that kind of looks grayish, copperish, and that's what I know about it. He says that there was like a little crosshairs that he made in it. That's all I really know about it. Okay, but back to the thing about profiting. You don't profit from podcasts. They don't pay you. Joe Rogan did not pay Bob Lazar to be on a podcast.
Yeah, he has a book, though.
Okay, because he got sick of people asking him about it. And it's not a very well-selling book. And on top of that, his T-shirts, I've never seen anybody wear his T-shirts. And if anything, he's trying to get people to know about the Element. Did he make a little bit of money on it? Yeah, but I don't consider that serious profiting. Who do I consider serious profiting? Jake Paul, Logan Paul, the guys who do that kind of shit, who have podcasts and do all kinds of public publicity stunts and that kind of shit. That to me is profiting. Bob Lazar never did any of that. Bob Lazar wasn't paid to go on KLAS television. He just wanted to get his story out there.
Well, yeah, no, I'm just saying the Reddit post was saying that you could basically lie and then profit off this story with documentaries, merch, and his book.
So
he could have made millions of dollars for doing that.
I don't know about millions. I don't know about millions. His friend Gene Huff, I think, if I recall correctly, talked him into making a documentary. And the reason why was because he got sick of telling the same story. And I would too. I'd be like, look, I've told this story 100 times at 100 different interviews. I'm sick of telling it. Just watch the video. And we're going to sell it at a normal price. It's not like he sold it for $150. That's profiting. To me, $29.99 covers the production cost, the video, and maybe a little extra coin in your pocket, but nothing crazy. You can see the way he lives. It's not like he has a giant mansion in the hills of Oregon. He has like a normal two-story home with an area for horses, which I admit is nice, and then like a man cave, like a lab. That's it. He doesn't have a Bugatti, and he's not living in the Hollywood Hills. He's not doing that. He's living like a pretty, maybe middle class life. And
well, we don't know his true net worth, but yeah.
And on top of that, he couldn't get a job for a long time. So how else is he supposed to support himself?
Okay.
So for someone to be like in a Reddit post, he profited from this. There's an argument to be made. What is profit? Profit usually is extra money from an endeavor over and above just breaking even. Selling a $29.99 videotape with shipping and handling included is just breaking even in 1995. Selling T-shirts that have Element 150.
I don't know how many copies of the tape they sold.
Yeah, and
I don't know if it was an $80 million budget like the last one, that'd be quite the break.
No. There's nothing like that. There never has been. I know that I am a Bob Lazar homer, and I don't agree 100% with everything he's done, but I agree with 95% of what he's done, and probably would have handled it in the same way. And I think he's brave. I think he's an American hero. And what would I have handled differently? The procuring or whatever, pandering charge, that would have been different. I would have, everything at the base, they weren't asking him to come back or whatever, and I'd want to show my friends as well. The taking of the Element 115, I might have avoided that, but that's 2020 hindsight. Selling T-shirts, I don't think that's a big deal. That's basically just keeping yourself afloat. So there's a question of that as well. Is that really profiting? If you are unemployed and you don't have any money and you've got a mortgage payment, are you really profiting? Not really. You're just keeping yourself afloat. If anything, you're breaking even. So there's an argument that Bob Lazar could make. They said, I didn't profit. I just was able to not go home, not be homeless because of this. But it wasn't profit.
I mean, you're still generating money from the story, but
small amounts. Bob Lazar did not do the UFO circuit. He didn't go to UFO conferences. That's not what he did. And that's where you make money in this, small niche interest group. It ruined his reputation, and I can't blame him for putting out a video. He got asked about it so much that, if I got big, I would just say, watch one of my podcasts or whatever. I'm sick of talking about it. I'll talk about it once a month or something like that. But you know how I come in here. Oh, I stream live 24 hours a day, 7 days. I get sick of that. Just doing that all day, every day with random individuals who come in here. I do it, But I'm saying if I got big, I'm not going to continue to do that. I'm going to do it one time, have a really good video. If you want to watch it, you can watch it. Now, am I going to charge $29.99 for it? No. But it's a different world. Bob Lazar did not have the opportunity of a YouTube or a Vimeo or a Daily Motion where he could just upload a video and say, "Watch what happened." That wasn't a thing.
Okay, all right. I concede.
It's
Can I ask?
It's an excellent
ask
point.
one question, and then I like to switch topics and pre-game discuss the Truman Show.
Absolutely.
Just for a little bit.
Absolutely.
You mentioned the alien human hybrid thing.
Yeah,
and
Dulce base.
Rumors that in like China there's like, or I think you've mentioned it before, human Z, and also allegedly human pig hybrids.
Yeah, that's different.
And like all these like different experiments on human beings. How likely do you think that actually is?
99%.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I think it was already done in like 1920 in the Soviet Union, and there was something about it, like, if I recall, the female chimps do not like to be mated or something like that, and so that caused some issues. But there's, let me just look up the information on it, because then again, the China in the 1960s, like basically, if we're talking about this that long ago, there's a high likelihood somebody has tried it. Some mad scientist under some government program has tried it. That was over 100 years ago. Yo, dog, if you take human sperm and chimpanzee sperm or chimpanzee egg, does it create a human Z? Or what's it take to make a human Z? And why not if that doesn't work? Why doesn't it work? I don't think it's that easy to just take the egg and the sperm. That'd be too easy to do. It is biologically impossible for human sperm to successfully fertilize a chimpanzee egg or vice versa to create a human Z. Despite the high genetic similarity between the two species, while human sperm can penetrate the outer membranes of a gibbon egg, it cannot fertilize a chimpanzee egg due to species-specific surface markers and chromosomal incompatibility. The primary barriers preventing the hybridization include chromosome mismatch. Humans have 23 pairs of chromosomes, 46 total, while chimpanzees have 24 pairs. That makes me wonder if a Down syndrome person might be able to. This difference prevents proper chromosome pairing during cell divisions, leading to aneuploidity and non-viable embryos. Genetic divergence, yada yada yada. Okay. And post-zygotic failure. Okay, if even if fertilization occurred, the resulting zygote would likely fail the implant. That doesn't mean it would. Historical attempts, such as in the 1920s experiments by Soviet biologist Ilyana Ivanovich Ivanov, failed to produce any pregnancies. Although evolutionary psychologist Gordon Gallup has claimed in 2018 that a humanzee was conceived in the 1920s and destroyed, no scientific evidence supports this, and the only famous case, Oliver the humanzee, was confirmed via DNA testing to be a chimpanzee with 48 chromosomes, not a hybrid. Okay, so do I think that this has been done?
I mean, yeah. Sorry, yeah, go on.
Yeah, I do. It just takes one.
Well, it seems like the DNA needs to be compatible enough. Like you can, and in the wild, there's kind of hybrids that are crosses between like wolves and dogs. Wolves, dogs, because they have similar enough DNA, or grizzly bears and polar bears and whatnot, because they have similar DNA.
Lions and tigers.
But I don't know. There you go. I mean, I'm sure there's a whole bunch of them.
Absolutely, zebras and horses, or zebras and even the mule, the donkey. A mule is a donkey horse.
Right.
But they have issues in reproducing in subsequent generations. Like a mule can't reproduce, a liger can't reproduce, a Tygon can't reproduce.
Really?
Yeah.
Even a wolf dog can't reproduce?
That I think.
Like a male or female?
So let's look them up. There's a chart I've seen. Yo, dog, of the hybrids out there, like the zebra, horse, or donkey, or dog and wolf, and grizzly and polar bear, which ones can reproduce in subsequent generations? Like a liger is sterile and a Tygon is sterile, right? Most mammal hybrids are sterile, but several key exceptions exist that can reproduce and form subsequent generations. Uh, Okay, while male hybrids in mammals are typically sterile due to Haldane's rule, female ligers and tigons are often fertile and can mate with lions, tigers, or other hybrids to produce. Hold on, there's something like this. Something though gets fucked up. To produce second generation offspring like ligers, tigons, and teligers. Unlike the classic mule, horse, donkey cross, or hinny, which are almost invariably sterile due to mismatched chromosomes, 63 total, fertile feline hybrids can pass on genes through backcrossing, a process known as introgression. Several other hybrid animals are fully fertile and can establish stable populations. Coy wolves, coyote wolf hybrids are fertile and have formed stable evolving lineages across North America. Coy dogs, coyote dog hybrids can be fertile with both sexes capable of breeding successfully up to the fourth generation. So that's the thing. Like sometimes the later generations get fucked up. Grizzly polar bear hybrids, growler or pizzly bears, are fertile and increasingly common in the wild as climate change brings the species into contact. Wolfins, false killer whale dolphin hybrids have shown partial fertility in captivity. In contrast, mules and hinnies are almost always sterile because horses and donkeys have different chromosomes. Similarly, while male ligers and tigons are sterile, okay, so there are some ligers and tigons that are sterile. The ability of females to reproduce makes the liger lineage unique among big cat hybrids. But there's something different about that. I'm not talking about a liger reproducing with a tiger. I'm talking about ligers and ligers and ligers and ligers and ligers, like creating a new kind of species. So hold on a second. Can ligers reproduce with ligers? And can tigons reproduce with tigons for multiple generations? This I thought was not possible. No, a liger cannot reproduce with another liger, and a tigon, often misspelled as tigon, cannot reproduce with another tigon to produce multiple generations. All male ligers and tigons are sterile, meaning they cannot produce viable sperm, which makes a liger or tigon pairing biologically impossible. So that's what I thought, and that's what I was referencing earlier. While female ligers and tigons are fertile, they cannot breed with each other because the male counterpart in either pairing is infertile. Instead, fertile females must breed with a purebred male lion or tiger to produce second generation hybrids. Uh, okay, so mammal hybrid Wikipedia chart. So there's a chart I've seen. It's really interesting. List of genetic hybrids. These are just ones that we know. So there's a zonkey, a zebra donkey hybrid, and a domestic canary goldfinch hybrid. So a chordate is a type of um, black tip shark, and in Australia, there are a bunch of different fish. I'm not going into all of them. Amphibians, there is a tiger salamander and a California tiger salamander and a barred tiger salamander. Reptiles, a hybrid between there are like a yellow ball python and a wuma python. Um, I don't think crocodilians can, so that would be like a cool one. But hybrid of a gecko. Oh, okay, hold on, wait, maybe. Oh, a Cuban crocodile and American crocodile, but that's different than like an alligator and a crocodile. And a saltwater crocodile with Siamese crocodiles. So that's a little different, which is still cool. Um, Different kinds of sea turtles can do it. Um, okay, mammals. Um, Horses can breed with a different kind of horse. It's called Przewalski's horse to produce fertile hybrids. Mule is a cross of female horse and male donkey. A hinny is a cross between a female donkey and a male horse. Mules and hinnies are examples of reciprocal hybrids. Kunga is a cross between a donkey and a Syrian wild ass. Hybrids between Przewalski's horses and domestic horses are fertile with 65 chromosomes. Zebrids, Z-donk or zonkey, a zebra donkey cross. Zorse, a zebra horse cross. Zoni or zebra pony cross. A Zetland is specifically a hybrid of a Shetland pony breed with a zebra. Uh, Hybrids between black and white rhinoceroses have been recognized. Zo, a DZO or Zo, is between a domestic cow, bull, and a yak. A beefalo, American bison, and a domestic cow. I think that's going to be something, a beefalo. It seems like you can get more beef out of a cow that way. Zubron, a hybrid between a Wislet, a European bison, and a domestic cow. A Yakalo, a hybrid between a bison and a yak. Fertile hybrids between bongos have been seen in captivity. And some types of antelope and gazelle. African buffalo and African forest buffalo. Uh, Wild water buffalo and water buffalo.
Okay, but if like you can't just get like human and pig because their DNA is not at all similar.
No,
You know?
but that has been experimented on. There have been leaked pictures of it, of basically growing human organs in other types of species. I've seen a human ear. I've seen a human ear on a mouse. Um, I've seen, but the big one, like people already are taking pig organs in and using them in their bodies. That's a thing.
For what?
For survival. Let me look it up. Yo, dog, what's the thing about pig organs in human bodies? Like organ transplants? The science between human organ transplants. Pig to human organ transplants, known as xenotransplantation, are a groundbreaking solution to the severe global shortage of donor organs, where genetically modified pig organs are implanted into humans to replace failing ones. The U.S. FDA has approved the first clinical trial in 2025 to test this procedure on 6 patients, marking a historic shift from experimental surgeries to standardized safety testing. Pigs were chosen over primates as the ideal donor species because their organs are similar in size and function to human organs. They reproduce rapidly in large litters, and they are less likely to transmit deadly viruses to humans. Genetic engineering uses tools like CRISPR-Cas9 and is essential to these transplants. Scientists modify pig DNA to remove molecules that trigger immediate immune rejection and add human genes to prevent blood clotting, creating 10 gene pigs specifically designed for human compatibility. Progress has been significant, with pigs now providing heart valves to 60,000 U.S. patients annually, and recent trials showing pig kidneys and hearts surviving in human recipients for months. While early attempts in the 1960s used chimpanzees and baboons, these were abandoned due to ethical concerns, viral risks, and organ size mismatches. Current research focuses on overcoming the remaining challenge of long-term survival, as most human recipients of these organs in compassionate use cases did not survive beyond a few months due to pre-existing clinical critical illnesses. So it's already being done. So you,
what's the benefit of like growing a human ear on like a mouse though?
I think it was just to see if it could be done, and this was done like 15 or 20 years ago. And to your
Do you
question,
think there's gonna be like incentive for people to try to make hybrids with other random animals just to see if it can be done?
yeah, there's that phrase from Jurassic Park. Scientists didn't contemplate whether the if they could, but whether should they, or something like that. Let me get that exact quote. It's by Jeff Goldblum. Yo, dog, what's that quote from Jurassic Park? Scientists didn't evaluate whether it should be done, but only if it could be done, or something like that. The quote is, your scientists were so preoccupied with whether or not they could, but they didn't stop to think if they should. That's what it is. Um, so, in terms of the organ thing, I think that lab grown organs are going to become more available to people. So, we might not need to use pigs. And the idea of the humanzee and the chimpanzee, or the humanzee period, just a human chimpanzee hybrid, I think probably just take some gene editing to be able to be done correctly. And I, if you learn about Dolce base, that's where they do this kind of stuff. And I think there's like a 99% chance that this has been done successfully somewhere. Especially if they were working on it 100 years ago. We know that China is doing it 60 years ago, or working on it. And there are developments in the industry within the last 20 years. I think that there's a very high probability.
Word. What does this have to do with the Truman Show? Or what should I know about the Truman Show before I watch it?
Absolutely. Great question. So,
no, without spoiling it.
No, I'm not spoiling it at all. So
I'll tell you what I know so far. Just from like the trailer.
I don't want to know what you know. I don't want to know what you know because I don't want to confirm anything. I want you to just be able to see
It's not much. It's nothing that you wouldn't see in the trailer.
Okay, I mean, tell me what you want.
Oh, just basically becomes aware he's basically on this TV show, essentially.
Whether that's true or not, you'll see. Okay, so I'm telling you, Jim Carrey, as he was so big in the 90s at one time, he could get any girl he wanted. He was originally made famous on a show called In Living Color, and he was like one of the only white guys on it, and he was very funny on it. He made the switch to movies, and the movies that he made were like Dumb and Dumber and The Mask. They were comedies, and he was seen as, and Ace Ventura was a big one too, and he was seen as like this really funny guy. And then he did this movie called The Cable Guy, which is not a funny movie. And everybody kind of shit on him for it because they were like, we want the funny guy. And he was trying to become more serious of an actor. And The Truman Show was one of his more serious roles, though people didn't get it as a story. They thought it was supposed to be one of these funny movies. But it's very, in its own way, dystopian. It was shot in an area of Florida, I believe called Seaside, Florida, which has all kinds of very special rules. You can't paint your house any color but like white. You have to have like your lawn mowed in a certain way. Like everything for the city is pre-planned, and they shot the show there, or they shot the movie there. The way that I remember when it came out, and it was something that I wanted to see. But at the time, there were just a lot of movies, and I didn't always get a chance to see them all. And um, but I did see it in. Uh, I had just read Plato's Republic in school, and there's this part of Plato's Republic called the Allegory of the Cave. It's very famous. Imagine a cave.
I'm aware of it.
Okay. And so the way that this movie was described to me was like the allegory of the cave, in that imagine everything that you knew was basically a lie and that was just put on by other people. And you eventually had the courage to turn around and become a philosopher king and um, walk out of the cave. So there's that element to it. Now, for my own life, um, and the discussions I've had with people very often say, "Oh, your life is just like the Truman Show. Like people can just watch you whenever they want." Yeah, except I have knowledge of what's happening to me, which changes things. You'll see in the movie Truman doesn't know necessarily what's going on. I know. I'm the one who guided myself into the Truman Show. But there's also the element as well that Truman's a phenomenon, and that my project could be a phenomenon, and it's just a matter of time. And continuous human data infrastructure is what I do from a scientific perspective, and it's what Truman would have done. I've met somebody. I met the first person who was like the first person who was born on a live stream. They were born in 1996 on a live stream. I haven't met them in real life, but I met them on Twitter, and they considered themselves to be the Truman Show, which I get. My birth was not on live stream by any means, but they don't have years of their life stored publicly for the world to be able to study either. So it's somewhat a hybrid. Um, and when I say, to people, have you ever seen the Truman Show? A lot of people have, more than I thought, and a lot of people really love the movie. It has a deep connection with people. It was not that popular of a movie when it came out. It's become somewhat of a cult classic, and a lot of that comes from it was shown quite often on like TBS in the United States during like the early 2000s, and TBS would get these movies like Rocky and like the Truman Show and just a few others that since they had the rights to them, they would just play them all the time. So a lot of people were able to see this movie just from that. And anything else I want to say about it? I empathize a lot with the character. Um, but we're different though. I know what's happening to me. I know what I'm creating, and I'm doing it voluntarily. And as you'll see for Truman, it may not be the same. So that's not giving really anything away, but that's what I think you should know about it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, I've been looking forward to watching this movie. So I'm assuming there's going to be a whole lot of like meaning that is like baked into the movie that you may not notice at first glance, type of thing, and a whole lot of breaking down and dissecting it and unraveling it after.
Yeah.
So,
right. Not during it. Just watch it without further ado. And if you have questions, let me know. But I'll do my best not to interrupt. And then at the end, there'll be a lot of discussions.
Sounds good. Yeah, if you want to pause it, just tell me and I'll pause it.
Yes, sir.
All right. Here we go. I'm swapping to my computer, so Mike will go bye-bye.
Hey, just one moment. Do you see in here? Oh, never mind. It went away. Never mind. All right. So Mike goes bye-bye. Totally understand. I'm ready when you are. Start it up. Oh, one last thing, if you can hear me. Many people think Jim Carrey should have won an Oscar for this. and I think that he very well could have. It's just that people weren't taking him seriously as an actor. He had done so many funny movies, Ace Ventura 2, The Mask, Dumb and Dumber, that people were just like, he's a comedic actor. But he really showed what he could do with this role.
I don't know. He did that other one, was like something Sunshine or whatever. That was like more of a serious role, but
that was later on, though.
What?
That was later on, though. That was like 10 years later. Yes, Eternal.
Yeah.
Whatever of a Spotless Mind or whatever. Eternal Sunshine of a Spotless Mind.
And now he seems to not be acting anymore, which kind of sucks.
Well, he ran into some issues, especially when he was dating Jenny McCarthy. Jenny McCarthy was a vocal advocate, and I feel in many ways, whether you agree with her or not, very brave for autism and its links to potential medications or medical procedures. And he stood by her and in his own way was somewhat vocal about it, and their careers were destroyed over it.
I did not know that. But what did Jim Carrey do?
He, in many ways, agreed with his girlfriend. His girlfriend, Jenny McCarthy, she had a child with autism, and she's linked a lot of the things to Mercury in certain things that start with a V. I don't want to say them. And he wasn't as outspoken, but he stood by her and then was seen as a loon and all these other things. And he also got on like, I want to say it was Jimmy Kimmel, and he talked about aliens or something, or no, he talked about like the Illuminati or something, and people.
I did see that interview, but
and he got some
world domination, yeah.
Yeah, and he got some kickback on that. And then most recently, either people say he was cloned, or there's just a version. I don't know. He has a lot of injections in his face or something, but he doesn't look the way that people expect him to look. You saw that, right?
I haven't seen a recent thing of him.
Oh yeah, so like
that looks like crazy different.
Within the last month, people said that he was killed off and replaced with a clone. They said that maybe it was just bad plastic surgery. I don't know. I don't know the answer. The last big movie I think he did was Dumb and Dumber, or Dumber and Dumber, or whatever it was, and but that he was in his own way at a very. You know what? Okay, I remember this. I remember I was gonna I had a sleepover with some friends, and Jim Carrey was gonna be hosting Saturday Night Live, and he did. And do you remember the movie Night at the Roxbury?
I know the one, yeah.
Yeah, that all came from a skit that Jim Carrey was on with Will Ferrell and Chris Kattan. Basically, they and like as a little kid, we were obsessed with it. We were just like, Jim Carrey's the funniest person ever. But I remember him being on Saturday Night Live, and it was like that was the pinnacle of his career at the time. Like he could not have been a bigger star. And I talked about this with your mom a little bit, but he had transcended the border from being a Canadian actor in the United States to just being a member of Hollywood.
Yeah, word. Alright, let me start the movie because it's already late enough.
Sure thing.
But show it's Jim Carrey.
Are you streaming? Riser. There we go. Shout out to Riser for streaming. He's amazing.
Well, for me, there is no difference between my life is my life. Is a Truman Show. The Truman Show is a lifestyle. It's a noble life. It's a truly blessed life. Yes.
You need any help, sir? You go ahead. I'll be fine. Hi, honey. I got 3 to check out. Dyson's greater heater oil and sharpening dishwasher set. Wow. Amazing. Truman. This is fun. I'm thinking about getting out, bro. Yeah. Getting out. Out of my job. I need a job. What the hell's wrong with your job? You have a great job, bro. You have a desk job. Kill for a desk job. You should dress up with that. I'm in the thing. What the hell's me?
big part of financial obligation. That is not just an adventure.
Everybody knows everything you do. They're protecting you. Do you understand? Everybody. Okay. No. My name's not Lola. My name's Joshua.
Sweetheart, not again. They waited in the party. I'm her father.
I've never seen you. Please lie. Please. Everything I've told you is the truth.
You'll be all right. Please, Laura.
He's gonna lie to you.
Please. You really would like to know what's going on? Right, everything.
He's lying.
Hey!
Why advanced defense technology feels like science fiction.
There it is! There's the tennis beetle!
Somebody help me! I'm being spontaneous! Yes, Fiji! If you're outside the Fiji, doing? What about Atlantic City? That's right, I do go. Why would you want to go there? Because I never have. That's why people go places. Isn't it? When I think it was trouble, me too!
You're having a nervous breakdown. That's what's happening.
We go live at the Little Room on the 221st floor. Gotta say, why did you come back in? Charlotte, North Carolina, you're on the first one.
Pardon me.
Where's Chloe? Call him. Tell him it's the wrong number. Under the chair, then. Under the chair. Lawn cat, give me a lawn cat. Transmission? What about softball? Yes, yes, the rules was recognizable things you can't participate. Truman! It's me! Dad! Let's talk! Yeah, I know. Just about done with the square. Gotta go back to Barrymore. Check in here. Gotta be in there. What about the college? Just watching. Wow. We'll send somebody over there. Alright. Man, to get down there now. I don't know. Just find the son of a bitch. Well, get too bad. This guy's not going to clean the car. Something in the back. We got it back. He's more light than behind this way. Give me the phone. Control, what's going on? You know the person you're circulating is dead. Technical errors. And media is having a field crazy with this. All the phone lines are jammed. The every network has a pirated shot of Marlon making an ass of himself in front of the camera. This box is ready to rip up the camera. Why? We're getting higher ratings with this graph than we've ever had on this show. No problem. Okay, Marlon, why don't you head back to town and join the others? Everyone else is at first possession. Thank you. First possession's right. He's got to be there somewhere. Now watch me. Bring it behind our cameras. You should know. Something was around there. Yeah, we had to force it down. We had to light our cameras up. We can't do that. Long range shooting. Why are we looking at that? Stand it. How can he sail? He's an insurance. Is he terrified of the water? Resume transmission. Resume transmission. I got 2 to 1 he doesn't make it. 2 to 1 he doesn't make it. Just leave him in the car. Get off this mess. Go to the casket. There. Sorry, Rothschild. Let's get another boat. Come on, get it moving. Get it out of here. Come on. I'm a bus driver. Bottom line is they can't drive a boat. They're actors. How do we stop them? We're going to be accessing the weather program. I think we can analyze the storm over the boat. She blows.
born in front of a live audience. You can do it! Hold on! Yes! Is that the best you can do? You're gonna have to kill me! What do we do with the drunken Santa? Studios granted cease transmission. What do we do with the drunken Santa? I am the morning. Increase the wind. Increase the wind! I'm telling you for the last hour. Harry, capsize. Damn you, freaking dog!
You covered his time to spell.
Shut up! He's gonna drown me. That's making your hair. Do it. Do it!
Say something, goddammit! You're on television! You're live to the whole world! In case I don't see you. Yeah. Want another slice?
Oh, look who it is.
It's Sherman.
What up, big dog?
Sherman and stuff.
100%. How you living, pimp?
Yo, I didn't watch the movie. Was it good?
You didn't watch it at all?
One thing.
Oh. I was like, okay. I was really gonna say then we're gonna watch it again. All right, so you
watch it?
Oh, fuck yeah, man. So, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I thought it was a good movie. It was pretty, like it wasn't. I know it's probably not a horror movie, but that one scene where he's like, the wife is in the kitchen and starts doing like Cocoa Puff ad, and then also the scene before that where like the nuclear people surrounded him and captured him, but primarily like the scene in the kitchen with like when like the knife or the wife pulls the knife out on him. I just found that like very like analog, or sorry, not analog, unnerving and horror like just the vibes of it was like almost like a subconscious feeling that I like had before of like, I don't know, breaking the fourth wall of reality, and that scene was very like freaky to me, but it was an amazing movie overall.
You think it's
also, yeah, the rest of the movie was still kind of creepy, but I found those scenes the most scary.
You think it's amazing?
Did I think the movie was amazing?
You said
it was good.
you said it's amazing. I don't know if it's amazing. It's good. It's interesting. There are aspects of it that creep me out. There are aspects of it that it's dated a little bit. There's no internet, and I think it's funny. You can like buy everything that's in the show in a magazine. They don't even have a website, and I think it's interesting that they. I mean, it's a 30-year-old movie, which is amazing. Um, it does hold up, and I find it interesting the audience's connection with him. How like they've got like people in a bar watching him, people in a bathtub watching him, and people in like old ladies in bed watching him. Just like he unites the whole world. Um, the thing about like the product placement, like that's a term we use today, but was not used then. People have never, the general public hadn't heard that term product placement used. It had been used. It'd been used for a long time, but it just was like subconsciously done. I find it interesting where she's like, uh, the wife kind of gives away some of the. She's like makes him suspicious when she's like, "Do you want some cocoa or whatever?" Or like she's like, "Maybe you don't need that lawnmower. You need this kind of lawnmower or whatever." Um, and if you think about it, if what Edward Snowden said is true, that Truman Show lifestyle has happened to all of us in the Western world, with the ability of the National Security Agency to be recording every moment of every day on our phones, even making it so that you can't remove the battery on your phone so that the microphone continues to work. That's that's interesting. And I really think in the future, perhaps the United States will be overtaken someday by some other organization or absorbed or something, and all of its data on people historically may be brought to light like we've done to the Roman Empire. And if that's true, then literally people could be watching your life since birth, just like the Truman Show.
Um, Sorry, what was that? Like with like with video footage of my life?
Yeah.
From my old cell phone, or just like newborn babies with their next gen cell phone?
No, with you. Like you were born in, I don't know, around 2000, and any computer that has the Energy Star label on it, which is like most definitely what your parents had, if they had a computer, uh, all of that has a back door. All of that software has a back door, and um, with smart TVs, they all have microphones in them, and some even have cameras. And your own cell phone, your parents' cell phones, all of that has been tracking you. And then certainly just the anytime you go outside, there is already a program. I forget the name of it, but there's a defense contractor that literally records everything from satellites down to, they have an incredible zoom that they can on the on the mid the center line of the FIFA World Cup, they can count the stitches on a soccer ball. That's how good their zoom is. And I've seen this technology used like in a PowerPoint. They showed a video. Basically, every time you go outside, everything from above is being recorded. So that means the first time that you played soccer as a little kid, or you went to the beach, or you went to um, the playground.
That's true. I was thinking about it for like crimes and stuff. I wonder how many people have been caught by satellite data recording their vehicle.
They don't.
That seems like a good way to catch people.
They don't really. The police don't have access to that. They use the more the triangulation of cell phones, and also perhaps intersection cameras. They don't have access to that higher level of espionage camera. So we're not talking like Google Images or Google Maps that take like a picture every like 2 years or whatever. I'm talking about 24/7. Every inch of the Earth is recorded, and on top of that, they could use like lidar and such to be able to see inside your house or your apartment or whatever. And so going back, 30 years or so, they could literally track your entire life.
Yeah, no, that's true. But if everyone's life is tracked, then it's not like the Truman Show. His life is like special as it's tracked and recorded.
Agreed. There's something interesting in that all of those people's lives might be tracked and they don't even know it. And they could have been Truman shows of their own. Well, it's very meta. Yeah, the Truman Show, the ending was always interesting to me. Like, he doesn't get upset. I'd be pissed off as fuck. I would be really mad. And he's just
I
like,
thought he was gonna like say fuck you or whatever at the end.
yeah,
He kept it classy.
exactly. And then he just goes out the door, and then that woman like runs to go find him, but we don't ever find out what happens to him. In my opinion, they could have made a really excellent sequel to it, but it is really good in itself, as a movie in itself. I've always thought it was interesting.
What would you include in the? Okay, go on. Sorry.
What would I include in the sequel? Just him, basically.
Yeah.
What do they call it when you? Well, he could have a press conference and talk about his suspicions, like when he first started thinking something was off, and they could be united with his dad and united with that woman.
Yeah, that was such a strange thing about the movie is that they showed him and his dad hugging, and then you don't see or hear from the dad at all ever again. You don't hear Truman mention that at all. But that was like Truman's world, so what the fuck?
Right. Truman and I have some things in common, and especially early on my streams, I used to go to the ocean and hit golf balls, just like he does. And I don't like deep water; it freaks me out. And I know it does the same to him. And I just think about how much space there is between me on the water, between where I am on the water and the ocean floor, and that's just always freaked me out. And those are two big things.
Oh yeah,
that have always freaked me out.
I heard in the movie that they like brainwashed him into being afraid of water, but it seemed more like he was just afraid of it from the boating accident with his dad, since he believed that his dad died.
Exactly. I think that was the brainwashing aspect of it. And
I mean, also like the meta thing is that like the even if you escape into like the real world, there's also the real world's like propaganda and brainwashing and MK Ultra through news and media sources.
Yeah, so
it never really ends.
So then we get into the gaslighting aspect of it, and like if I hadn't broken you of the extraterrestrial gaslighting, you would just be like, oh, that's just a bunch of rubbish, like whatever, nobody cares about that. And
no, I believe in aliens prior to yours.
No, you weren't.
I definitely
you did not believe in aliens on Earth. You did not believe in aliens on Earth. You were very skeptical of that.
I still am very skeptical and don't believe to the full. Like I can't say full-heartedly believe that. I acknowledge it's a possibility.
You didn't even.
But I'm not like without doubt.
You didn't even do that before. No. Everything always has doubt. Nothing is completely debunked. But before you were like, I think there might be aliens that exist, but they live too far away to ever come to Earth. That was your basic premise, as I recall. And now you're at least at the point where you know what the sport model is. Like, there's a lot of knowledge that you gained, that you gleaned just in the last week. And I mean, you might have.
I acknowledge that Area 51 and S4 are real places. I will acknowledge that.
Okay, well, you didn't even.
I won't confirm or deny whether those UFOs actually exist within that.
Okay, I understand.
I can't confirm or deny it. I'll be agnostic from that.
Okay, no, I understand that. But even before we met, you might not even confirm that Area 51 is a real place, even though it was.
No, I knew that was a real place.
Okay, what about S4? You didn't know about S4. Dog, you can't.
I may have heard of it. Honestly,
you can't tell me you knew about S4.
Okay.
And to at least break you of that type of programming is difficult. I mean, it's still. I understand you're not like. I'm 100% on board that that's exactly what happens. I get that. That's a hard thing to come to, and I wouldn't want you to do so. Okay, but here's one I know I fixed, is the moon and the Apollo program. You were on board with the Apollo program, 1969, July 20th, we landed on the moon. Everybody knows that. And I think there's a lot of evidence that shows that the Apollo program was a lot of.
Yeah, no, I concede to that for sure.
Okay, so that one, and I'm proud of you. And that one is like, everybody's staring at the wall of the cave, and somebody, taps you on the shoulder and is like, "Hey, look at this." And then you start to look at, and you're like, "Whoa, what is going on with this?" I mean, we had the Artemis 2 missions that just splashed down in San Diego. I don't think I mentioned them once. I don't think I've ever said the word Artemis on the stream until just now. Just to show you how little I give a fucking shit about that, because I know what happened with Apollo. And I think it's funny the headlines that were going around that, like, it was something like some British Twitch stream had 50 times more live viewers of this gamer playing League of Legends or something than the live stream of Artemis 2. It's just the idea of fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. I'm not at a point where I believe that. So then there's this interesting question that, all right, Rabbi, so you think that vehicles come here from like many light years away, like 39 light years away, perhaps, or many light years away. How are they able to do it, but we can't even get to the moon? That's like a great question, wouldn't you? Don't you think that's a good question?
Well, they can do it because they are millions of years more advanced than us.
That's true. And they can, the big thing is the Van Allen radiation belts. That's the big thing. Once you get past there are other issues, though. It's not easy. One is micrometeorites that just tear through the shells of crafts. Another one is the heat and the cold. In the shadow of the moon, it's like negative 200 degrees Celsius. and in the sun of the moon, it's like hotter than the inside of an oven. Like that's incredibly hot. And like, and the discrepancy is incredible. Like, and because the moon doesn't have a very thick atmosphere, that's why you can have such crazy swings. Um,
Right.
and
That's a good point. Yeah. And it's hard to believe that they would just be like bouncing around in their spacesuit in like an oven playing golf inside like an oven.
and they brought a car.
Like the golf ball would be like melting.
That's a great point. Yeah, and they brought a car there.
Just a regular car with
Well-
gasoline in it.
well-
That would instantly just ignite.
Well, they brought a car there, and it's like, but their little ship is really small. It's like, how'd you fit a fucking car, like a Jeep, basically? and the Jeep, and the Jeep cost $80 million in 1960, which is like $1 billion today. Like it's
Cost
just
of a Bob Lazar movie.
it's yeah, it's literally just a Jeep though. Like you can see, it's like Jeep wheels. It's like a flatbed, and the back of it is an engine. There's like nothing special about it. It's just all that shit is gaslighted, and everyone you talk to about it. If you went right now to that pizza shop where that girl flirted with you, and you started talking about the moon the way that I talk about the moon, they're gonna look like at you like you're a doofus, and that's why they've all been gaslit.
Then I'm gonna show them the documentary of the guy going around the Bible,
His name's Bart Sibrel, and he's a hero.
and they'll believe.
There are two people in this world who I owe a lot. I mean, there are more than that, but from just I consider this science. I don't consider it any other word. You know, I hate those words, those terms. This is science, and I owe a lot to Bob Lazar, and I owe a lot to Bart Sibrel, and they're, in my opinion, really great individuals. They've done their best to break the force that has gaslit people into certain thinking, and I was able to break that in you with Apollo. Now the other stuff, Project Looking Glass, Project Galileo, Project Sidekick, it's really hard to prove any of that stuff, because there's like a certain idea that like if you had evidence of it, they would kill you. So like I can tell you how difficult it is just to post something on YouTube nowadays. You can't just post it. You have to create an account. You have to verify the phone number. That takes 24 hours to verify. Then you upload it, and whatever you upload doesn't just get posted right away. It has to go through the algorithm, and they have to check to make sure that nothing is copyrighted and nothing is like hate speech or medical misinformation, all that shit. It's not like you can just hold a sign to the world and be like, here's my element 115 or whatever it is. And there's other stuff, but those are big. And I mean, the fact that you feel the way that you do about the moon is incredibly powerful to me. It's not easy.
Do you think? Well, I'm assuming. Yeah, I'm assuming you believe satellites are real, but do you believe that any human has stepped foot on the moon?
No, not in the traditional manner. Maybe some hybrid program, or maybe some alien abduction, but no. That to me, just the science behind it. It's like being in an oven. Like on top of that, like
what temperature oven? 300.
it boils water. Um, what is the sunlight temperature of the moon? One hundred and 27 degrees Celsius, 260 degrees Fahrenheit. So that boils water. That means the saliva in your mouth would turn to vapor immediately.
Right.
And then
And the spacesuit has no AC built in.
wait, and that's a big thing. And that's a big thing. Think about it.
It's literally like nylon.
Exactly.
To make it hotter.
Thank you. Exactly. And then in the shaded parts, it's negative 233 degrees Celsius, negative 387 degrees Fahrenheit. That's colder than anywhere it's ever been on Earth except for like laboratories. So it's hotter than it's ever been and colder than it's ever been, and the difference can be a matter of 5 feet, whether you are like in the light of a crater or in the shadow of a crater. And um and then on top of that, how about getting air to you? Like these guys didn't have like air tanks like you have in like a scuba gear. How do you get oxygen to that person? And it's not like those like old. You know what I'm saying? I know you know what I'm saying. You like those old
in the like outside the space station spacesuits, they have like those like jet packs on the back type of thing, but did they not have? They didn't have that for the moon. It's just like
no, those on
no
the
oxygen tank in the design at all.
on the moon. Those were supposed to be air conditioners, but in reality, they were like empty. They didn't really go into that. So let's look it up. Let's see what they say. Yo, dog, that backpack that the Apollo moon astronauts had, how were they able to breathe and have an air conditioner? And if it's like 200 degrees Fahrenheit or whatever, or like 127 degrees Celsius, how could they get it so that stuff didn't melt? And the bottom soles of their shoes were silicone. Silicone will melt at like those temperatures many times. I don't know if that's true, but we'll see. Oxygen supply. The backpack worn by Apollo astronauts, the portable life support system, provided pure oxygen for breathing. If you know anything, pure oxygen is not good for breathing. Even what we're breathing right now is only like 27% oxygen.
Well, it can dilute it probably, but you'd still need ambient air, which is not existent. But
the suit operated at a low pressure, about 3.7 psi. There is no ambient air. Which a lot
like inside of the suit itself, maybe.
Okay. The pure oxygen environment was safe because the astronauts pre-breathed pure oxygen before the EVA to purge nitrogen from their blood, preventing decompression sickness, the bends. The PLSS contained oxygen tanks that supplied breathable gas throughout the moonwalk. As astronauts exhaled, carbon dioxide was removed using lithium hydroxide scrubbers, preventing CO2 buildup. A small amount of oxygen was continuously added to maintain pressure and replace what was consumed without a computer. Keep that in mind. They had no computers. Like their computer is less. The whole program is less than what's in my cell phone. It's less than what's in a Casio watch. Like you're telling me that you're able to keep these levels perfect with no computer?
Is there like an analog pressure regulator?
Dog, come on. I mean,
I'm just trying devil's advocate.
I know, that's an excellent point. Cooling system in the spacesuits. Despite the moon's surface reaching 127 degrees Celsius, 260 degrees Fahrenheit in sunlight, astronauts stayed cool thanks to liquid-cooled undergarment called the liquid cooling and ventilation garment. The tight-fitting suit had a network of thin tubes circulating cooled water around the astronaut's body. The water was chilled using a sublimator, a device that exposed water to the vacuum of space. All this was done without a real computer. In vacuum, water sublimates, turning directly from ice to vapor, absorbing heat in the process. This provided highly efficient cooling without melting or overheating the system. The sublimator could reject 300 to 500 watts of heat, matching the astronaut's metabolic output. Okay, so let's see. You're telling me this was all done in an analog form? Like they had no computers regulating this? Or like not really advanced computers at all? The Apollo PLSS backpack did not use a digital computer to regulate life support. Instead, it relied on analog electronics and mechanical systems to control monitoring. Astronauts manually adjusted settings using the remote control unit on their chest. Like, I love all these like names they have for shit. They're like, oh, that used the remote control unit. Oh, okay. How did that work? Uh, which let them control oxygen flow, cooling, and communication. Yet you never see these guys messing around with that. Never. They're playing golf. Sensors monitored suit pressure, oxygen levels, and temperature, but feedback was displayed to the astronaut who made decisions based on gauges and warnings. Where were the gauges? There are no gauges. Critical functions like cooling via the sublimator were passive and self-regulating. The physics of water sublimating in vacuum naturally stabilized temperatures without needing computer controls. So yes, no advanced or digital computers were in the backpack. Everything was electromechanical, analog, or manually operated. A testament to clever engineering within 1960s technological limits. Like, this is such bullshit. Whatever. Okay, that's fine. If you want to go with that. This is one of my favorite statistics. What is the statistic in 1969? All of the combined computer power of the Apollo program was less than a 1 second video. Yes, the combined computing power of the Apollo program in 1969 was far less than that of a single modern smartphone, let alone a 1 second video file. Well, a 1 second video file is less than a single modern cell phone, but okay. The Apollo guidance computer had processing speed 0.043 megahertz. Some sources say 1 to 2 megahertz. RAM 4 kilobytes. 4 kilobytes of RAM. ROM 72 kilobytes. In contrast, a modern smartphone is 100,000 times faster. Contains gigabytes of RAM. Over 1 million times more memory. Can store and play high definition video effortlessly. A 1 second HD video requires millions of times more data processing and storage than the Apollo system could handle. In fact, just the memory of a modern phone exceeds the total computing capacity of all systems used during Apollo.
And they're live streaming it.
Right. Exactly.
Live streaming them playing golf from space.
Exactly. It's just like, okay, if you want to believe that, that's cool. I've been breaking people's gaslighting on this issue for 20 years, and people come back to me and they're like, I was having this conversation with a colleague and neither of us believed that we'd gone to the moon, and I couldn't believe I found somebody else who thought this. It's like, yeah, we're out there. And if you talk to people in other countries, it's the statistics are way higher. Like outside of the UK, Canada, and the United States, it's way higher. And then there are some countries allegedly that say that was just all a ruse, that wasn't that never happened. Like they publicly say it. So with the Artemis 2 or whatever, believe what you want. With Area S4, believe what you want. When I was a kid, they said that Area 51 didn't exist. And then the Obama administration was forced to say that it did exist because they had to go to Congress to expand its real estate that it had, the property, because zoom levels on digital cameras had gotten to the point where they could take really good pictures of the base. So they had to acknowledge this. Had that not been the case, the advancement of the zoom, they still wouldn't have acknowledged it.
Were you disappointed with the Storm Area 51 turnout?
No.
Because there's like 50,000 people on Facebook that are like, we're going. And then it seemed like an actual plan. And then I watched some videos of people who actually went to the Storm 51, Area 51, and it was like 35 people showed up.
Exactly.
And like they're all way too scared to like go anywhere near like the gate, or like one guy went like a foot over the gate or something.
Yeah. That to me was I just wrote a paper about this. It's called a publicity stunt. When I was a kid, right, so they would have things called publicity stunts. And I did some research recently and wrote a paper that's published, Rabbi Rothschild.medium.com, on this subject, that around the year 2005, corporations started to no longer label things as publicity stunts, and they would just call them viral moments or something like that. In the past, though, if you were to put something like that on, there would be editors at newspapers who were like real news people who would be like, this is a publicity stunt. Don't believe this. This is fake. But those people lost their jobs. And like another thing that used to be really big when I was a kid was the paparazzi, especially in LA. You would see paparazzos, which are like the male paparazzi, and the paparazza, female paparazzi. People who literally would just sit in front of restaurants and wait for celebrities to go in. That all went away with the advent of social media. When people would just upload their life, it didn't all go away. It still exists. But a lot of times now, people will pay paparazzi to follow them around so that people think that they're a big deal. But with the advent of social media, there was no need to pay someone a lot of money to get a picture of a celebrity when the celebrity will, for their own benefit, publish it online. And the Storm Area 51, in my opinion, was a publicity stunt. And it's incredible. I mean, I think if you've seen in the news recently, more and more of uh, these bot farms keep getting raided. Not that they're illegal, but they can be if they cause fraud and such. But they're really difficult to get overseas. And if I make a Facebook group that says we're going to all go to Starbucks on Monday and we're all going to order chai teas, I can get hundreds of people to do that if I just bought a Facebook group and have a few influencers post their shit. And in the same way, the Storm Area 51, in my opinion, did that. They just got some people in there who botted a Facebook group. They got a bunch of young people who felt like they could really do something with that. And then everybody chickened out at the end because they learned that it's a pretty big penalty if you get caught. And they don't mess around.
I mean, do you think they would have? I mean, I know it's like a military base. Do you think they would have like shot people?
No, they don't shoot you. They don't.
Like if
they don't shoot you.
People all running.
They don't shoot you. What they do is they're called the camo dudes. The camo dudes stop you. They ask you for your ID, just like with Bob Lazar. They then have you or escort you back to the main dirt road that goes to the base. And then as soon as you get on, I think it's Highway 375, it's known as the extraterrestrial highway. The Nye sheriff meets you right there and then takes you to the Nye sheriff station. They book you. It's usually felony trespass, which carries like a year in jail or something like that. And it's serious. It's a serious crime. And a lot of times people can get it moved down to perhaps a misdemeanor, but it's basically you're asking for something to be on your permanent record if you do that. And a lot of people don't want to take that risk. It's a lot of money. And uh, every week, I don't want to say every day, but every week somebody makes that mistake. I saw this one, a very a very interesting video that's out there that exists. Some guy was they were doing what was called like it's like a sort of an industry, alien tourism, and they would rent a bus. Let me look this up. This is a story that I remember these stories sort of well, like 95% well, but I want to make sure I get it correct. Yo,
What's
dog,
the punishment for flying a drone
what's
over
the
Area
deal
51?
with that guy who was doing like alien tourism or whatever and rented a bus and accidentally drove past the line of Area 51 on camera live or and like what happened in that situation? The
I thought
incident.
it was like a gate, so you could only get there like on foot.
No, there are multiple entrances. One of them has a gate, one of them is just a sign. The incident you're referring to involved a tour bus driver named Dennis Ryan in 2014. Ryan was driving a group of tourists for adventure photo tours near Area 51 when he became distracted by a passenger's question about sports books. He accidentally drove past the warning signs and trespassed onto the military base. The whole event was caught on camera. Within moments, a white military security truck pulled up, and armed guards, known as Camo Dudes, ordered the group out. The passengers initially thought it was part of the tour. Ryan and the four passengers were cited for trespassing, facing $650 fines and misdemeanor charges. However, after video evidence showed it was a genuine accident, the charges were dropped for the passengers, while Ryan was banned from Area 51 tours for 4 years, or for 2 years, pardon me. This was not related to the 2019 Storm Area 51 meme, which was a viral Facebook event created by Maddie Roberts as a joke. That event drew a few hundred people, turned into music festivals, and no one breached the base. So yeah, and perhaps the charges vary. I mean, these guys seem like they got misdemeanor charges. What's the offense for flying a drone there, and what's the offense for flying a plane there?
Plane, you'll get shot out of the sky, according to that guy earlier.
Flying a
You
drone
don't
or
turn out.
plane over Area 51 violates restricted airspace R480N enforced by the U.S. Air Force and FAA. For drones, immediate consequences: military uses GPS jamming, spoofing, or shoots it down. Legal penalties: fines of up to $250,000, imprisonment for 3 years, and permanent seizure of equipment. Additional charges: trespassing, espionage under the Espionage Act, or threats to national security. For planes, military interception: fighter jets may escort or shoot down unauthorized aircraft. FAA penalties: fines, pilot license revocation, and criminal charges. Even in emergencies, landing at Area 51 is not permitted and results in an arrest. The airspace is restricted from ground to infinity, and violations are treated as serious national security threats. Now, the that's all cool and stuff, but when I was a kid, the thing that was really cool, or we felt was really cool, was they had a type of technology that could sense when someone was walking. What is it called? Um, Yo, dog, what's the thing? It's like it can sense It's not. It can sense like it's some kind of detection, motion detection on the ground. And what's the penalty if you get one of those boxes at Area 51? Yes, Area 51 is surrounded by buried motion sensors, often placed on public land near access roads. These sensors detect movement or vehicles and trigger alerts to security forces known as camo dudes. If you trip one of the sensors, security responds quickly, often within minutes via ground patrol or helicopter. You are then followed, photographed, or detained even if on public land. If you cross into restricted territory, you face federal trespassing charges, fines up to $1,000, and possible jail time. Now these fines, like $1,000, it doesn't seem that big now, but like back when they first passed the law, it was like in the 1980s. It was a lot. They just haven't updated these things. In 2003, investigator Chuck Clark exposed these sensors by locating and documenting over 30 buried devices. The government later raided his home, and he was charged with interfering with the National Defense Communication System. He avoided jail by paying restitution for one missing sensor. So yeah, that was always the big interesting thing, that like there's a type of technology that can know where you are on the ground, like where you're walking. That 30 years ago was like mind blowing technology. It's always been interesting to me how big Nevada is. It is the state that has the most federal land of any state, aside from maybe Alaska. Let me look that up too. What state has the most federal land, both in acres and uh, like percentage? Is it Alaska or Nevada? Or give me the breakdown, please. Alaska has the most federal land by total acres, about 223 million acres, more than any other state. Nevada has the highest percentage of federal land, 80.1 to 84.9, depending on the source, meaning over four-fifths of the state is federally managed. So, what does that mean? Or what am I saying? I'm saying that the I am saying that most of Nevada, when you see it on a map, is not like you can't drive through it. It's like federally managed. It's a weird state.
Why?
Why
do they need so much desert?
Yeah, good question. We'll get there. Dude, how you living, pimp?
Full comedy's on right now.
How's our girl doing?
She's on as we speak, I think.
All right.
She might have just finished her set.
Did she masturbate publicly on stage?
What?
Did she masturbate publicly on stage? Yes or no? Go.
Why didn't you ask her?
Because I don't communicate with her.
She has like 250 followers on Instagram. You can go ask her.
All right. So she's less popular than Chelsea?
She's less popular than me.
I know, that's interesting. Dude, you're more popular than Chelsea and that girl from Raw Comedy, and even I think who's that girl? Or who's that guy? Magic Hour. You're more popular than all of them.
He has 8,000 followers on Instagram.
Oh, I had 10,000. I'm fancy.
Yeah, I have friends with like 200 followers.
All right, well, I had friends with 1 trillion followers.
I'm friends with Elon Musk.
Okay, that's cool. I'm friends on Discord with Eddie Craven. All right, Zoot, have you ever seen The Truman Show?
On Twitter Spaces.
On Twitter Spaces? That guy who sucked Obama's dick, or Larry Simpson. Larry Sinclair, R.I.P. I think I asked him. I wanted to ask him, and then I think I got the chance to ask if Obama was circumcised or not. That was an important question of mine. And then he didn't give me an answer to that. And I tried talking to him the first time, and nobody would take my question seriously, but I was really serious about it. And I wasn't that well known in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu community at the time. And then the second time, um, I think I asked him, but he didn't really. I think I asked him, but he didn't really give an answer. But I could be wrong on that. He did one time like something that I did or upvoted it or something, which I thought was cool. The other guy, at least on Twitter Spaces, who I talked to was that guy who made that AIDS medication like 800 times, whatever it was. That former CEO. Uh, those are big Twitter Space people. Uh, and like some UFC fighters. On on my stream, Dr. Disrespect was on my stream, who I actually talked to. I talked to Amaranth. Aiden Ross was in my YouTube. And oh, I know who the most famous person was. She was on Instagram. Katie Kirk was in my Instagram. She's by far the biggest person. She's a big celebrity though. Zoot, are you going to tell Riser when you're going to fix your phone?
So, did you know that?
Hold on, Zoot. I have a pending game with you. I'm at 395, and it's very easy for me to get 400. All you have to do is fix your screen. Now, Riser, if you're listening, this is what Zoot does. Zoot's like, I'm going to go to Melbourne. I'm going to fly there. It's only like an hour. It's only like a few $100. I'm going to get a hotel. I'm going to go to Raw Comedy. He had all these plans. And I'm like, you're not going to do that. You're not going to do that. You're not going to do that. He's like, yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Then he fucking 86'd his phone by chucking it at the wall so that it doesn't work anymore. And he always wants to play games with me, but then has to quit halfway through because his screen doesn't work. And then I told him to use the money that he was going to use to go to Melbourne and just sit on his thumb, and instead fix his phone. Riser, what are your thoughts?
I was trying to Truman Show and escape his little city and make it big in Melbourne.
Well, that's the thing. He wasn't even going to perform there. He was just going to go there, see if he could hook up with a chick.
Oh, yeah. You just want to go there and see fucking Chelsea and the poet lady.
Yeah, exactly.
Rabbi, did you watch Justin Bieber's Coachella set?
No.
Why not?
Because I watched the Truman Show. Riser, or Zoot, have you seen the Truman Show? Dude, why is it when someone asks you a question, literally it takes you 10 seconds to answer every single time? You can't just be like, yes, I've seen the Truman Show, or no, I've not seen the Truman Show.
I've seen the Truman Show twice. Once when I was a child and a couple years ago.
Okay, excellent. Good. That's the answer that I wanted to hear. And what are your thoughts on the Truman Show, Zoot?
I think it's one of the top 100 movies of all time.
There you go. So, Riser, Zoot really likes it.
So you'd say it is amazing. Would you say it's amazing?
It's one of the top 100 movies of all time.
Okay, so it's amazing then.
I mean, one of the top, if it's in the top 100, then it's probably a 4.5 star movie.
The 4.5 stars?
Yeah. If it's in the top 10, then it's a 5-star movie.
Okay,
So,
what's your top
when
10?
did you turn into a 15-year-old girl that watches Justin Bieber Coachella sets?
Great question.
You're the one that was excited for his album to come out.
I was?
No, rather.
Was I?
I think an album streaming party. Don't you remember?
No, okay, now I know that you're lying. I did like a few songs on that album because they're very Michael Jackson. But
I'll tell
I don't
you
go out of my way to watch this Coachella set.
I'll tell you something. Most Justin Bieber fans aren't 15 years old anymore. They're our age.
That's a good point, yeah. But they were 15 when he was becoming popular.
They were 15 when I was.
And they were girls. For the majority of them.
Yeah. To be honest with you, I don't know one American man who likes Justin Bieber
I remember
that much.
like
Maybe a little.
going to school and like all the guys hated Justin Bieber and they're making fun of Justin Bieber and I'm just like, I was thinking to myself, you're just jealous. This guy's going to be rich as fuck and he can have any girl he wants.
I mean, you're not wrong about that part.
So he picked Haley Baldwin.
Yeah, he picked a girl that looks like a tree stump.
He picked the girl that's Uncle can't shoot. He's the worst shooter in the world.
I do think it's really sweet that they have a video of them first meeting. I think that's really cool. Like, incredibly cool that if you've ever seen it, her dad, Stephen Baldwin, who's like a pretty big actor, wasn't that big, but okay, somewhat, introduces, like meets Justin Bieber and introduces him to his daughter and they shake hands and it's like, and then they would get married. Like, I think that's a really sweet video.
It's a strange way to meet someone that you fall in love with is the dad introducing their daughter to them. But he was probably famous as fuck at the time. I think Justin Bieber's with that girl because she's also famous as fuck, so they have like their own little bubble of like everyone just is harassing them and they bond over that or something.
I think he's like, I mean, I could be wrong, but he's like, he knows that he's just been a pawn in that whole Hollywood world, and in his own way, just like wants to have a family and tries to keep as low profile as possible. Now, is performing at Coachella a low profile? No, but you're only going to be able to do that for so long. And his wife's worth more than he is now.
What the fuck? What does she do?
She sold some makeup brand for $1 billion.
Oh. Damn.
Which is like a thing. Like,
do you think they would not be together if she was not like a villain?
Oh, you're saying if she was just like a random girl? Yeah, no. He married into what many people would consider to be Hollywood royalty. Though the Baldwins aren't that. It's not like marrying into the Barrymores, but they're pretty big. They're like an acting family. But he didn't marry the most famous Baldwin's. Like, he married maybe the second famous Baldwin's daughter, which at the time she was nothing. She was just like a model. It's just these people like the Hadids, Gigi Hadid and Bella Hadid, who just grew up in Beverly Hills, basically got in with plastic surgery early, and it was very smart of their families. They basically, as I understand, they'll partner with a makeup company or cosmetics company or whatever. This is what uh, one of the Kardashians did. Well, a few of them maybe, um, and or Jenner, um, not not what are the Jenners? Not Kendall, but the other one. And uh, they basically say, "Look, you're going to be the face of our makeup brand. You get all your little girlfriends to wear our makeup, and then in 5 years, we're going to go public with it, and our stock will be worth $1 billion, and then we'll give you 75% or whatever." And that's what they do. That's how um, that one Jenner became a billionaire.
Yeah, I'm going to sleep, but thanks for chatting.
Absolutely.
Peace out, Suit.
Are you coming back tomorrow? Tomorrow's Michael Jackson night.
Yeah, I've been on a roll of like countless movies in a row now.
I know, documentary.
So, yeah, probably.
Yeah, dude, and you're just becoming smarter and smarter.
Oh yeah. All right. Peace.
Is tomorrow Michael Jackson night? Oh, that's bullshit. Zoot, did you know that they had the Michael premiere in Berlin?
Yeah, everyone's saying it's the best biopic of all time. Did you know that so far, Rabbi, you there?
Yes.
2026 might be the best year for movies in recent history.
I mean,
Do you know why?
Because inflation and Hollywood accounting?
No, the quality of movies. You have Project Hail Mary, which is going to be a cult classic movie.
I agree with you. I agree with it. You saw it and you were early to that one.
That's a cult classic movie. That's a cult classic movie. You have, I think Marty Supreme even came out this year, which is, third you have Michael movie coming out. Then you have Doom Messiah, ending to the Doom trilogy. You have Avengers Doomsday, which is the first Avengers film in 10 years. I think. No. 9 or... First Avengers film in a really long time. Maybe 8 or 7 years. I can't remember. But you have a new Avengers film with the biggest cast ever. You have Robert Downey Jr. coming back after such a long time. Then you have Super Mario Galaxy, which has the most mixed reviews out of any movie of all time.
Why do you think that is?
What do I think that is?
Yeah, why do you think it has such mixed reviews?
Because it's a children's video game. It's a children's movie dedicated to the nostalgia of one of the largest franchises in the world. So the young adults are relating to the children. Yeah, it's very orientated to children, but also has a lot of nostalgia for Mario fans. What other movies are you coming out this year?
Michael.
You already said that. Moana. Like, no one's gonna give a fuck about that one. A spot in the Spider-Man movie. The Avatar movie.
Avatar movie comes out this year?
Yeah, the last Airbender.
Are you
Oh,
excited?
you got Clayface. You got Clayface.
What's Clayface?
DC movie.
Are you excited for it?
I think he's a Batman villain or something. You know what else you got this year?
What's that, Zoo?
Narnia the Magician. Narnia the Magician's after you.
Are you excited for it?
Yep.
Okay, so rank them in order of what you're most excited. What's number one?
Marvel number one. Then maybe Doom Messiah number two. Then maybe Doom Messiah number. Then maybe Doomsday. Have you seen Michael?
Dog, it's not out yet.
Came out in Berlin 2 days ago.
Okay, well, I'm not in Berlin. So, Zoo, is it that you can't play? Can you even play Literati?
No.
You can't play anything?
I can't play Literati.
Okay, when are you going to get your screen fixed?
Wednesday.
Okay, are you just lying?
Try Wednesday.
Okay, are you going to Melbourne?
Yep.
Don't go to Melbourne, just get your phone fixed.
Way cheaper to get my phone fixed in Melbourne.
Not really. It'd be the same price. Maybe like $5 less, maybe. But it might be more expensive.
Have you been to Adelaide before?
Yep.
When did you go?
I went for the Raw Comedy Finals, State Finals 2026 to see my girl Chelsea, and also, well, my favorite beat poet.
She didn't win.
She won the heat. I was really proud of her. Dog. Okay, so I'm going to go to this. What's the girl who is in the finals for Raw Comedy? What's her name?
Billy Harrison.
Okay. And I'm going to tell you how hot this girl is from 0 to 10.
Good. He's good. Yeah.
Okay, it's Tilly, Tilly.
Yeah.
Harrison. Is it Tilly Stands Up? Raw comedy. It's happening.
Is it?
All right. I mean, she's not. Dog, she looks like a dude. No offense, Tilly.
Oh my god.
Maybe that was just a bad picture of her. No, she can look better. She doesn't look that much like a dude. But you're saying that is she lesbian?
Bisexual, maybe. She might be. I know that she made jokes about being. What's the word we're looking for?
Bisexual? Polyamorous?
No. Polyamorous, yeah.
All right. She's not that bad looking. I just saw a bad picture of her.
I think there's people more deserving of that spot.
You know what? She's not even that bad looking. She just has a bad haircut. That her hair isn't all bad, but her bangs in this one picture could look better. But that's cool. I'm sure she thinks the same way. When she wears makeup, she's sort of pretty. Not. I'm gonna.
I don't know how old she is.
I'm gonna follow her.
I think she's younger.
And I'm gonna
I
follow.
think she's like 19.
What's that bitch's name? Chelsea. Oh, so she doesn't even know how to do it up. Chelsea. What's that bitch's name?
What?
What's Chelsea, the stand-up comedian?
You're on Tilly's Instagram. You'll be able to just find her just looking at.
How about you just tell me Chelsea's last name?
I don't know.
You're full of shit.
You follow her?
I followed that one. I followed that one bitch, Tilly.
Yeah, then go. So just go to her followers
and type in Chelsea.
Yeah.
Chelsea Finlay.
Yeah.
I think Chelsea's cuter. Yeah, Chelsea's definitely cuter. She's pretty cute. All right, Kent Michael, Russell Hartup. Do you know about Kent Michael?
Yeah.
Do you know about Russell Hartup?
Yeah. Why are you following these people?
Because I'm Adelaide's biggest stand-up fan.
Who else are you looking for?
Oh, there's another. Wait, this girl's. Hold on. Hold on. There's one girl who maybe is okay looking. Allie Dunt. Do you know Allie Dunt?
Yeah.
She's getting a follow. Fuck it. I'm following all the people of Adelaide's Next Top Model or whatever the fuck we call this. What's the name of the what's the name of the beat poet?
I don't know.
What about Eddie Dabrowska? Do you know Haral Desai? Haral Desai, this bitch is pretty hot.
Yeah, I do know her.
What about Mimai is random?
What?
Mimai is random. Mimai Sifa.
That's who I did the roast battle with.
Oh, and she roasted the shit out of you.
Yeah.
All right, that's all right. They're all my friends now. They all followed me back. They all sent me DMs. Calm down, girls. All right, shout out to them.
Scott Roberts.
Who's Scott Roberts?
I don't know.
Okay. Are you ready for a question?
What?
Did you know that D Live ended?
What's that?
It was a live streaming platform. Did you know that D Live ended?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on D Live ending?
I couldn't be happier.
Why?
Because I couldn't. What's the date today?
Today is the 25th of Nisan, 5786, Sunday, April 12th, 2026.
Rabbi.
What up, pimp? Zoot, are we playing Literati? I wonder, can you play darts?
No.
Okay, I'm going to name a game and let's see if you can play it. Can you play pool? Zoot!
Killing yourself.
Zoot, bye-bye. You can't talk like that, man. You know that you can't talk like that. I've told you like 1,000 times.
Heavier guy, I'm wondering if you have any blind grapplers who have any ideas on what I should focus on. I'm not blind, my brother. I've never been blind. Because you can't see, because you're blind, you don't want to get reversed, or you don't want to give up something, because I'm assuming it's tougher for you to see certain submissions, especially when you're in a bottom, where there's a transition, you can't see it coming, where usually your vision can play a certain role and help you identify certain dangers when it comes to your neck, or Americanas, or stuff like that, or ankle lock. So control his ass. You're bigger too. Control his ass. And then start feeling it out. Nope, we don't want to be on bottom. Especially, he's a bigger dude, so we don't want to do that. Okay. We don't want to do that. No, we don't want to pull a guard. We're going to have to fight off our back. And it's tough to see what they're setting up and stuff. If he's on top, it's also exhaustion.
Make it into a really cool video, please.
Rabbi.
Smoking a lot more weed.
You have to write every day.
Yeah, you have to have a lot of fun with your life to be able to do it. Like, you have to have pent-up guilt. You know what I mean? Like,
we also have to live life and
right,
just observe.
Saying vacationing, drinking, smoking, massage parlors, everything. Riding your motorcycle fast down the highway. You know what I mean? Like, things that make you feel good, you need to absorb a lot of this, that you wake up like guilty, like, oh my god, I need to create some shit or else I'm not doing anything.
See, I feel like I am creating when I'm paying attention. So I try not to listen to music. Like if I go on if I go on a walk or a run, I just try to always be aware. I always say that I'm not a comedian. I just get paid to notice things that most people don't notice. And I also want to say to you that, like, if you're gonna do an impression, don't ever do an impression of someone that someone else has done an impression of.
Right.
Because you'll always be compared to the person who did that impression better.
Walken?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would be more impressed if you wouldn't do Christopher Walken, because everybody does.
Well, she just said, don't do the Christopher Walken.
Red Man right? The frog.
Wow! Kermit the Frog.
Oh, wow. To death.
Hold on. The ultimate set for impression would be like, this is Kermit the Frog, Robert De Niro, Christopher Walken, Rocky Balboa, and Barack Obama at a party, and then you do them.
Yeah, I was trying to make the joke ironically funny in the sense that I was trying so hard to be funny, and it wasn't funny. That it
we really know. That's Taylor Dean, everybody. There he goes. Really unbelievable. He did nothing for a minute straight, and the Patriot goes, "Hey, how do you write a joke?" He didn't even ask. The Patriot asked. All right, we have actually run out of time. What we're going to do now is we're going to get a regular segment on the show since she was the only female here. Put your hands together for at Sarah Dresses, everybody. Here she is. She basically started stand-up on this stage on the very first show because we noticed that there were no women. She was here. Ever since then, we've said, hey, whatever you write in a week, come back, we'll keep it going. So it's like, you've heard of Build-A-Bear. We're sort of like building a female comic here. And this is our third installment. Sarah, go ahead.
Everything except for pronouncing my actual last name.
Well, if you want to, okay.
Okay, all right.
Sarah Mustajabi, everybody.
So I went to E3 last week. You guys know what E3 is? Electronic Penis Emporium 2013. It's a lot of dudes. It's dudes on dudes on dudes. Tons of dudes. Going to E3 as a girl is like crossing the Texas state line and being anything but a white dude. It's very difficult, and people just, I fuck, what you doing here, boy? Like, that is your entire wandering around. There's this big thing when everyone thinks that girls that are gaming are, like, faking it, right? They're faking it because, I've always wanted to fuck a guy that smells like popcorn in my mom's basement. Fucking every day of my life. There are 3 different kinds of guys that go to a gaming convention, play video games in general. There is the, a vagina that's not being streamed to me over the internet is terrifying guy. They're just fucking mortified of anything with breasts. Or there's the, I haven't quite met you yet, but I'm already going in for a hug guy. Like, hi, hello, okay, that's your body, alright, okay. And then there's like the late blooming bro, which is like, I'm assuming that in high school they were like loser fucks, but at 30 years old, goddammit, they are so good at Madden. They're fucking FIFA All-Stars, So,
yeah, wow, that's amazing. That's a whole new minute. Oh my god. I like it. I think we're creating a fucking monster.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Slow down. And it's totally your perspective, absolutely. I'd say slow down. I mean, you really haven't been doing much stand-up comedy at all.
3 weeks.
Yeah.
What's the first part when you say E3? You guys know what E3 is? It's blah, blah, blah. It's E3. It's like the video game Penis Emporium. Okay. I was saying like Sausage Fest, but I feel like that. I think you could say one of those E's doesn't stand for estrogen. Okay, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So I was like the only female gay.
Right.
It's
I don't know if you guys have heard of this, but you also have to spell it out for what it is. I went to this video game convention. You may have heard of it. It's called E3. I don't know what it stands for, but I know one of those E's doesn't stand for estrogen.
Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. That's
And you go write down everything. But you also, it's important to remember how important a setup is. And if people don't know what E3 is, then they're trying to catch up the whole time. Like, oh, she said gaming, but I don't know.
Oh, okay. And I like that you were describing the kinds of guys that were there, but I think those need to be a little bit more specific.
Yeah, and slow that down too. She was going through that.
Yeah. I'm a little nervous. I literally been doing this. I did the same thing when I
But also, you're going to want to expect some laughs and take a second. Right? You know what I mean? Like, da-da-da-da. Right.
But also when you said popcorn in my mom's basement, I mean, I feel like my mom's basement kind of gets beat to death, so I would think of another specific snack that's kind of nerdy.
Yeah, I would say like popcorn, feet, and penis.
Well, also, like, instead of popcorn, you know what I mean? Like, kettle corn is funnier than popcorn.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, but that's what I'm saying. Like, or if there's a different snack that you can, like, you smell like Funyuns and, you know, whatever.
Keep the animals out of it. You don't have to do a roll of 3 joke and say penis. I would try to stay away from that type of mentality, but you can't. Like, it got a laugh at popcorn in Mom's basement. It'd be funnier in kettle corn in Mom's basement. I definitely wouldn't.
Or it'd be kettle corn and he smelled like kettle corn and hand-me-down clothes or something. You know, like something that's like
kettle corn and no job.
Kettle corn and a Burger King bathroom. Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, anything specific. Like you can keep testing different ones out and see which one feels better.
The cool thing was you wrote and came back the next week, which is fucking genius because you didn't just try to do this. I wasn't here last week, but you didn't just try to come in and do the stuff from last week, right?
No, it's different every week.
And that's the part of when you're a comedian, and you have to keep exploring it. You know what I'm saying? And if you don't, you're never going to figure out where you're going to go.
And I think it's good too because it's so personal. Like it's a real story.
Exactly.
And like until you can start talking about yourself and who you are, and like if you really are a gamer, you should really dive into that.
Totally.
Because that is a great niche for a woman.
And it's totally a great time for that. Nerds have taken over the world. And you're like a fetish at this point.
Yeah.
You're dresses on Twitter, guys. Give me that, Sarah.
Yeah.
Hopefully she'll be back next week.
I say second word split. Thanks for having me on, guys.
I was going to say thank you to Dean Del Rey. That's at Dean Del Rey on Twitter. What's happening with you, Dean?
Let's see. Going to La Jolla Comedy Store with Chris Porter next month. So if you're out there, please come out. We're going to be doing a rock and roll show. And Tony's going to be on my podcast, Let Me Talk, next week.
Yep. The lovely Sarah Tiana, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, yeah. Guys, live in this show, stick around because the Ding Dong Show follows us live at 10 o'clock.
Iron Patriot.
The Iron Patriot.
What's your name on Twitter?
I'm at Comic Patriot. You can follow the Iron Patriot, give him some notes or some feedback yourself. Thanks for listening. Thanks, Brian Redband.
Join us every Monday, 8 o'clock, guys. And we're following next up with the Ding Dong Show, so stick around with the Ding Dong Show.
There you go. Thanks, everybody.
I'm here always. I'm here always.
What pussy? Hey, down.
There we go. See, we're already in love with each other.
Outback what?
Oh, yeah. Bloomin' Onion, right?
Lord, that's what I'm thinking. Charles is over here.
There you go.
Wait, it's not really an Australian restaurant?
No, definitely not.
So you had a fun time. I'm kind of jealous what you did this weekend. Explain what happened.
Ari Shafir, who is our guest tonight, that I'm very excited about. He started a holiday 3 years ago called Stream Fest, and I took part in the first one. We went down to beautiful La Jolla, California, and launched into a universe. What we do is we eat mushrooms. And,
such a holiday.
Yeah,
I want a holiday where I just eat mushrooms.
It really is. I've been down to San Diego 3 of the last 4 weekends, and I usually consider that a vacation. I go down to Joshua Tree for 8 hours. I come back feeling actually refreshed, like I was on a vacation.
Did you eat a lot?
No, I don't need to eat a lot. I'm very reactive to them. So,
how many times have you shrunk before?
Probably grand total 5 to 6. Settle down, lady. Shut the fuck up. Shut your filthy mouth. Anyway.
Well, so it's 5 or 6 or 7 times, you said. So, was this one of the best ones? Middle of the road? Not too much?
This is definitely one of the best ones. Usually I eat too much and it gets fucking freaky real quick.
Did you find cheeses or anything?
No, not on this one. No, I didn't need to. This one I needed to laugh my ass off. I really needed a good laugh, and I needed to do it to ease up on some anxiety that I've had lately. That never-ending fear that I'm going to die. And sure enough, I can tell just from today alone that there's something about I've read a lot of research on this. Harvard studies, Carnegie Mellon studies, that mushrooms are one of the best natural cures for anxiety and depression and things like that. It really brings you right back in. Couldn't agree with it more. It really works that way for me. So I'm happy to be at preset. I missed last year's Shoot Fest because I was working contractually for a comedy television station. And now I'm back in the game. It feels so fucking great. I
You
so
just
much
camped
fun.
outside or did you get a hotel?
You camp outside Joshua Tree is one of the most beautiful places. It's really hard to explain, but it's tons of different rock formations that you wouldn't even believe. You can walk up and you can scale these crazy mountains wearing tennis shoes. And we were bathed in the moonlight of the supermoon.
How was the supermoon? Because I tried to look at it.
Unbelievable. Joshua Tree is notorious for being dark, and it's so dark that you can see all the stars in the moon when it's up. It's crazy. But the supermoon on top of the darkness there, I mean, it made it so that it's brighter than even normal yellow lights or even the sun, because it's a white light. So it shines everything to a crisp. I mean, there's the shadowed areas which are dark as fuck, but that makes it so much fun. And so it was perfect. The trick with doing Joshua Tree right, in our opinion, is getting there late evening and right before the sun goes down. It's already cooling down. You can enjoy the night, and in the morning it's hot, so you want to kind of get out. Yeah.
Concerned like scorpions or snakes or anything like that, because when I was
lots of concern about that. Everything at one point looks like a scorpion in a sleep when you're on mushrooms in Joshua. Right. So we should probably bring up our guests.
Oh, we should also say right real quick to the
ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the Iron Patriot. He's got great reviews since there you go. He's known for his catchphrases and his lack of mobility. He's our
I can't see. That's the problem. I can move, so I can't see.
All right, you're stepping on my lines on your Patriot. Just take a breath through that thing if you can. You're breathing in too much of your own carbon dioxide. I had to check for scientific words for a second.
I'd like to thank you guys for that weight you gave me last week. I haven't got stoned in a long time.
How'd it work out for you?
It made me ponder the mysteries of the universe, psychological realities and illusion.
I guess I'm guilty of smoking really good pot.
That was a sativa.
Pondering the mysteries of the universe. Realizing that, what was it? Realizing that
we're all the center of our own universe. That's all we're doing.
I love you, Iron Patriot. You know what? One of my favorite things is to now, I watch the clock tick as we get to showtime here, which is normally scheduled for 8. We usually start a few minutes after. But I love when it gets to like 7:55, 7:56, and there's no Iron Patriot because I know that he's going to be here. And there's nothing more exciting than that inevitable anticipation of hearing the squeaking of his suit walking across the room and saying, "Hey guys, I'm here again."
When you got stoned, what did you do? Did you just like,
porn was real good with it.
Oh, what kind of porn do you like
microwaves or
Sex for 1,000 different girls.
Wow. Now,
But also I had one other story.
Oh, okay.
I did last Monday. I went to the Steel Panther show after I left here. They first didn't want to let me in with my mask, but then I said it was going to fuck things up. They let me in. They let me go to the dressing room with Steel Panther. They brought me on stage, but the problem is, remember how it killed when I did stop with the nigga left here? They don't like Motown.
Right. That is a hard rock crowd. Oh, see the Iron Patriot laying down his armor on a innocent victim.
Bruce bitches already?
There you go.
I learned a valuable lesson there.
What'd you learn?
This crowd likes different things than the Steel Panther crowd.
Definitely. I mean, singing Motown in front of a Steel Panther crowd sure to get some booze.
I did get a chorus in and one verse though before they started to boo.
Can you do the chorus real quick for us just to get...
Stop in the name of love before you break my heart. Stop in the name of love before you break my heart. Get over it.
Yeah, Iron Patriot. Multi-talented.
Can you believe they didn't like that?
I can't believe it. I mean, it's shocking.
I think I need to do their song Supersonic Sex Machine. Supersonic Sex Machine.
Definitely. That seems like a big...
I'll try that one tonight when I go there.
Patriot, are you excited about tonight's guest?
I should feel it. I'm a big fan of his. I'm meeting every one of my best friends every week. This is a dream come true for me.
Yeah, well, what's your favorite thing that you've seen already do?
Well, I've listened to his podcast called The Skeptic Tank, and also I've seen him on the Joe Rogan Experience many times.
There you go. He's got me excited. What do you say we do this?
Yeah, let's do it.
This is one of my funniest friends. We just came back from Joshua Tree together today. One of the funniest comedians in the world. One of my good buddies. The amazing reason. Comedy Central HBO's Ari Shaffir, everybody. Here he is, live in the flesh. I watched this guy shave his beard and his head today. Spontaneously.
I'm shaving the beard.
In the wilderness. Just did it like an animal.
Did you do the whole thing?
There you go. See that? Look at this guy. He can just do whatever he wants.
I do whatever I want.
And you look cool throughout the entire thing. He started with the top middle. He pulled off like this Daniel Day-Lewis. He had like these chops. It was crazy. And then you go, it's amazing how fast you can go from Jewish to German.
Yeah.
With a quick trim of that everything.
I try to creep you against my eyeglasses off.
Oh my god.
I remember this season, like 4 years ago when you went through this season, and you started wearing the little hats on the side, and then you started dressing up. Yeah.
You have so many different eras of the look.
Yeah. I mix it up. I like to mix it up. That way we can, I don't know.
I can't go facial hair, so I don't know which one is the best.
I just have no laziness. So,
did you have a good shrimp? Did you have good tea?
Yeah. No, not crazy. I just had fun walking around with this stuff.
It was a very adventurous. It wasn't the super visual. It wasn't the super I found God. It was the adventure. I want to go through this. Let's go find more rock formations, going under things, and wondering if we're gonna end up in a trap like a labyrinth-like thing that we just have to back out on. And then you find a new opening, and you're like, oh my god, it was so much fun. So we went miles away from our campsite, under
the wilderness of Joshua Tree. It was pretty fun.
Coyotes just howling. I mean, the place was alive. Wow, I'm very excited.
That's cool. Now, Ari, have you seen the show before? Do you know how it works?
I think so. I haven't seen it before, but I think I know how it works. course, everyone gets up here, and then Tron over there gets a smack in the face. And it's like, rolling. That's right. Tron. Whatever.
Iron Patriot's a big fan of yours already.
Nice. It was an honor.
Yeah.
Honor. I love it.
Well, what do you say we get the shindig started? What do you think?
Yeah.
All right, everybody, this is how it happens. You guys ready to just kick this thing off or what? Yeah. Say things like that, and then we can do that. All right. They make it quiet. All right, if you don't know, comedians do a minute, and then we talk about it. Going up first tonight, the lucky number 20, Jeffrey Feldman, everybody. There are more people sign up than ever before tonight. This is a record sign up. Over 27 in young, rising, and some old, not rising comedian sign up. We're going to go with Jeffrey Feldman, everybody. Great.
I watch so much porn that people would think that there's something wrong with me if they saw how much porn that I watch. Like I've been looking at this new stuff called Greek Sausage Pizza. And the premise of this web series is there's like middle class women and they will order a pizza to their home. And the man will arrive with the pizza, but the catch is he's got his cock through the pizza box to the pizza. And the woman sucks his dick to the pizza, which is a completely logical response if somebody delivers a pizza to your house and it's cock in your pizza. But I feel for these people, right? I feel for these guys. Because first of all, they have to learn the commission, alright? And I think if they have to go to the trouble of cutting a hole in the center of a pizza box, right? Driving to the LA traffic to somebody's place of residence, and delivering this pizza, right? They better get their dick sucked, because that cheese is scalding hot on their scrotum, right? Is that a minute?
Yeah, 47 seconds. They get a sound effect. It's the meow of a cat. Yeah. Yep. Like that. But he did 47 seconds. The pizza box, scalding hot cheese.
It's just a point. It's not scalding hot. It's scalding hot.
Scalding hot. Yeah. Scald. It's really hot. Yeah. This lady is a wildfire over here.
For ladies in Thailand.
Heck yeah.
Real lady. Hey, also, pizza delivery guys don't want our commission.
It's true. They get paid by the hour in tips.
So.
You like that?
Yeah.
I delivered 9 out of 10 pizzas.
You don't get to do anything extra or less. You just give them a pizza. What's happening, dude?
Is y'all ready? Swing it in front row. Love it.
Honestly, I did really listen to the first half of the joke.
Well, it was a long setup.
Setup was a bit long. You did some punchline in there before the scalding hot. I liked that the guys did suck. I was happy for him.
Yeah. Maybe there's something in, like, how could it be that easy for a pizza guy to get his dick sucked?
Oh, I don't think it was easy at all. To cut a hole in the box and stick your dick through it. It took a lot of effort.
Oh, yeah, it does. You know, what's interesting is that if you can close the box, then that means that your penis will only be, like, what is that? So, like, I wonder how much they actually, like, I never really see that, like, I've heard of that porn. I click on much more interesting shit than the pizza, but I don't watch that. I always go 2.5 minutes in straight to the blowjob on every porno that I watch.
I
Sometimes it just can't. There you go. I love it. The Iron Patriot just gets right to the wet shit.
I love it. Maybe he puts his penis in there, but then to save room, they have that thing in the middle of the pizza that's on the bottom. Yeah, maybe they put that on his penis and hold it in.
Oh, I see.
Would that be a thing? Or did she microwave the pizza first before eating it?
Yeah, what if that?
Like, make this short in the microwave? They're gonna run that fast.
So hold on. So it's a guy who gets this good pizza boxes. That's who you've been watching.
Alright, that's cool. Not really. Actually, oh. It's kind of bizarre that this is like a thing that you watch. I don't actually do porn. What kind of porn do you watch? It's funny. I don't know why, but I like interracial porn a lot. You say that like it's really, really, really wrong to like interracial.
I don't know why you're gonna hate me. Like interracial porn.
Of course you're drunk because it's animalistic and more interesting than boring vanilla crap. Yes. I don't like interracial because I like to imagine the penis is mine, the white's black. Interracial is also white men with a black woman. No. That's not true. That's not called interracial. What's that called? I'll tell you what is interracial. Black man, black woman. Yeah. Porn stars about it. Yeah, black woman, white man, not called interracial. What's that called? Bestiality.
Yes, Ari's premiere is here, everybody.
Jeffrey, I feel like we've done about as much as we can think.
Thank you, Jeffrey Feldman.
We don't have to give any tips on the road.
It's been a good time, but he couldn't really execute it. That happens a lot of things.
Yeah, that's true. That should definitely be an opener.
Or Elliot for ET.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Jeffrey Feldman. So you're Jewish, right? You're huge. Feldman. David. Corey. My friend David. Fuck yeah, Iron Patriots on his A game tonight. What do you say we do another comedian? I reach into the bucket. You guys ready for more or what, live audience? Fuck yeah. Does it come out of his voice come out of the bottom?
Yeah, it's a speaker underneath my chest.
Why don't you switch it out to the stool there? That's fine. Okay. Alright, fine. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian is Joanne Trixie Sullivan.
Oh my god,
It's her! It's the lady that belongs in Gravy Fat.
That's a big mouth broad.
Yeah, baby. I love this.
Holy!
Oh, yeah.
Who raised you, wolves?
How dare you? They're like the Don Rickles of
Tiny people.
Okay, go ahead. Do your minute, Trixie. Give it up for Trixie, everybody. Here we go.
My nickname's Trixie. My name's Joanne Marie Sullivan. I'm Irish, Italian, and that's a trifecta of baby makers in the Midwest. I was second oldest of 8. Changing diapers, cloth diapers, and washing them in a ringer washer at age 6. Yeah, I'm that old. Get over it. Plastic diapers had not yet been invented. Please. So all these guys go, I love you. I want to marry you. Oh, you're my babies. I go, you know, dude, if you give birth to them and take care of them, I'm there. But since that's not a reality, no thanks. You're a bitch or a lesbian. I said, I'm a bitch. Okay, get over it. Anyway, so dude's like so silly. They said, hey, this guy says, we're eyeballing each other in a bar. Ooh, serious eyeballing. Girls, you know what I mean? Eyeballing.
And Katie is meowing for this cougar. So, that's Tracy, baby. Tracy, you gotta stop. You only get a minute on this show. Just read it.
I'm Italian.
There you go. First of all, I love your catchphrase, which I believe is deal with it. Get over it. Get over it. Get over it. That's like your get her done. Yeah. It's true. People should get over it. Right.
Seriously. Seriously.
Have you ever thought about making merchandise like t-shirts that just say get over it?
No, the t-shirt I would make would be what they call women sluts and men.
Are you thinking of this right now?
No, I'm not thinking of it. It just, I was in the moment. It was sporadic. It happened.
But I'm not a slut, guys. I'm a stud act. Snap! Yeah, guys are studs and girls are sluts. Wrong.
Trixie, you're still doing material.
Once a mistake.
And what happened to that baby? Where is it now?
And it with a legal evacuation. It was legal. Get over it.
Still doing it.
I was changing diapers until I was 6 until I was 16.
Still doing material. Every time I've seen material, it's strange.
What am I supposed to be doing? Sitting around like a ding-dong? You don't live here.
Oh my God, Trixie, shut your mouth for a second, alright?
Okay, 1,000.
Oh, bro.
That was 1 second.
Oh my gosh, she's got the loose stuff, everybody.
What loose stuff you talking about?
Have you ever had an STD, Trixie?
The only thing I ever had was crabs at age 19, and I thought I was going to die. Literally. That's the only thing I ever caught was crabs.
So you haven't got blood work? You haven't had blood work done since you were 19?
Oh, please, are you kidding me? I've got a lover who was 20 years younger than I am. I was on my way, doing my makeup to Don't you know math?
Get over it.
Exactly. Now I had some really good hot love-in from my much younger lover.
Trixie.
After
You just keep doing material.
I think it's going to turn the crowd off to imagine you having sex. So, especially when the black guy and the other girls.
You had sex with a black guy?
No, my very much younger white boyfriend.
What is
I'm 55, he's 34, he's a master of the Kama Sutra.
Oh, wow. What does he do for homeless? How does he earn his living?
He is a computer forensic scientist. If you lose something in your hard drive, he can find it. If somebody's messing around with you and they don't want you to know about it and they're trying to hide it, he can find it. So don't even mess with him, because he'll find it.
How do you get younger guys? What's your trick? Oh, no.
Hello? No babies, no whacked out a JJ, and no junk in the trunk like Miss KK, whose kid was named North, and I love it. Poor kid's got a nickname for me, North by what? North by what?
Oh my God.
Do you think other women can use your technique for getting over men?
Getting over, man. I don't get over, man. I get on top of man.
Are you all tucked in? Is it?
This is it. I got no girly. I've never had a baby.
Whoa. Fuck yeah. You see you don't have any kids?
Were you not listening?
No, she's never had a kid.
I was changing shitty diapers from the time I was 6 till I was 16. Cloth diapers before plastic were invented.
Who changes your diaper? You are great, Trixie. Sit it on my school. Oh yeah, thank you, Trixie. You're great. Watch out for the cord. Be careful.
Yeah, I like to get over it.
Oh yeah, she's got branding.
Yeah.
Going on. I love it. There wasn't a single wrinkle in all the material that I saw. Really solid. I love the haircut. Looks like all right. Let's keep it moving along.
Looks like what?
I guess she's nuts.
Yeah. I bet she's crazy in bed. Just charisma all the way. I bet she is crazy in bed. I bet she's crazy in bed as well. There you go.
Alright, bro, I cannot make contact.
What's that, big dog?
It's called multiple scenario audience comedy.
What is that?
Hey, MFA thing. It's when you're doing a set and the crowd, one crowd doesn't like it, and then you use that set in another crowd and they like it, so you have to come up with a scenario to save yourself. So you have to have multiple jokes in the scenario if the crowd doesn't like it. So you gotta start, if the audience doesn't like your set, you gotta start shitting on your set to save yourself.
I don't get it. How about you just be funny?
Yeah, all right. I've seen it before that like this girl was on stage and her set was going really bad, and she saved herself from making fun of how shit her set was going.
Okay, how did she do that?
How'd you do that?
That's what I asked.
She just tied it into her jokes and saved like the last 2 minutes of her set, and then did everything about how bad she was going on stage. It was just like this. You know what else? She was just like, you know what else is fucking shit? This set. It's just fucking hilarious. Came out of nowhere.
I don't get it, Zoot.
Look,
I don't get your idea. What do you do?
multiple scenarios, so some jokes work on some crowds and some don't. So you have to have a backup plan to how to handle those scenarios.
Okay, does that mean you're getting your phone fixed on Wednesday?
I'll be working Wednesday.
What are you doing Wednesday?
Performing.
Okay, are you gonna get your phone fixed?
Maybe. So, when are you gonna go live?
Zoot, I just want to play games with you, okay? Going viral is a lot more difficult than getting your phone fixed.
Is that Jacob Huss? Jesse?
What are you saying?
I remember, am I the only person from Adelaide that's been in the stream?
No.
Who?
I know 3 other people from Adelaide who've been in my stream.
Really?
Yep. Kent Michael, Chelsea Finley, and James McCann.
When was James McCann in the stream?
Today.
What?
Today.
He came in and talked?
Yeah, he was like, hey, what's going on? I was like, oh, what's going on, James? I loved you on Kill Tony. He's like, oh, that's baller. Do you know Zoot? And I was like, yeah, I know Zoot. And he was like, do you know when he's going to get his phone fixed? And I was like, well, he says Wednesday, but I don't think anybody really knows if that's true. And James McCann was like, wow, I bet you really want to play games with Zoot. And I would say, yeah, but he threw his phone against the wall and it no longer works. What is this bullshit, dog? Zoot.
She made a fart noise after she said squirter. Oh my god. She's a queen. She's a squirter queen. And when she queens, she squirts.
Actually, yes, some psycho creeps in North Hollywood bashed up my teeth, so get over it!
I only know because I saw your top set of teeth fall out for a second when you were just yelling.
Well, you know what? I'm not going to be a little Miss Pussy person pretending it didn't happen.
At least now I know how you're dating a guy 20 years younger than you. You ever take out your dentures and give him a raw job?
I don't do the blowjob, baby. My twin diddly do is so tight, he just gotta go.
Diddly do. Alright, everybody. comedian here. This is fun so far. I love what's happening. I love the energy in this room.
I want to know if she has any advice to the younger comedians.
Yeah. This is a great question.
All I have to say is that wherever you feel, and it's in your heart, say it, because this is truly from the heart.
And we know you have a mediocre operational heart, so
all I'm saying
it's all right.
is all I can do is just think about the things you've been through, the things people say to you, and what you have to live through, and just spurt it out as honest as you can, and people are going to find funny, because people say, what are you going to do when you want to grow up? I say, hey, bitch, you're looking at it, so get over it.
That's good advice.
Well, I'm definitely over talking to Trixie, so you're welcome. Put your hands together for your next comedian. Who knows what can happen here? It's Kyle Shore, everybody. There he is. Got a backpack or a bomb here. Patriot, be on alert.
Possible prop comment alert.
Yeah.
So I'm a 30-something computer forensic scientist. I mean, more completely, I'm not helping. I'd be more down with helping gay people if I didn't hate rainbows so much. I just hate rainbows. I don't know why. They're tacky. I'm not saying segregate all the colors. I am saying I'm white from the South. I just don't like rainbows. Like, you can't, why you throw all the colors together? Like, at least make it 3 colors or 4 colors, like every other flag in the world. I think there are at least 3 or 4 colors. I don't know. It's kind of South. It's probably a Yankee. So fucking your cousin's weird. Well, I thought I'd make you at the Taylor reunion. That's what we're doing.
All right. Everybody settle down in here. Obviously, we created a ruckus.
Yeah.
Trixie, just settle down. You don't have to leave. Just stop talking. You're answering rhetorical questions that comedians are talking about now. Hey, zip it. No more talking. See that? That's a lady right there. She's the queen of the comedy store. See how polite behaved she is? Take an example from a real woman, Trixie. Oh, no, don't say it like that. All right. Nothing worse than making a 55-year-old woman cry real quick in the middle of the night. All right, I'm just kidding. Shut up, please. Anyway, how would you swear?
So, was the material that was thrown all over by Trixie?
Definitely. Let's face the facts. A heckling from Trixie is a heckling that nobody wants.
No, I'll start off with what just happened.
It's true. You rode the wave, and Trixie, stop
Dude,
talking.
you're mean.
If you can't stop talking, you're going to have to leave.
You're mean.
Believing?
You're just a mean person.
Kyle.
Hey, Roa.
What were we talking about?
And you just kind of got into
I
like
don't
the whole racist thing.
Yeah.
You need to think about your actions, dog.
You said that you'd be more likely to help the gays
People
if
can
you
find
were
names name a whole lot, but I know why.
moving, shopping, all along. What do you mean help the gays? Yeah.
Rabbi.
What up, dude?
Rainbows usually have like more colors.
Yeah. It's not that
There's
many
souls
colors. They just
captured
give
on
you
the
the
moon.
orangey dip of everything.
There's people that try to remote view go to the moon and they get put into prison on the moon by the remote viewing police.
You really want to just like.
Did you know that? And then they go into comas in real life.
Do you think that's real?
Have you ever killed anybody?
Do you remember the discussion we were having about like reincarnation on the moon?
Word, dog.
I think. Hear me out, Rabbi. You want to hear me out?
I'm listening.
I think
Right. They'll steal it.
I think our physical body is restricted from leaving
There's some areas where
Earth,
you keep some things.
but our consciousness is tied to multiple planets, and the moon is trapping people on Earth. And yeah,
Where's your microphone? Awesome. Imagery. Okay. Well, you're an American hero.
you know what I think, Rabbi?
What's that, Zoo?
So, welcome to a new level of fighting for your country.
I think the moon is an alien spaceship, and they rule the world, and they trap our souls for all eternity until the moon exists. And in order to escape, we've got to blow up the moon.
That would get rid of all of the tides.
What?
That would get rid of all the tides.
They'll get rid of all the tides?
Word, dog.
Yeah, I think consciousness is stuck on Earth. In order to escape, we need to blow up the moon.
It doesn't make any sense, dude.
It does. We can't leave Earth and the forever living partners of humans who come and blow up the moon.
But that now means he couldn't get a job as a doctor because he was an untouchable, which means you're destined to be poor forever. So he decided to convert to Christianity. Which is why you're here at the Lakers, you're a cleaner in the Lakers, and you
What are the
swap your
chances
jobs
the
with
moon
a cleaner in Subway.
What'd you say?
What are the chances?
Dog, I can't hear what you're saying.
So what are the chances the moon is an alien spaceship?
I don't know. What do you think?
I think the point you're trying to make is there's genius only compared to black people.
25%?
Okay. Zoo, when are we gonna play a game again?
Seriously, yeah. I said, why did you want to be a doctor? He said, it was a good rich doctor.
I knew some people from that lower class in India who drop it. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah. No one takes them to the toilet cleaners.
Yeah. So, I'm destined. I'm an untouchable and I'm an invisible. So then I want to be able to see them. And then my woman is I'm doubly invisible.
But you don't have to wear that whole shit. You don't have to say it to your British. You're just going to start talking for some time. Just start talking, they'll figure out you're British.
Yeah. Really?
It's not that unique.
Okay. No,
Yeah.
You can even mix up and say, like, I'm sorry, I'm Chinese or something.
I think you can say Australian, no one would know.
No, but that's the whole point. I'm invisible because I can do whatever I want.
When you say you're invisible, what does that mean? What do you mean by that?
I don't know. Apparently I'm unseeable.
That's not true. I think you're talking about ugly women.
No, I am. I am unseeable and untouchable. But not in a cool way, not in a gangster way. But I like it.
When I tried to touch you,
But you can't do it.
Did you just call him the Iron Man? I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, guys. Don't
worry about your heart in a second.
Okay. You were here a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
what are you the one that's dating the girl that's the football player?
What?
No.
I told you I'm unseeable.
That's right.
How long have you been in America?
This time since February.
How long have you been doing comedy?
I told you this last time. But this is news time.
Alright.
get trips in here that are crazy off right now with this lady. Thank God. Keep her out, Patriot. Do it for your country.
She needs her own shows. She needs a lot of attention.
Yeah, she needs her own show on the obituary channel. That'd be a great channel. People dying is always fun. Yeah. Always interesting. I was really stricken with the loss of James Gandolfini last week.
Were you really?
One of my favorites of all time.
What were you hoping it put out?
Well, a lot of things. I mean, anything that I've ever seen him do is very impressive.
What's less than work?
He did a lot on Broadway lately. He's one of those actors that's like very neurotic and cool and tough. You're good to go. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I forgot you're up here, but you're so invisible that
That's sort of a bad word, which keeps saying I'm invisible.
Yeah, I know. That's like a really sad outlook on life.
Do you understand anything that just happened over there?
Not at all.
Was that jokes?
Nothing sounded like a joke. It sounded like some kind of story
It seemed
about.
like we were learning something, but we weren't laughing.
Why did you just chime in earlier with that?
There's nothing meaner than when the other.
We thought it was funny, but it just didn't quite
match up.
There was something there we learned. I don't know.
Just go down Hollywood Boulevard and do the thing.
Sometimes, yeah, when he wants to make money in a hurry, but he does a bunch of different things. He's a regular on what shows do you work on?
I'm an extra on Parks and Recreation, one of the city hall employees.
Yep.
Do you use the suit for that?
Yeah, I'm gonna try it next season.
Nice.
I don't think they'll let me in the CBS studios.
They don't know what they want, but what you want.
Yeah. It's a post 9/11 world. It's very scary.
Heck yeah. When did you start becoming the Iron Patriot? Was that after 9/11?
No, I just got this costume a month ago, and for a year I've been dreaming about coming to the Death Squad.
Wow.
Nice.
Great.
I'm serious. I really thought about it for a long time, and it took a long time to get the courage to get on the bus and come down, but
There's a lot of Mexican on the bus.
And you know what's interesting, because I don't know if we've made this quite clear on an episode before, but he has to take the bus, by the way. Can you guess why, Ari?
Because you can't get into a car with the suit on.
I can't sit down.
He can't sit down at all when he's wearing it.
And it's just, it'd be a big hassle to come down here and drive and all that shit. Once I get off the bus, I'm ready to go.
Right.
And there's been some speculation that you're actually wearing the heads.
No.
So you just go right into your leg.
How do you know?
I got an undersuit that's designed for sweat.
What else do you?
I take care of all that before I go. I drink water and go to the bathroom. So I know what to take care of down here.
Like, yeah, a lot of flax and fiber.
Yeah.
What else do you do?
Well, I don't have to. I'm not going to be drinking when I go out. I'm good for 4 hours or so.
His diet is rich in iron. Alright, let's keep this fun train moving along. Your next comedian, everybody, put your hands together for Tim Greer. Whoa, out of nowhere. Before he was about to get blacklisted. No, that's what we do to people when they don't show up for their spots. I wasn't talking about the blatant color of your skin. Tim Greer, everybody, here we go. My friend Tim Greer, are you okay? Relax.
So, I hate people that say stupid shit. Like YOLO. Like, this thing. If you don't know what YOLO means only live once. Only fuck live twice. Like, seriously, people like hashtagging and Instagram and Twitter and shit. Like, honestly, I wouldn't follow a person that lived once. Like, I would try to follow somebody that lived twice. You know? Like, Jesus. He died, he came back. That's somebody who may want to hashtag, Instagram. Oh, like, women. The dumbest shit y'all see is what you dreaming. You don't dream ain't person. You know? I was just saying, like, you ain't actually made them in your dreams or your nightmares. My dad never let me play Mario or Zelda. He didn't want me saving homes. I thought it was fun, you know?
Yep.
59 seconds for you ask. Oh, yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. I like the Mario thing. I always wonder what yellow meant.
I never knew.
Yeah. I've heard people saying that know what that was.
You really didn't know what that is?
No, yeah, I
thought it was just a warning to let you know you're in a bad neighborhood.
Yeah, what was the other thing you talked? Oh, yeah. How did Jesus live twice? That was confusing. Yeah.
Supposedly.
So you also don't know.
So he died and he came back, but then what happened when he came back? He was like gone immediately, right? He came back for like a few hours. People were like, "Oh my God, there he is!" What did he do? Well, you don't know Christianity. You're challenging my Christianity. You don't even know what he came back for. How long was he back for? Does anybody know? In this ultimate fiction of fiction. No, 3 days later. More people know how long Gandalf came back for than Jesus.
How do you not know this, man? How do you not know Christianity?
I was in Catholic school for 12 years, and if it taught me one thing, it's how to block out the bullshit that they're trying to drive into my ears.
After you were molested, you just forgot the whole 12 years.
I wasn't molested there. I was molested by a sweater. Kanye West, why don't you settle down, alright? I don't need jokes up here. Who do you think you are? Don the Magic Wand Rickles, settle down with your roast jokes. What the fuck are we talking about? Oh yeah, Jesus.
I got it. He came back twice. He lived twice.
Yes, so.
He was taken into heaven to sit at the right hand of the Father.
There you go. There's our, not only our head of security, but also our head of scientific fact.
Serious thing that you said that your method was showed like that somebody lived twice, like Jesus, but then you said it again for some reason. About somebody lives twice, which was like unnecessary.
I was thinking maybe a Tupac hologram reference was coming.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Maybe something's there.
Who else lives twice? Who else lives twice?
Mario lives 3 times.
Oh, there you go. You got a callback there for you. But there you go. Still make a reference to it. Mario gets 3 lives.
Yeah.
The most that we've ever done about was 2. So actually, even though it wasn't 9 lives, there you go. Cats have 9 lives.
Mario Cat is tremendous.
Holy shit, that's like 27 lives.
Yeah.
That's like the turtle show.
Yeah. Speaking of Mario, how do you feel the day after mushrooms?
Tired.
I can tell, man. It's just like you guys both seem like
I didn't sleep much.
it's when you drink my urine or something.
Yeah, I'm super refreshed. I just didn't get that. I didn't get the full amount of sleep that I needed to drive home with some news. Yeah, how we do. Hey, Trey, have you been sleeping all lately?
I've been sober.
So, how's your sleep?
I had to mind some of those mushrooms, though. That must have been pretty good.
Well, I mean, if you discover the mysteries of the universe on my pod, I don't think you're ready for the mushrooms, buddy.
I think I'll be going into a parallel universe.
Oh, we can't have that. I need you back here on Mondays. So, but yeah, Tim Greer. What else did he talk about? Jesus, that. I think that's about it. Tim Greer, everybody. Eddie Murphy, like charisma. I think he also likes trannies. I know. Put your hands together for Robin Coke, everybody. Robin Coke. Oh, yes.
Hi, I'm divorcee. Woohoo! I'm really short and happy. So I've decided to start dating young men because it takes them so much less time to tell their life story. I was terrified at the idea of online dating, and then I realized it's just shopping online for a man. So every day can be Black Friday.
Oh,
And I actually met somebody online. Like, really excited, and after about a month, we decided that we should have a coffee date on Skype. And I was slow. So I had a cup of coffee. I was sitting at my desk, and you see what looked like a bathroom. So I guess it's a laptop. Yay! And everything was going really well until his mom came in to refill his coffee cup. Oh, I can't compete with that. I don't need coffee. Thank you.
I heard it. Okay. Go ahead. Started strong with a couple quick jokes, then slowed down and got a little boring. Yeah, no, but really, it started strong. That was too strong for word, but then start was really good.
Yeah, I feel like you do a little bit too much of that thing where it's like, that thing. But you can tone that down because the more natural you seem, the better. Right? Like, that doesn't seem like anybody would talk like that. Right, lady? She's seen it all.
As a double-layered cougar hunter, I admire your body, and you got a really nice body. So I think you should do more of those kind of jokes because just looking at when you bring that up immediately, I just thought about fucking it the whole time. So
that's a good place to be.
Yeah, won me over.
Right, because then you went over all the guys in the room.
Yeah, you could have your own podcast.
And the girls.
Maybe more stretching.
I don't know. That was pretty good. That was really, I was impressed by that because you came for the Trixie scene and you really shone her.
Yeah, you really did. You crushed Trixie, and that was the competition in your age division. So
tags or
I would tag it. Yes. When you say we started off slow by Skyping, you could make a reference to your internet speed or the Wi-Fi in the room. And that was just his internet connection. We started off slow, and there's something like that.
okay.
So hey, any tags? It wouldn't be like that. There you go. There's your fucking tag. There you go. No, I'm kidding. What else was there? What else did you talk about?
She talked about that she likes the younger guys because they don't talk about their life as long as they don't have as much life.
Yeah, you made a noise. You made a noise about it.
Yeah, you grunted. That's not like you moved yourself.
No, I wouldn't be that. That would be lack of respect. I would never do that.
Yeah, you don't. Maybe totally well.
I smell a date coming on. Did we date an iron paycheck?
Yeah, you want to go on?
Yes.
I think we're Tony's working some more in this room. This would be the start of something really good for the both of you. Anyway,
It was weird when he was typing on the toilet. That was kind of weird.
yeah. Maybe there's a reference there for like a bidet. It got really weird when my bidet broke and went crazy all of a sudden. He's Skyping on the toilet. It got really weird when his bidet broke and it looked like it was raining. I don't know.
When you said like you're hoping you have a laptop, like I get that the joke, but like what else could you have besides a laptop? That's almost.
I think most people her age use their computers at libraries.
Right, that's
Sorry.
You're doing good. You're staying in the pocket. Stay strong. You're doing great.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Yeah.
Sexual tension on this stage, man.
That's actually a great note, by the way, because you don't about what else could it be? You know what I mean? It's just a laptop computer because it's true. There are no more desktop computers. It's pretty much
That's a bathroom. Like what else? It's like the joke is. I'm hoping it's not. You know, you would think one thing, but it's the other. So you would only think one thing here.
right. Be a laptop.
Yeah. Or else when he's heading to the bathroom.
Right.
I think that was a joke.
What else could it be? It could be
Maybe she couldn't be shitting. Or
It's like
she's glad that he's not pooping. Like, in his own.
when you're on the toilet doing it, do you Skype from back to front or front to back?
So maybe that's not a good joke. I'll drop that one.
Maybe it is. Like when I just say got a whack, you could always take that. I mean, you'd have to deliver it with precision timing. I love you, Robin. I love your spirit. You have a great sense of humor. Put your hands together for Robin. That's a good tag, by the way. You're right, you didn't get it. That's some good stuff there. And you You have some good jokes. I like the shorter story of the younger guy. The Black Friday thing, do you really hook up with guys on that black guys on Friday?
That was a good one.
You do? What are you doing on Thursdays? Alright, anyway. We're going to go through your next comedian, Damian Spencer. Damian Spencer. Oh, Blacklisted. Do you have a blacklist noise? Absolutely.
That's it.
Can you do it one more time? You're doing that with your mouth, right? All right, your next comedian, put your hands together for the one only Abby Roberge, everybody. It's Abby Roberge. Coming from the back door, he's getting paid minimum wage right now to check IDs. Here he is, Abby Roberge. First ever Comedy Store employee that's getting paid while doing the show. Here he is, everybody. One more time, Abby Roberge. Here he is.
What's up, guys? I work here. I gotta get a second job. It's talking out of breath. I gotta get a second job, dude, because I fucking need money to cover my drinking habits, man. I drank all of my grocery money because I fucking party and I'm not married, you know? So I've just been fucking scamming places all week, dude. But I still got 4 days till my payday, right? So, like, here's a scam. I know there's a lot of fucking pro comics. Here's a scam you guys can do. I've done it so many times, I call it the 4011 plan, because 4011 is the code for bulk bananas in any supermarket, right? So what I do is I go to Ralph's, I load up my cart with a shitload of groceries, go to the self-checkout, bring up everything is bulk bananas, save 95% on my grocery bill, pay for it with my EBT card, and if I get caught, I'm not a trained cashier. You know? You can't call the cops on me for being shitty at a job I don't even have.
Abby's used to doing longer sets. I like your style. Finish it in a minute and 7 seconds. You heard that kitty meowing and you said, I'm not done yet. That's a long story. What do you think? I was distracted when you were talking about yeah, I know. It was a loud breath. It was a loud order. What did you get back there? Sliders, I think I heard, right? Yeah, sliders. From the back of the room.
There's a lot of setup to that joke. I think you're probably chop that up a lot. I mean, you're explaining codes at 51, 41, yes. Whatever.
There's got to be a really good payoff if you're going to linger along that hole.
Yeah, you can get the thing about it. Just like the price and everything. You have to quick start out quicker. And then you're like a one-liner.
Yeah, you need a little something banging from the top. You know, how does it start again?
I drank all my grocery money.
Oh yeah, drink all your grocery money, but you save money by ringing up everything that's bananas.
Yeah. The punchline is, you can't call the cops on me for being shitty at a job.
Right,
that's good. Yeah, if you would have got to that faster, or at least threw in a couple grenades in the middle of that, because I mean, the whole setup, I'm like, great, doing numbers in my head, I'm trying to figure out why bananas.
I mean, the longer you go with that line, the longer, the more people, like, one by one, like, will turn out a little bit, and then once it kind of, like, wanders their mind, you're gone.
I don't know if you need to say the code. I think you might just be able to say, I know, because I know the code for bananas.
Yeah, I bring everything as one banana. You don't have to worry about anything like that.
One of the cheapest things there. You can really spell it out and just get there. And you know that it's a good premise, a great payoff, but you just gotta get there or else everybody's danger. Unless some guy orders sliders from the last row in the back of the room. It's good though. It's good that that's Abby Roberge. Abby Roberge. I like that one. I like the joke. I like the punchline. You look like you're dying right now.
I'm tired. I didn't get a chance to go back to sleep and go to a doctor.
I've never seen anybody shave their head and then also feel like they're going through chemotherapy at the same time.
Wait, you went to a doctor?
Yeah.
did go to the doctor. What did we find out there?
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's not really the best good at, like, coming down from mushrooms the next day. Right? Like, dude, you look horrible.
I know. You're notorious for having what a lot of people say is the grossest ball sack in show business. So, like, is this the same doctor that makes you turn your head and cough?
No, different doctor.
You know, when it's interesting when doctors do that to Ari, he has to turn their head and cough while the doctor turns his head and gags because he has elephantitis. Everybody. Oh, you don't believe me? Ari, you wanna? Thank you. Iron Patriot, will you shoot that guy in the head for me, please? No. All right. Another sound effect from Iron Patriot of the press.
I love that sound effect you did too.
I'm filming and growing every day like a sequence.
Yeah, you are.
You made a laser sound?
Oh, y'all make me lose my mind, pumpkin.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all make me act a fool.
That's right. I love the way that you do. Like, it's so like you have no choice but to do some form of the robot.
How much does it cost?
$4,500 and $600 to ship from Norway.
That's cool. I might get one.
I think we should all wear these one night. Go out of town.
I agree.
Heck yeah. Real pussy fest, that's gonna get us.
That's not sarcastic.
We're all gonna get laid, right?
We will.
Ari, do you have a problem when you're really big? You go in a store, you buy shit that you definitely shouldn't have bought, or you just like buy things? I almost bought a Darth Vader outfit the other day at a comic book store. It's so badass. It was like on Hispanic, and it was homemade by a guy that did like FX work, you know, for movies, and he just built this beautiful thing. And I went to pay for it, but my credit card got declined because it was like security for such a high amount. It was like $2,000 or something. And so I was like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna go call the bank. And I went outside, got my card, drove home. And wait, why would I even buy that? I was so close to owning that. Why would I have it? Right? No reason.
You're notorious just buying shit you don't need.
Right. Oh, you are too. I've seen your shit you've been giving your like,
that's over 10 years of ambulation.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're ordered. Wait, what you guys both have in common is that sometimes you'll buy things and you won't remember it when it gets delivered to your house. Like you bought like Snuggies and things like that. And Redman, for example, is Asian women that had a deer from Tokyo or whatever.
Best thing that ever happened. We haven't smoked cigarettes since.
You know, there's the most blessed corn in California is Asian.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I saw that statistic on the internet.
That's because Asians are better at computers. So they're on porn.
Yeah.
Looking at porn.
Why do you think that they blur out Asian vaginas? Only Japanese.
It's illegal to show penetration in Japan porn.
Wow.
But you got tentacles coming out of it.
What's the previous thing you jerked off to recently? Tell the truth, Patriot. Honesty is the best policy.
You guys like feet?
Wow, I love you. You're a real creep.
Do you like to masturbate on the feet, or do you just like the look of the feet and masturbate?
Well, I think everybody appreciates a beautiful woman's foot. Don't you think?
Yeah.
It's arms and nice. I mean, you don't want big old gnarly toes with buttons, do you?
That's what every foot fetish guy says.
Yeah.
I don't want butt, but who's bunions?
Right. Not many.
Nobody.
So what would be your perfect fantasy layout? Are you like using the woman's feet to like jerk yourself off? Are you sniffing?
That's not the only thing. I mean, it's just a beautiful arch in the foot. Petite girl.
What do you like to do with that arch? Put it in your mouth, put it in your butt,
Chop it off.
Oh my god.
Let's move on, because we only have, I think, about 15 minutes.
Okay.
We have a bucket full of people.
I already pulled out the next name, and his name is Hormos Rashidi.
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me. I love the Comedy Store. Knows that. I actually got to smoke a blunt with Suge Knight at the Comedy Store a couple weeks ago. Yeah, it was some bucket list shit.
And while I was smoking it, I realized why Tupac Shakur had to die. He died to spare me the agony of watching him turn into Ice Cube. It's like I would kill myself if Tupac was in a Coors Light commercial. No, you guys are right. If Tupac was alive, yeah. You guys are right. If Tupac was alive, he would be doing amazing things. On NCIS Atlanta. I do love Tupac. My favorite line of his is, I ain't a killer, but don't push me. Revenge is like the sweetest joy next to getting pussy. Because that tells you that for Tupac, pussy was number one. But what it also tells you is that Tupac preferred revenge over blowjobs.
Alright. You talking about Tupac. I mean, I just don't believe it.
I heard the name drop at the beginning, I spent 20 seconds on it, nothing to do with the joke. That's the shit night.
A lot of Tupac. How long has he been dead for now?
30 years.
I mean, look, yeah, you're probably not going to listen to me, because you probably think only God can judge.
Oh, what is this? Uh-oh. No.
Yo, kid, you wanna cut this out?
And I still not do a pop, storage room and Jim, what else you got? Rain, I drink a lot. Mix it with your shot.
Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. On our Patreon, you get early access of this show, but that is not why you're here. No, it's not. You're here to watch 10 Minutes of Shop. So start the timer, play the chick plan. You just showed your whole phone. Ah, yeah, come on. God damn it. Yeah, start the timer for real. We know you're just phoning it in this week, dude. There you go. You just started. I saw you guys. You saw the timer start. Yeah. Alrighty, let's see what we got on Chang's this week, dude. How's your Chang's week going, dude? You know, I haven't really been checking with Chang's a lot this week. So you're depressed? Yeah, it's, I've been hyper focused on my side business. Calci, yes, and truck stuff, truck business. I like your hat. Thank you. Yeah, I just got this from our favorite business. Oh, did you do that thing you said you were gonna do? Dude, I tried. Oh, yeah. What happened? Well, you want to tell the audience? Sure. So we've been trying to. If you guys remember, there's the Drive Fast All Gas website, and I have the pictures of all these people that have bought the merch, and they write really fun, cool stuff about the merch that they bought. And I wanted to do that because I bought merch. We bought merch. Yeah. We had this hat. There's another Drive Fast All Gas hat that we own as a team. We own it as a team. And I looked, and I looked through my emails, and they have these old emails where it's review our product. Yeah. You click on it, and the link is dead because we bought it so long ago. So I think we need to buy a new thing, and then they'll let us do it. But buying another thing of merch from him. I want more golden hour jackets. Do they have those? No, sadly, this is a collector's item now. Yeah. Golden hour jackets. Some girl was like, "I like the jacket." Keep in mind, she doesn't know anything about this world. She goes, "Next." I just say next out loud. She's like, "I like the jacket, but I want that." This is someone you have to kind of. Let me finish what I'm saying. I'm sorry. And then you'll cut her out. Yeah. She goes, "I like the jacket, but why do you have two?" If you like it, it was once for you, maybe. What, yeah. What do you mean? You like it, but why do you have two? Because if one gets stained on it, I don't know. Yeah. You like it. I'm a B-boy. Yeah, what are you talking about? All right, let's go. Chang's here. Let's start the timer. Play the Chang clip. So, New Brother 6308 posted this one, timing in all caps, because Brendan Sharp is still gay. Is Brendan Sharp still gay? Yeah. Just a bad look, dude. It's a weird. Does he have a toothbrush in his mouth? Yeah. It's just don't have something in your mouth while we're a leotard. I wonder who. I think we probably asked this last time, but whose idea was it, or did he require convincing, or? I will say this, dude. Saw some spicy comments. Oh yeah. Why does it fit him so well? It's his. Yeah. He had this in his closet. She's like, "Why don't you put on your leotard?" Oh, my jammies. He has it in his cubby. That is so funny. This is his jammies because it helps him sleep. Why does it fit him so well, dude? Why are his muscles perfect in this thing? That's not a woman's leotard, Eddie. How did you even find it? Did they order it on Amazon? That would be a funny thing to get. Their Amazon history, all the redacted shit they order. If you see shop at an Amazon return thing, that'd be. I don't know why that's funny, but that'd be so funny to me. He's trying to stick this into the return thing, it won't fit. I bet shop often he's unable to fit the returns in. The code doesn't work. It's not even. He's holding up the QR code for some other website. They're like, "Sir, that's a McDonald's QR code." Whatever. I bet you I will get it. I bet you I will return this Amazon. They're like, "What? What?" Slow Joe definitely just gets buzz balls off Amazon. Just a bunch of different colored buzz balls, right? That's fine. What's it? I'm sorry, I'm pretending like I know, but what's a buzz ball? Oh, it's like that Latino people. When you're spicy, you get a buzz ball. It's like a little ball. You know those balls at pots? You know the balls at liquor stores? They're called buzz balls. Oh, no. Or liquor. Oh, fuck, damn. She just goes on Amazon and gets buzz balls. There could be. That would explain the content. Yeah. She's fucked up. Yeah. All right, let's see what else we have. I'll cut that part out. Okay,
that's very loud. Okay, have you seen this?
No.
Dave Oz66 posted this, dude. That's Daddy's number. Cosplay at the rodeo. It's pretty great. We can watch this probably 30 times, dude. We don't need the music. I don't want this to get produced. Yeah. But just look at Brendan's face, dude. Why is he doing that? He's eating a hot dog, did he? You know,
Comedy genius.
Oh, it's time. Time for Skids and Bids. Skids and Bids. What do you think? You're so quiet. Like,
I'm taking it in. So it's the same thing over and over again, his reaction, but he's doing a bit, right? He's doing the classic hilarious face, right? He's on camera, so he's turned it on because he's always on, and this is the best he had. He looks young there. It's like aging. It looks like
gracefully.
Yeah, it's depending on the day, he is a different. This day he actually looked different. He's younger, but usually he looks older.
Crystalia sees this and goes, "Yo, what do you mean?"
Crystalia sees this and he goes, like the Joker laugh. That's what. And his body is starting to look like the Joker too. All these guys are having horrible things happen to them.
This guy's realizing, oh fuck, I'm on change right now.
I'm here with Brendan Shaw.
Yeah, dude. So that's Daddy's outfit.
He's got the bandana on too. He's, I'll give him this too. He's also somebody he's gonna do the bit. You know, if the bit is dressing up like a cowboy or whatever it is. Brendan's not like, I'm not putting that on. He's never once said that. I'm not putting that on. That's something he just won't do.
Dude,
same with the leotard.
Yep. This is big, like 5'4" energy, you know? Right? Doesn't he look shorter?
He does look smaller, yeah. He's got the smaller guy face on.
The bandana makes you look shorter. I don't think a 6'2" cowboy is going to be wearing a bandana.
This face, it looks like a guy that you could beat up. You know, this is not the intimidating guy. He looks like you caught him doing like something like bad, like a kid. You caught him trying to steal cookies or something. Did you eat the cookies?
Snorting addies.
Yeah, did you DM the baddies again?
No, I'm stealing last night. All right, here we go. Crippling anxiety and depression just hang in the green room. Posted by You'll Do Nothing. You'll Do Nothing. Yeah, this is a great video. I think it was Too Lazy, Too Dry.
Yeah.
Did a good video on this. So
okay, gotta check that out.
Video on Joe Rogan. It might have been American Redact or Podcast Cringe. You know.
The three greats.
Yeah. They're
They're like, they're the most important people right now in the culture. They're Siskel and Ebert, it was like there were three things, and three amazing.
Andrew Tate, Nico, Myron Gaines. Alright, let's go.
Last night in the green room, it was Shane, Ron White, Tony Hinchcliffe, Brian Simpson, Asana Ma, Derek Poston. We were just laughing and laughing. It's so fun. And everyone's going on stage, fucking tearing it up. It was exciting. Oh no, man, I gotta get you up with that present, son. You're losing your marbles. You think I am? Come hang out with us. Just chill. I'm here. Just chill out at the mothership tonight. I don't want that.
Maybe you want to eat? I'll eat a hot chip.
I wonder what that would be like. For them, it probably is great. It's just for us that don't really get it. Yeah, aren't a bunch of redacts we don't understand. Yeah. It's not for us. They're playing on a different. There's levels to the show. We're on like whatever level we're on, and they're 4D chess.
I don't know, Cooney, because my doctor the other day said that I was gonna have to take some medication. I was like, dude, papi, but I'm in the mothership. And he was like, oh, my bad, bro. His name was Jamal. He was an Asian man.
Asian man, yeah. Well, that makes sense. It's like instead of Pagliacci, it's the mothership green room. Yeah. But I am the mothership green room. Okay. I don't know what I mean.
Dude, what are you doing, bro?
You can always save it with some sound drops.
Yeah, dude. That's why it's here.
That's how you know how hard Brendan bombed. He just pushed like 5 buttons.
I'll push 5 buttons and I'll remember longingly the dolphin sound.
Unscathed.
Yeah, that's why I left it.
One Usual 4460 posted this. Gotta love how her weight journey is documented with pics of her. Feel bad for leopard in Minneapolis. Weight journey. She just looks the same. She has a fat fucking ass. We get it.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with either one.
This is a hair journey. You changed your hair.
Yeah,
You know?
it's the same person. Virtually identical.
Is she 50 years old? How old is she?
I don't know.
Good lord. Can we just talk about this picture for a little while?
You horny. You horny dog.
You horny Pete? Shout out to you, Slojo. We are wishing the best for you. Give me some buzz.
Oh shit.
Here we go. Favorite time of the week, dude. What happens next? Part 25. Icarus Lives has been on a streak.
Yeah, I'm happy that there's always that. That's the thing. It's a fun time.
Let's see. This one's a short one.
And dude, he's got to be. There must be something really amazing about him. I was at a gym one time in Hollywood, and they kicked everybody out because he came in with his crew. No way. And what'd you do?
Dude, no way. Turns out Diddy's a fan. No way. Bob Murphy makes sense.
I think Diddy's a fan, dude.
Both are so funny. Baba is like, nah, I'm not doing it.
Grease me up, daddy.
I like him with the idea of him not leaving. He's like, I got fucking a few more sets.
And what'd you do? You hit under the hard fountain? No, I refused to leave.
Oh,
nice. And they let me stay. They eyeballed me for the rest of the time.
Yeah, that voice. Old Callan thing for the rest of the time. Dye does that a lot. Jeff Dye.
Did you ever think of voting Republican?
That's Jeff Dye. And then I was like, women are a bitch.
Yeah. I thought, dudes are cooler without hair.
Actually, toupees are awesome.
Do you really need listeners on a podcast? His eyes are great. We should start doing more bits like that. Bill Cosby.
Oh yeah. He learned from all the greats.
Yeah. I'm the P. Diddy.
Either one is so bad in hindsight.
I think it is. I'm the P. Diddy of comedy.
I wonder what he means by that.
He's a hype man, and he also slathers baby oil on newcomers.
I'm the P. Diddy of comedy.
Just sounds so bad.
Icarus Lives is like, we don't need the explanation.
He's like, he says things wrong, but he also says things that in the future will be even more funny. Like he's a
Pagliacci.
He's back there.
In what fucking sense?
Okay, that was dangerous.
No, it's lit. Go to the concert, you'd say.
You went?
XJ.
That's definitely XJ.
Whatever it's sure.
That was dangerous.
No, it's lit. Go to the concert, you'd say.
You went?
My brother did.
So that's it.
Brother did. What? Oh man.
Dude, why does he do this to himself?
I don't know. I mean, my brother. That's not the craziest thing, but just the fact that he always.
It's always something.
Yeah. He always says something about Jay. Jay. Jay is like his guy. Jay, in reality, Jay is his handler. You know, we always talk about like Brendan Schaub being a handler. Jay is Brendan Schaub's handler.
Maybe what if he went with a girl, and so he realized, I'm public right now. You know, my wife's gonna ask me about the concert that I definitely went to. You know.
Yeah, that's also a possibility.
Yeah.
Jay just gets blamed for everything. He does. Jay is his alibi. Ask Jay is anytime he's wrong because he knows Jay will fix it. It's kind of nice.
Per person. I think keep tagging me because I'm on social media. I don't have social media. I have people running for me. I'll check in. I'm on social media. I don't have social media. I have people running for me. I'll check in. But whatever, I don't see anything.
Thanks for replying to me, though.
Yeah, of course.
I slid into your DMs, dog.
Thanks for replying to me, though. I don't check it.
Yeah, why call him out like that, man?
Mortgage Needs LLC. Is that what this whole podcast is about? Like, you need a mortgage. He needs a mortgage.
I hope he learned something on this episode so he can use it now.
Dude, that'd be so funny. There was a coffee cake on the table.
What? I am white as shit, Dallas. Yeah.
Mark's got that Diet Coke on him, dude. This is before Papa was into Diet Coke. What if Papa got into Diet Coke after letting go of Mark? It's facts. Wow, this is his last attachment to him, dude. He's like, he cries drinking Diet Coke. I love you, Mark.
He's like, and Mark started drinking Diet Coke after me.
Yeah, because you're a veteran. So my whole family's military.
No, right. Because you're a veteran. My whole family's military. Ask Jay, he's in the military right now.
He has some sort of thing on his social media that tells him if it's military people.
I guess.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's real supportive.
This is your face up in here. Why? That makes sense.
Brian said he couldn't tell, and then he was filming The Hangover 2 out there, and he was in a bar, and this lady was dancing. He's like, damn, she is bad. He's like, did I'm dancing, we're making out? Yeah, he's drunk. And then you go in the back room, he's like, we're making out.
It's a handful of nuts. I wish there was more boner alerts. They did it once.
Yeah. We kept it alive for a long time.
It's hard then when you don't hear it all the time. But I want to hear more boner alerts.
Yeah, but it's so redacted that even they won't do it. That's how redacted it is. But they did do it once.
You're like, boner alert!
Yeah, we do it all the time.
Yeah.
They're not redacted enough.
He's like, we're making out. Oh, yeah, no, because I go down, I just get a handful of nuts. And I go, what'd you do? He's like,
can't make it out.
What'd you do? He goes, I don't want to hurt her feelings, so I kept making out with her. Oh! And I was like, yeah. Patriot. Vampire. Nationalist. Mental retard. Eugenicist. A scared man. Really? Retard. Traitor. Vampire. Next low. Moses.
I like that.
Yeah.
They should do that with Chang ships like Dandy Kaufman,
Icarus
lives, yeah. John Africa.
Do you want to talk about what Mark was texting us the other day?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah, dude, Mark was texting us that Slow Joe's alleged brother was going Baja mode on him, dude.
Yeah, out of nowhere, apparently, allegedly.
Yeah.
Slow Joe's brother was like texting Mark saying that he sucks and he's like a loser and like should stop going on podcasts.
Yeah.
But Mark had, in quintessential Mark form, there were 5 responses to one, and just gadooshing the guy. But the guy was so annoying. It's a classic, annoying commenter in text form.
Yeah.
Like, you're really out here doing that, huh? That looks good. Not like smiley, laughing face.
A lot of smiling, laughing faces.
Yeah.
And then when he's making a sarcastic comment, crying faces.
Yeah. Wow, real unbothered, smiley face, laughing face.
He said, this is allegedly Slow Joe's brother speaking. Funny how this whole interaction just proves how emotionally unintelligent you really are, laughing face. I was never stressed. M- might be ChatGPT.
Emotionally unintelligent.
I was never stressed and never will be. Meanwhile, B has clearly been living rent-free in that empty head of yours, Gadoosh. And jumping straight to violence, which we all know Mark jumps straight to violence.
Yeah, same here, dude. Same.
Your first response was, that's a lot of violence in the DNA of this chat or whatever. That's not tough, that's just unhinged. You might want to ease up on them roids or whatever you're taking. It's got you raging for no reason. Crying emoji. This is what I'm talking about. He does a lot of the crying emojis.
This guy sounds like someone's grandma.
Yeah.
That empty head of yours. And then, have you ever told somebody that they're emotionally unintelligent on text, like another guy? What?
And he says, let's be real. If I was actually in front of you, you wouldn't do a damn thing. I don't think you want to test that.
No, I don't think so.
He lifts cars.
Yeah.
Should we remind him, What's really funny is I reached out once, and you're still going. That says way more about you than it does about me. Anyway, enjoys those guest spots on a low-budget podcast, which, by the way, major offense taken.
Yeah. Now you got 2 problems.
Yeah, dude, you got a big problem.
I hope you're not in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Because I'll fuck you up. I'll twist your neck off, dude.
Push the fucking
I will snap his fucking neck.
Yeah, we get it. I have a show about 10 minutes to shop. It's a low budget thing. I get all that. Okay, but at the end of the day, this is not social media. This is real. I will fuck you up. Okay? If you come into a room and I'm in that room, I'm leaving. I don't know if you're leaving. Okay? I'm leaving that room. I'm going to be fine. All right? See, Clint, stay with me. I will fuck. What are you going to do? What are you going to do, Gabe?
Yeah, ask your friends how it went for them, dude.
Yeah. Ask fucking Shab how it went for him, dude. All right? Ask Brian Callen how it's going for him. You want this? You don't want this. Okay? Ever heard of it? You're going to the hospital.
And I will say, Mark did not disappoint with the amount of replies. I'm like, no way. Mark's not going to reply 35 times. If I was the brother of Slojo, allegedly, I'd be like, I regret this whole thing. Why did I reach out to Mark?
Why are you reaching out?
Yeah.
It's a very weird move to reach out to the former employee of your sister's husband. Like, what?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sure you're unbothered by it. You're very bothered by it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have sent so many texts.
They're all just spicy. Let's keep that in mind. You know?
Yeah. It's a spicy fan.
But Mark's like, oh, hold my beer. You're spicy, dude. Check this out. I'll fuck your whole family up, dude.
That's true. And I would too.
The faces you make when you're defaulting on all your assets. Okay, that's a rough transition there. Posted by Big Battle 9416. We don't wish any ill will on these two here.
No, I want all the success possible.
It's a weird way to hold your arm around another man. You know? Do you think he's wearing the leotard right now?
It's possible, I guess.
He's crushing Diet Cokes, dude.
They're always
he squeezes it.
They're always eating food out of it like that. It's always in a paper. This is how most of shop meals get eaten. It's in like a to-go stadium container.
Anything that reminds him of Erewhon.
Oh, yeah, that too.
He wants anything Erewhon.
Not a lot of cooking going on at the shop house.
Yeah. A lot of eating out. Okay, here we go. Wake up. Be more banger content from the shops. Just dropped Big Battle at 9416. Him and a leotard. We need to see it all.
Solid.
Yeah. Butters 16666. I think I put 26s, but I genuinely feel like I figured it out, guys. This looks like Voldemort from the first or second movie. Great observation. Wow.
Yeah, the back, he's getting old. You know, it comes for all of us, Father Time.
Maybe that's why he can't get rid of any of his friends, because they're all his Horcruxes.
Joe Rogan kills Harry Potter. Tries to fucking kill it. If he's Voldemort, who's Harry Potter?
Hanske.
Okay.
I don't know.
Tony Hinchcliffe is the Draco Malfoy, of course, right?
I'm on that one. Well,
maybe Shab is the guy. Who's the guy that says I'm a wizard, Harry? I'm a wizard, Harry. You're a wizard, Harry. Hagrid.
Yeah, I was first correction. Oh, yeah, you're right. Shop, dude.
Oh man,
Dumbledore is Joey Diaz or somebody old. Jimmy Dore.
That's got to be a good guy, right?
Dumbledore, Jimmy Dore. Yeah, or also got to be gay.
Oh, Dumbledore's good. That's right. A wise gay man in comedy. There's probably plenty of those.
Yeah. Gay men are hilarious.
That's true. I can't think of any off the top of my head.
You know what they do in their free time, right?
Comedy.
Papa with the smallest dick. We've already seen this.
I don't want to see it again.
You don't?
Not really.
Okay. Just real quick. We can stop it right away. Yeah. There's no chance it's for her. It's a huge leotard. She wears the tightest clothes of all time. You know?
Yeah.
R Word having trouble selling tickets. Posted by Savage712. What? No. That's so sad. But fuck it, dude. We ball, baby.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like when Chad went to that Oklahoma or Arkansas club, you know.
Yeah.
They got a fucking move that says, hey, you're not big, you're not a draw.
You're not a draw.
No, you're right here. Okay?
Do you mind if I do some research while you talk to the audience?
Well, Sooners are playing. Okay. Anywhere Brian goes, the guy's like, Sooners are here. Okay, I love Sooners. Right? Nobody knows who you are. All right? You didn't say that. You didn't say that.
If you're lucky, a tornado will throw a couple people in here for you.
All right? This here's Flappers, okay? This is big leagues. All right? You're in Burbank, okay? You're not in, like, one of them other places that don't have big draws, okay? We got to sell out the show. Burbank, you gotta compete with a lot of so like the downtown. A lot of people just come here because they want to go to a Shake Shack. All right, you're not Shake Shack.
Okay, so I'm looking up the tickets here, and they're not free. But this is for the Irvine Improv this weekend.
Oh yeah, well the Irvine Improv's probably gonna have like a great accent.
Yeah,
we should go.
I'm down. Friday or Saturday, dude. I got a show Saturday, but special event. What's so special about it? Is this the one that's free? Let's see. These cost money. He's gonna be in Chicago.
I'd say like that $30 seems like a lot to see Brian Callen.
That is too much. Give me $10. I'm down.
Is it just him headlining? That's the show?
Yeah.
That's horrible.
He's probably got a fire opener like that one guy. That white guy that works a lot.
Oh yeah.
Big dude. Brian Callen at the Improv, Hollywood. Who's the Improv? Okay, yeah.
Who's buying that? To have him go out and be like, I don't know, I'm lifting and I'm getting old, but like I'm hot. Yeah. My phone is like controlling my life.
That would be great if I took a chick to go see Brian Callen. And I just acted like he was my favorite comic of all time.
Maybe she'd ignore it.
I'll tell you one thing. I don't care what happens. Next week's podcast is going to be lit.
Yeah, you'd have a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
That's the narrative?
I would definitely wear like glasses and a mustache though. Just in case. I don't want to die on a Friday night. Beast of a Mom, posted by Williams DJ01. Now these kids need fucking Easter baskets. This shit just never stops.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst joke I've ever heard.
No, it's pretty funny. And when I saw this, I liked it. As you can see down here. Pretty good. Granted, she didn't make it.
No, it's still
reposted. Yeah. The scam got rings explained. Okay, so you know about the scam thing?
No.
You will do nothing. Posted this. Basically, Brian Callen fell for a scam where Amy Poehler was wanting him on her podcast.
Really?
Yeah. And people are alleging that that's when he started getting really sad.
Let's start with the email. Let's actually read this email. A candid conversation on comedy and culture.
This is the episode where Tim Dillon bimbified himself.
Oh, okay.
He put those huge tits on.
Good news. So someone sends this email. Greetings, Tim. I hope this finds you well. My name is Julia, and I handle guest bookings for Amy Poehler, host of the Good Hang podcast. On the show, so immediately I'm like, wait, what?
Well, I'm supposed to do Amy Poehler's podcast. Did I say about that? So I'm supposed to do Amy Poehler's podcast
in LA.
Yeah, her assistant reached out, and she was like, "Hey, we'd love to have you on Storytime with Amy."
Dude, this is hard to watch. Not even the name of the podcast.
How could he think that that's possible?
Oh my god!
That Amy Poehler would have him on his show? Why?
He's like this. Okay, I'm sorry. I whispered it. Nobody heard that.
Just delusional to the extreme. Just. I don't know, man.
Yeah, right, it's a big podcast. Yeah, big podcast. And I know Amy from back in the day. I love Amy.
A lot of people.
I love Amy. I've known Amy for many years. I haven't talked to her in a long time, but I love her.
Here's what's sad about this. This is being emailed to people that are so excited to get booked on this show because of the state of LA right now and how these people haven't worked in a while, and but they still have a home and they're paying a mortgage, but they're looking at the money in the bank. The hourglass is turned over and it's getting less and less every month. And
because we're gonna I found out it was gonna be a Zoom first because she does it when she'll have somebody comes on the internet and then talks about the person there, and I was like, it's a surprise. It was probably like a friend of mine, so I was like, okay, great. So they have to make sure that your camera is all, oh my
god. So embarrassing. Shouldn't cut this part out.
Is it even embarrassing at this point, though? Because, okay, in my mind, it stops getting embarrassed after you do. It wasn't even only, it was like Pornhub podcast or whatever he did. What was that? Was it Pornhub?
Something like Bang Bus.
Yeah, so it literally was something like that. He like literally did the Bang Bus fucking taxi podcast. He fucking like Bang Bus picked him up on the street. The Bang Bus picked him up. Brian Callen did a podcast, and he thought he was gonna get fucked. And he was so happy they didn't fuck him. They just did a podcast. But dude, after you do that, bits aside, I really like that's as embarrassing as it gets almost. So him falling for a prank that Amy Poehler is somebody he knew, just a mean prank. It would have been embarrassing had he not done the Bang Bus already. If he didn't have a Bang Bros credit, if he didn't have a Mike and Brazil credit, dude, then he would be embarrassed. But this is nothing to him. He let another man hit him with a fucking whip dressed as a cow.
Oh my god.
So, that's nothing.
Keep in mind, he got those wrinkles done, whatever that eye surgery thing is, right before Chris D'Elia went down, dude. And then he went down months later. So that's what his trajectory was before all this. It was like, I'm getting my eyes done, I'm a fucking... Dude, he's probably still planning on going on the Bang Bus. I'm gonna look fabulous on the Bang Bus, dude. Name of the episode is Brian Callen finds the Bang Bus.
Brian Callen's like, on My Friend's Hot Mom, like he's like, his wife gets fucked by some kid. Brian says they're doing cameos in porn.
Welcome back to the Bang Bus podcast. We're here with Brian Callahan.
Dude, he's talking shop. I'm getting some stuff. I'm getting on some stuff. I'm on this very successful OnlyFans person site. They're fucking a guy, and I'm like in the room with them. And yeah, it's been rough. Fuck wouldn't even want him.
They're like, Brian, how you doing today? He's like, you ever pick up a guy with thighs?
Brian's on this is too far. I'm gonna go too far. Brian's on one of the OnlyFans chicks thing, and then he's just sitting there, and then some fucking guy comes in his face. What's the break? How far? It's not even a break. He knew it was gonna happen. How far is it removed from a guy hitting you with the thing? Maybe he's dressed like a cow thing. Yeah. All right. I can't let it say
Ashley's chat started coming on Brian's face, dude.
How far away is he from porn? They keep saying that like Slow Joe and Chop are gonna do OnlyFans. No, but Ryan will do it first.
It's like, oh my bigger deal.
I met Amy years ago, and we had a nice little conversation. But I cannot believe that she has followed me and wants me on this show.
And I know Amy from back in the day. I love Amy. I love Amy. I've known Amy for many years. I haven't talked to her in a long time, but I love her. And my producer calls me and goes, hey, did you know that Amy Poehler podcast? Do you know it's a scam?
Next email is you send your bank info.
But they did it was so good. Gave me like all the questions. Like, Amy can't wait to talk to you. They know somehow that I know her. They do their research.
Comedians are desperate at any level. Remember that birthday scam? The one where it was like, this guy sends you a thing. Oh, my wife is a huge fan, or the wife's. My husband's a huge fan. They want you to perform for him, stand up on his birthday. Yeah. And we're going to Venmo you the money. Can you do it? So you Venmo them the money. Or, I'm sorry, they Venmo you the money. And then they go, ooh, I actually sent too much. Can you Venmo it back? And then they do this thing where they like cancel it when you do it or something like that. But I remember hearing about that and thinking, just there's no way. Like, at the level that we're at, you think people are begging you to do birthday shit, but a lot of people fall for that.
Somebody asked me to come do a show in Chicago, and no part of me was like, dude, we're going to Chicago. I was kind of like, this is not real.
You thought it was a scam?
Immediately. Yeah. Because I suck at comedy. Oh, really? You want to go there and do something you've never seen me do? You know?
That is a weird thing. Yeah, what is this scam?
And so I just kept messaging him like, okay, for sure. So what do I do? And they're like, you just gotta fly to Chicago. I'm like, okay, you're gonna buy me tickets? Or they were gonna buy anything. I don't even think they were offering money. It was just a scam.
Even if that's not a scam, it's sort of a crazy ass. Yeah. You just come to Chicago. Maybe if I'm coming to Chicago, I'll do your show.
I should look it up on my DMs on Instagram. Let's see what else we have. Okay. So this is job reading, an ad read. Ad reads are a problem. Just post it, Clint. Minimum Sky 2305. Haven't seen his post in a while.
How you show up and wake up feeling your best. Because fun shouldn't come with a cost. Welcome to the upgrade. Welcome to nowadays. With your easing in or tuning things up, the pace is yours to set. Minutes 10 to 20, a gentle lift, you'll start feeling lighter. Minutes 20 to 45, you're in a sweet spot, social, and you're in your groove. Minute 45 to 60, ride the wave a little longer or let it wind down easy. Is it legal? Yes. Nowadays, it's legal in most U.S. states thanks to the 2018 Farm Bill, which reclassified hemp as...
It's for hemp, but it's so funny that, like, the Of Course shop has ads where he's like, is it legal? Yeah. And then some random year, the 2018 Farm Bill made this product a bill that, like, gave you the ability to get it. Good God, 2018 Farm Bill.
Hemp as an agricultural product or hemp-derived
agricultural
THC formula is crafted to sip like a spirit, just without the side effects. What's it taste like, you ask? Well, expect real fruit flavors, a crisp, clean finish, zero hint of THC, whether you're sipping solo or toasting with friends. Nowadays is a made to mix in with any moment. It's nowadays. So if this sounds something tasty you want to try.
That sounds something tasty you want to try.
Who's buying this from this?
I don't know.
I want to order hemp to drink because someone says, some that sound tasty, you want to try it now.
Try it now.
Some said that.
Some said that. I want to say
He's like advertising the guy from Adam Sandler movies, the hillbilly yokel guy.
I don't understand people buying the product, seeing that, but I don't understand the product seeing that and being like, all right, that's a great ad. That's the worst ad I've ever seen.
Why does the product keep having shot rated?
Yeah, imagine this guy's like down in the dumps. He's hitting you up to be like, dude, I need people to sponsor my podcast. Like, can you please help a brother out? I used to fight in the UFC. And then you're like, oh man, he gave me a real sad story, you know, like, I should probably help him out. He hasn't paid his mortgage in 3 months, you know?
That's what nowadays said.
Yeah. They're like, all right, yeah, we can get you a little ad read or whatever. They give him like a trial run. He's like, so if you want to drink something like that, then go for it.
They're like, don't drink it before you do the ad read. He's like, I'd never drink it. I think nowadays probably, okay, here's my redacted. So nowadays, they make the product. They get hemp as legal. They do the big legal fight, right? Years into it, they, everything is set to go. The CEO sits his boardroom down. They're all sitting, right? And he's talking. And he goes, listen, guys, I realize that our product is for stupid people. For redads, for just utter morons. Yeah. So we need to find podcasts. It sounds like a bad thing. It's actually a good thing because idiots will buy anything. So we got to find the dumbest podcasts that we can find. It doesn't matter if they fuck up how it's said. All we need to do is have a promo code and a link, and these morons will find it and they'll start drinking nowadays. So get on. Anybody got any ideas? Anybody got any? Oh, I do. TFATK. There's a whole Reddit that talk about how stupid they are. That's why I'm vice president. Yeah. That's why you're the CFO.
Well, we should probably be sponsored by them too, then, because we are literally more redacted than TFATK.
That's a good point, I guess. But
don't kill me.
I will snap his fucking neck.
Oh, is that it? I thought you were going to say, okay, let's see the ending of this.
Hey, now wake up hungover, we gotcha. Visit.
They're trying out summer days now.
Some days I try it, and then nowadays I don't drink it. This crazy motherfucker is all out risking his life and blatantly breaking traffic laws just to make a buck. LOL. Poor Papa legit looked terrified. Ha ha ha. Different Report 123 posted this one.
All right, let's go.
Man, it's crazy. Clearly doesn't. That's the funniest narrative, is that he doesn't even like trucks. He's so stupid. He picks something he doesn't like, he's afraid of. So this is my life. Wearing stupid shit.
Now I got myself here.
Why pick something you don't like? I wouldn't want to be in that either. I wouldn't want to be in that fucking Deathmobile with that psycho hit driving me like all crazy like that. When he made that turn, it made me nervous. I don't blame Papa for not wanting to be in that fucking thing. Idiot.
That's me. You're probably asking yourself, how did I get here?
I do need a tater tot.
This fucking tater tot once a week.
Give me a tater tot. Give me out of some fucking whatever this shit is, dude. Fuck this car. Fuck this dude. Why is he wearing a sombrero?
I want to be here. Look at this.
The sombrero, I think it says Mexico on it, green. Why?
Dude, it's spicy.
He does not want to be here.
Oh, that's great. His arm is so close to the other guy. Like he's gonna grab the other guy and be like, hey, save me or help. I'm scared. That's just crazy body language.
And then the guy at the end says, you like that? He's like, I love that.
Yeah, that was a little weird.
Oh, wow, that was great. That was fun. Shout out to you guys. Different Report. Great photos, dude. We've got another one here. Talking about lip fillers. What else you got, Clint? Clint Puller of Chips posted this one.
Good eyebrows, that guy.
People think I get them done.
You don't do your eyebrows? No. People think, I had to fight people that like,
Come on, dude. Come on. Why does he lie like that? And those shorts are crazy, dude. That's crazy. What are you doing? Why? Nobody else wearing shorts.
He gets his lips done. I go, would you stop saying that? I had to fight people that like, he gets his lips done. I go, would you stop saying that? He doesn't get his fucking lips done.
The way he kind of cowers, dude. Did you see that? Oh, gosh.
Well, they're like, he gets his lips done. I go, would you stop saying that? He doesn't get his fucking lips.
Yeah, he does. That's why he's doing that.
He bimbifies his lips, dude.
He's like, he bimbifies. Brian, no.
That's his name.
That's the next thing. Is it Byron?
No, it's Brian.
That's Byron. Brian. Try nowadays.
Oh, I'm not Mr. Whole Foods.
I'm just done. God, it annoyed me.
They said he got his lips done?
Yeah, they're like, he gets
Second. You know how I know you're gay as a guy?
No, you got some DSLs.
Yeah, I got some fucking DSLs.
You got some DSLs on you.
What else you got, Jim?
No way, dude. You can't lie for too long.
And then, if you think I have it, you're gay.
Oh my god, dude. What else you got, Jim? That's so funny. Why does he keep saying that?
Which one?
What else you got, Jim?
It's like, I don't know, it's a transition. He's got nothing else to do.
Look at, he's like, you really think I suck dick?
I guess that means me, a big old pussy.
Why would you ever consider, like, as a dude, getting your lips done?
I don't get it.
That's like just the craziest.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
DSLs. Yeah, I ate some fucking DSLs.
You got some DSLs on you.
What else you got, Tim? Move on, dude.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you? Oh my god!
Dude, what happened? If not that
Spider-Man.
some sort of facial thing. That's why I, on our other show, Raccoon Tweeties, I'm very honest about all the weird things going on with me. So to stave off, so you don't think like my small teeth. No, there's been like that. I get them made smaller. My big gums, I get them bigger or whatever. The horn on my head, that was there. It's been there. It's been always been a horn guy.
This is so weird.
Always lying. Stop fucking lying.
Does he not know that people can take pictures of him? He's like, people can't take pictures of him.
It's just, everyone is saying it, and then also there's stuff about him going to Mexico, so, smoke, there's fire.
Yeah, wherever there's smoke, there's definitely a disaster.
Always lying.
Driving my son to baseball practice.
That'd be funny if he was going to get his lip filler. When he saw the message from Nick saying you're a big old pussy.
Every time he gets called something like that, it's when he's getting lip filler. It's like, oh man.
Actually, I was driving my kids.
Oh
my god. This is insane looking face. This has to be Photoshopped.
Very puffy.
Addie's drinking lip filler. He's like, dude, I don't get lip filler, but when I'm drunk, I get lip filler.
I'm glad that I don't. I'm glad that I'm not affected as much by, I had a McFlurry last night and my face doesn't look like I have big lips or a puffy, weird drinking problem.
You're making it hard for me.
Yeah. I like that original song, Too Close. It's all,
that's great.
It's all about a guy just getting the boner.
That's a great song.
Classic. It's so funny. We got BGL stopping by.
Our guys.
Bobbitt's biggest hater to discuss his comedy chops, posted by Not Yet.
And somebody asked me about what their dynamic is and how much sympathy you should have for Callan, and I go, it was painful for me to watch Brian because Brian, for whatever his fault, I can separate his faults and whatever, and I can speak his praises independently. My praises for him are he's really good at setting people up for bits and being a comedic partner. He'll play the what do you mean? And completely roast him or whatever. So he's good for a guy like Brendan, whose default is just shit on everyone around you as form of comedy. Right. Just push down and you suck and you're wrong and the opposite of yes and. But Brian can turn that into funniness. It's just over time when you never get to reverse it, it's okay, dude, this is bully Brian Callan hour, and especially once the Brian had to kind of be on the show and had no other options, he's a power vacuum, and it's sad. But somebody asked me, do you think they talk about this because it's you're airing these grievances that sound like it could be a private conversation, of how to fix things? And I go, yeah, Brian has had these conversations where he tries to explain the basics of comedy, yes and, or how to keep a bit going without going negative or shutting him down. Brendan isn't trying to hear it because Brendan thinks that he's an expert on comedy by virtue of having had a special. I'm
well, it was so well received. I'd understand why he think he's an expert at it. Everyone really liked it, and they liked his follow up.
This guy, this actually thought about you. He is a phenom. He was just this sort of child savant in comedy who stepped into the game. And it's is this Dave Chappelle or how did he get so good in such little time? Was he secretly doing stand-up the whole time in the UFC?
All right, I don't know why this is supposed to not change, but I do like how Mark Harley talks about TFK like it's the JFK assassination. Except there's nobody that died, but he's he's dismissing the magic bullet, it's yes and.
Yeah, he definitely he gives it some gravitas. He talks about it well. It's very important stuff. Yeah, I agree.
He keeps it grounded.
Yeah, this is some of the most important stuff going on right now. Yeah, I think is what's going still, even still.
Drop the TFK files.
Yeah,
I mean, he investigated. He dropped a lot.
Yeah, and he's more stuff is coming. Gabe Zanella was just the tip of the iceberg.
Allegedly. Yeah. Okay, so we've seen this, I think. But this is a 5-minute video. Frederick Bastiat. BGL just goes, dude. Yes, if there's anything he took from the Bapa playbook, is just like, don't stop talking. And if you're not done talking, stop them from talking. You know? That's the narrative. And eat the coffee cakes. Pronunciation is very hard, part 10. This is a 5-minute video. You can, if you want to skip, yeah.
As an hemp as an agricultural product.
I like the shame of not knowing how to say that.
Is it that he doesn't know the word agricultural, or is he just worried he's not going to say it right?
You'd think that a cowboy would know what agriculture is.
That's a good point.
You know?
Yeah.
Well, he should ask Jeff that.
You got this. Okay.
You forgot about that.
You should have thrown away the bit right there.
Yeah, when then Jesus didn't laugh.
And bring back some hardware as a team.
Because we were promised one thing. We were promised a flaming young.
We were promised. I'm laughing. I didn't even know this was the Flaming Young clip, but he said, we were promised and Flaming Young.
We got spaghetti. No one asked about we're in the mood for Flaming Young. Nobody was in the mood for fucking. Nobody asked for spaghetti meatballs.
You were not expecting in any facet.
Yeah. That's an older thing. Go to Whole Foods, man. Go hang out in the produce section. I get it. And then you should go. These chairs are popping. And then conversations.
He sounds like me. I say stuff like that all the time. Go to the produce section. No, like the whole podcast we just did, I'm like telling you what to do and you want to do with the chick.
Oh,
I sound like that.
Don't be too hard.
I gotta change everything I'm doing. I'm gonna get lip filler.
Chairs are popping. Cherries.
What these chairs are popping.
And then conversations.
And these chairs are popping today.
Cherries.
Oh, you speak weird.
I thought you said chairs too.
You speak weird, Brendan is an attractive guy. Yeah, right. Because of the, but we're also a blind chick. If it was a blind chick, she would be like, "Who's this idiot?" Well, she said you couldn't get any blind girls.
Hey, nor would I want to. So the government's gonna get theirs. They're gonna get theirs, and I realized that when I got the bill for the property tax. I'm like, oh shit, yeah, I'm not paying state, but I'm paying almost double in property tax. Oh, he kind of evens out. They're gonna get theirs. Like, you're not gonna escape that. There's nothing to do. Ever had like a nice flaming young?
That's just how he says it, dude.
Oh my god. You don't have much to lose. You're shooting for the moon, but you're probably gonna land on the stars. There used to be a high-end, grade A steak, ribeyes, the best fish in the world. They used to make it handmade. It was exactly what you wanted. You knew exactly what you're getting. You were going to get the best of the best every time you paid your pay-per-view money. It's in back. There's none of that going on. Right. It's all a Farsi. It's all, I don't know.
Farsi, dude. That one's good because it's like he looked at the word